Welcome back to Spice and Fiction. Today's story is What If Sailed Beneath the Thousand Skies? Episode 1. In this alternate DanMachi timeline, Cranel was not supposed to be an adventurer. He was supposed to be a prince. But 3 years ago, he walked away from his throne, changed his name, and built a quiet life in Orario. For the first time, Belle was free. Then Captain Vesna Caulfield arrived with engagement documents neither of them agreed to. She was a noble of the merchant sovereignty. He was the runaway prince his kingdom had finally found. And their marriage had already been arranged. So they made a deal. 1 year aboard her skyship, the Ardent Meridian. 1 year beneath 1,000 skies. And if they still wanted freedom at the end, they would end the engagement together. But the sky has a way of changing people. And sometimes, the life you were forced into becomes the first life you actually choose. What if Cranel sailed beneath 1,000 skies? If you enjoy dungeon survival, anime fantasy danger, hidden bloodlines, ancient powers, and Cranel fanfiction, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1. Belle, 3 years in. Belle woke because the floorboard beside his bed complained. It made the same soft creak every morning, right under his left foot, as if the old bunkroom wanted to announce that he was alive before he had decided it himself. Pale sunlight slipped through the narrow window above his bed and stretched across the wooden floor in a warm stripe. Dust floated in the light like tiny golden insects. Somewhere downstairs, a pan clanged, someone cursed at the stove, and someone else laughed loudly enough to shake the hallway. Belle opened one eye. Home. The word arrived quietly, without drama, and settled in his chest. His room was barely large enough to deserve the name. A narrow bed pressed against one wall. A shelf held 5 books, all worn from rereading. One spare pair of boots sat beneath it, toes carefully aligned. A folded cloak hung from a peg near the door, patched twice at the shoulder. His armor rested on a chair, cleaned the night before. His knife belt was laid out straight on the floor. It was not much. That was why every piece mattered. Belle sat up, rubbed sleep from his eyes, and listened to the familia waking around him. In the room next door, Marnie was arguing with her socks again. Across the hall, Tovo sneezed 3 times, each one louder than the last. Someone thumped into a wall, muttered, "I meant to do that," and received immediate laughter from 3 different rooms. Belle smiled before he meant to. 3 years ago, he would have woken ready to run. Now he knew which stair creaked, which window stuck in the rain, which cupboard held the good tea, and which chair at the breakfast table was his. A knock tapped against his door. "Belle Arden," a sleepy voice called. "Dungeon today?" Belle glanced toward the door. "Morning to you too, Casso." "That means yes. It means I'm awake." "Same thing for you." Belle laughed softly and stood. His bare foot landed on the creaking floorboard again. The bunkroom answered with its familiar groan. He dressed quickly, pulling on his tunic, trousers, boots, and light armor with the ease of habit. The straps needed no thought anymore. Shoulder buckle first. Right bracer second. Knife belt last. He tied his cloak around his neck and checked the small repair near the hem. Still holding. Good. When he stepped into the hallway, the house swallowed him in noise. The Celia Familia headquarters was not grand. It had once been a merchant's townhouse, then a boarding house, then, according to Tovo, probably haunted for 6 months before Lady Celia scared the ghosts away by complaining about rent. Its floors leaned slightly. Its roof leaked above the back stair during hard storms. Its walls carried old scratches, newer repairs, and the smell of breakfast. Belle loved it. Marnie passed him carrying 2 boots, neither of which matched. "Have you seen my other left boot? You only have 1 left foot. That is not helpful. It's under the bench by the washroom." Marnie stopped, blinked, then narrowed her eyes. "How do you know that?" "You kicked it there last night after saying you were too tired to be civilized. I hate that you remember things. You say that every morning. I hate that too." Belle slipped around her with an easy grin and started down the stairs. He moved through the building without looking, ducking under the low beam near the landing and stepping over the cracked tile near the kitchen door. He knew the house's moods the way he knew a friend's footsteps. At the bottom of the stairs, Lady Celia stood beside the kitchen entrance, holding a mug of tea and watching the morning disorder with calm amusement. She looked young, as most gods did when they chose to, with soft brown skin, silver black hair braided over one shoulder, and eyes the color of polished amber. She wore a simple blue robe tied loosely at the waist, but somehow made it look dignified. Lady Celia was the kind of goddess who could listen to 3 conversations at once and remember the one person who had not spoken. Her gaze found Belle immediately. "Good morning, Belle." "Good morning, Lady Celia. Did you sleep?" "Yes." She studied him for 1 heartbeat longer than necessary. That was almost convincing. Belle looked away first. She never pushed. That was her sharpest kindness. 3 years ago, when he arrived at her door soaked from rain and using a name that fit him like borrowed clothing, she had not asked why he flinched at royal notices. She had not asked why his hands knew sword etiquette better than street manners. She had not asked why he watched skyships like a starving person watched bread. She had simply said, "We have a spare room. You may earn your keep honestly." Belle had been grateful ever since. Breakfast was already becoming a battlefield. The long communal table was crowded with mismatched bowls, sliced bread, boiled eggs, fried potatoes, and one suspicious pot of stew that smelled better than it looked. Belle's preferred seat was near the window, third chair from the end, where the morning light hit without blinding him. Tovo was already standing beside it, one hand on the chair back, wearing the smug expression of a man about to commit a serious crime. Belle stopped. Tovo grinned. "Oh, is this your chair?" Belle stared at him. Marnie entered behind Belle, saw the situation, and gasped with unnecessary drama. "Tovo, don't do it. He'll look disappointed. Nobody survives that." "I'm just saying," Tovo said, dragging the chair an inch. "Maybe the chair wants a stronger adventurer today." Belle tilted his head. "That chair wobbles on the left leg." Tovo paused. "If you sit too quickly, it drops you sideways." Tovo slowly released the chair. Belle smiled politely. "Thank you for saving my seat." "You weaponize kindness," Tovo muttered, moving away. "It's terrifying," Marnie agreed. Belle sat down, trying not to laugh. Breakfast flowed around him in the warm, messy way it always did. Casso bragged about killing 3 dungeon lizards yesterday, then admitted one had been asleep. Marnie complained about the cost of replacing boot soles and declared that cobblers were secretly richer than kings. Tovo warned everyone that the stew might be either delicious or illegal. Someone asked Belle to pass the eggs. Someone else stole his bread and replaced it with a larger piece before he noticed. He noticed. He pretended not to. Lady Celia sat at the head of the table, tea in hand, listening more than speaking. Every now and then, her gaze drifted to Belle, not heavy enough to trap him, only gentle enough to remind him she saw. "You are going to the upper floors today?" she asked. Belle nodded. "Only a short run. Supplies, light mapping, maybe monster stones if the floor is calm." "Floors are never calm," Tovo said. "They only pretend. That is why we bring Belle," Marnie said, stabbing a potato with her fork. "The dungeon sees him and gets embarrassed." Belle nearly choked. "That is not how the dungeon works." "You say that," Casso said, "but last week you looked at a cracked wall, told everyone to step back, and 5 seconds later a monster burst through it. There were scratch marks. There are scratch marks everywhere. Those were fresh." Marnie pointed her fork at him. "See? Embarrassing." Belle ducked his head, smiling despite himself. "I just pay attention." Lady Celia's eyes softened. "Yes," she said quietly. "You do." For a moment, the table noise faded around Belle. Then Tovo leaned over and whispered, "Pay attention to this stew. It may attack first." The room burst into laughter again, and the moment passed. After breakfast, Belle helped clear bowls without being asked. He wiped the table, stacked plates, and slipped 2 extra rolls into a cloth pouch because Marnie always forgot lunch when she was annoyed at her boots. Then he checked his gear in the front hall while the others gathered behind him. Short sword, knife, spare knife, rope, chalk, potion, bandage wrap, map slate. Simple things. Honest things. Lady Celia approached as he fastened the last buckle. "Belle." He looked up. She held out a small charm tied with blue thread. It was nothing expensive, just a smooth bead carved with her familia mark, an open doorway beneath a small star. "For the road," she said. Belle accepted it carefully. "Thank you." Her fingers lingered for a moment near his palm, not quite touching. "There are many roads in this world," she said softly. "Some lead back. Some lead away. Some wait until we are brave enough to admit we saw them." Belle's throat tightened before he could stop it. He knew what she meant. Or at least, he knew enough. "I'm only going to the dungeon," he said. Lady Celia smiled. "Today." That was all. No accusation. No demand. No question about the life before Orario, or the name before Ardent, or the reason he sometimes woke from dreams with his hand reaching for a door that was not there. Just today. Belle tied the charm to the inside of his wrist guard and stepped outside. Orario greeted him like a friend who never learned how to be quiet. Morning had fully taken the city by then. The streets were crowded, bright, and alive, filled with footsteps, wheels, voices, bells, and the layered smells of bread, smoke, metal, rainwater, beast hide, potion herbs, and frying fish. Market stalls opened like flowers along the road, awnings snapping in the breeze. Vendors shouted breakfast menus over one another as if volume improved flavor. Fresh honey cakes, hot skewers, real meat, not mystery meat. Potion bundles, cheap for beginners, expensive for fools. Belle passed the last stall and murmured, "Same thing, usually." The potion seller, old Ricky, pointed at him without looking. "I heard that, Ardent. You were supposed to." Ricky cackled and went back to overcharging a rookie who looked too excited to be suspicious. Belle walked with Marnie and Casso at his side, while Tovo trailed behind, eating something wrapped in paper. The city shifted around them in familiar patterns. Guild workers hurried through the crowd with message tubes strapped across their backs. Blacksmith apprentices dragged carts of or toward the forge district and argued about whose master shouted louder. A pair of children chased each other around a fountain, wooden swords raised, one wearing a pot as a helmet. "Your stance is terrible," Marnie called. The child with the pot helmet stopped. "Is it?" "Very." Belle leaned down as they passed and gently adjusted the boy's grip. "Hands closer. Bend your knees. Don't swing from the shoulders so much." The boy stared at him like he had been blessed by a hero. Tovo chewed thoughtfully. "You just created a future problem." "I helped." "You trained a pot knight." Everyone starts somewhere. Above them, familia banners hung from balconies and stone arches, fluttering in the high wind that moved differently through Orario than anywhere else Belle had known. Some banners were famous enough to make crowds glance upward when they passed beneath them. Others belonged to small groups like Celia's, modest cloth and simple symbols, but Belle liked those just as much. The Tower of Babel rose at the center of it all. It pierced the sky like a white spear, enormous and impossible, catching sunlight along its sides until it seemed almost unreal. No matter how many times Belle saw it, some part of him still felt like the country boy he had pretended to be, staring up with his mouth slightly open. Only he had never been exactly that. A royal notice board stood near the next crossroad. Belle's steps slowed before he meant them to. The board displayed trade decrees, route updates, and notices from distant kingdoms that still liked to pretend they mattered more than Orario. One parchment bore a seal pressed in dark blue wax. A crown above, 3 wings. The kingdom name beneath it was written in formal script. Belle looked away before reading. Marnie noticed. She always noticed too much for someone who claimed not to care before noon. "Bad news?" she asked lightly. "Old news," Belle said. It was not a lie. That was the problem. Casso bumped his shoulder gently. "Then don't waste your good morning on it." Belle breathed out, grateful for the easy escape. "Right." They continued. The city widened as they approached the eastern avenue, where the streets sloped toward the edge of the island. The air changed there. It grew brighter, cleaner, carrying salt from far-off cloud seas and the sharp scent of wind-polished wood. The buildings spread apart to make room for cargo lifts, rope bridges, and floating gangways. Then the skyship docks opened before them. Belle stopped looking forward. He always did. Ships hung against the open blue, moored to enormous stone pylons carved into the island's edge. Some were small courier vessels with narrow hulls and bright sails. Others were heavy cargo ships with layered decks, brass stabilizers, and nets full of crates from islands Belle had only heard named in tavern songs. Their sails caught high-altitude wind and snapped like wings. Ropes creaked. Bells rang. Dockworkers shouted route numbers. North Lane to Mistral Crown. Cargo lift 3, watch the swing. Passenger boarding for the Western Reefs closes in 10. Beyond the docks, the world opened into impossible distance. Skylanes stretched into clouds, faint glowing paths marked by floating buoys and wind crystals. Far away, islands drifted like shadows in the blue. Some were green and bright with forests. Some were only jagged stone silhouettes. One had waterfalls spilling from its edge, the water breaking into mist long before it reached the lower skies. Belle stared. Every time, he told himself he would only look for a second. Every time, a second lasted longer. A skyship lifted from its mooring with a deep wooden groan. Its sails unfurled, pale gold against the morning. Wind caught them, and the vessel slid outward, graceful as a bird leaving a branch. For a moment, sunlight flashed across its hull and painted the clouds beneath it in warm fire. Belle's chest ached. Not from sadness. Not exactly. From wanting. "Belle?" Casso asked. Belle blinked. The others had walked a few steps ahead and stopped. Marnie raised an eyebrow, not teasing for once. "You coming?" Belle took one last look at the ship as it turned toward the cloud lane. Then he smiled, a little too quickly. "Yeah." He kept walking. He did not explain why he looked at the docks every time. No one asked. That was another kind of kindness. By late morning, they entered Babel and descended into the dungeon. The shift from sky to stone always felt strange. One moment, Orario stretched above and around them in color and noise. The next, the dungeon's first floors closed in with pale walls, cool air, and that soft living silence that made every sound matter. Bell adjusted easily. His face changed in small ways. The warmth remained, but his eyes sharpened. His shoulders settled. His steps became lighter, quieter, placed with care rather than habit. He walked slightly ahead of the others without making it obvious, close enough to guide, far enough to react. Marnie noticed and sighed. There he goes. Bell glanced back. There I go where? Into Sirius Bell. I am not Sirius Bell. Casso grinned. You absolutely are. Tovo whispered loudly. Sirius Bell has arrived. Fun Bell died at the entrance. I can't hear you. Sirius Bell hears everything. Bell tried not to smile and failed. They moved through the upper floors at a steady pace. The dungeon was not especially cruel that morning, but it was never safe. Shadows gathered in corners. The walls breathed faintly if one listened too hard. A distant scrape echoed from a side passage and vanished. Bell lifted one hand. The party stopped immediately. No argument. No question. He crouched near the floor and touched a smear of dust. His fingers brushed over 3 thin lines cut through it. Needle rabbits, he murmured. 5, maybe 6. Moving fast. Marnie drew her short spear. Ahead. Bell nodded toward a bend in the tunnel. They're waiting around the corner. Tovo groaned. I hate when breakfast has opinions. They are not breakfast, Casso said. Not with that attitude. Bell drew his short sword. The first needle rabbit launched from the bend like a white blur. Bell moved before it fully appeared. His sword flashed once, not wide, not dramatic, just clean. The monster broke apart in a burst of ash and light, a stone clattering against the floor. 2 more came behind it. Marnie caught one on her spear haft and kicked it aside. Casso blocked another with his shield, grunting as the impact pushed him back half a step. Bell stepped between them without crowding either. Left. Marnie ducked. A rabbit that would have struck her shoulder sailed past and met Bell's knife instead. He twisted, let momentum carry him, and flicked the blade free just as Tovo finished the last one with a surprisingly offended shout. Rude little ankle demons. Silence returned. Then Casso looked at Bell. You saw that one before it jumped. I heard the claws. I heard Marnie complain about my boots. I did not complain, Marnie said. I judged. Bell crouched to collect the stones, smiling faintly. You all did fine. Tovo pointed at him. No, do not do that. Do what? Make it sound like we are children who remembered not to eat glue. Marnie snorted. Casso sheathed his sword. He means you make dangerous things look simple. Bell stood, suddenly awkward. It wasn't simple. You held formation well. Marnie covered the blind angle. Tovo reacted fast. Casso kept the line steady. The others stared at him. What? Bell asked. Marnie's expression softened, then turned mischievous to hide it. Nothing. Our humble captain is complimenting us again. I'm not your captain. See, Tovo said. That is exactly what a captain avoiding paperwork would say. Bell looked genuinely alarmed. There's paperwork. Casso laughed so hard his shield slipped. They continued deeper for another hour, mapping one altered corridor and clearing 2 small monster clusters. Bell never took command in the obvious way. He did not shout unless needed. He simply noticed first. A crack in the wall. A shift in air. The wrong echo from a passage that should have been empty. He gave small warnings, adjusted his place, and somehow everyone moved better around him. It was not royal. At least, Bell told himself it was not. But responsibility followed him like a shadow with patient feet. Near midday, they found the last chamber they meant to check. The ceiling arched low, with pale crystals growing along one side, and a shallow pool reflecting their light. It was beautiful in the quiet way the dungeon sometimes became beautiful, as if trying to apologize for all the teeth. Bell marked the map slate while the others rested. A soft crack came from the wall. Bell's hand stopped. The wall split. 3 goblins burst through, followed by a larger war shadow with long arms and a mouth too wide for its face. Casso swore and raised his shield. Marnie rolled to one knee. Tovo threw a potion bottle straight upward in panic, then caught it again by accident. Bell moved. Not fast like panic. Fast like certainty. He stepped into the war shadow's path and struck its wrist before its claws reached Casso's neck. The creature shrieked. Bell pivoted under its second arm, sliding along the inside line where its reach became useless. His blade flashed twice against the same point, cutting tendon, then joint. Marnie's spear slammed into its side. Casso bashed it off balance. Tovo. I know. Tovo flung a small fire charge. It burst against the floor beneath the goblins, scattering them in a flash of orange. Bell did not look back. He trusted the others to handle them. The war shadow lunged again. Bell's eyes narrowed. For one breath, something strange moved through him. Not magic exactly. More like the world arranging itself into lines. He saw the creature's weight shift. Saw the cracked stone under its left foot. Saw the tiny hesitation before its attack. Bell stepped onto the crack and struck upward. The war shadow stumbled exactly where his blade needed it to be. His sword pierced the monster's core. It dissolved into smoke and ash. The chamber became quiet except for everyone breathing. Tovo lowered his hand slowly. All right, I am officially complaining. Bell blinked. About what? You. Marnie leaned on her spear. Agreed. Casso pointed at the fading smoke. That was not normal. Bell wiped his blade with a cloth. It was just timing. You always say that, Marnie said. Because it is usually timing. And the other times? Bell hesitated. A memory flashed across his mind. A hall too bright. A sword instructor bowing too deeply. Someone saying princes must learn to read a battlefield before they learn to command one. He pushed it away. The other times, he said lightly, are luck. Tovo narrowed his eyes. Suspicious luck. The best kind, Casso said. They laughed, and Bell let the sound carry him back to safer ground. By afternoon, they returned to the surface with a modest pouch of stones, one updated map slate, 2 torn straps, and Tovo's dramatic claim that he had nearly died of emotional damage. Orario's sunlight felt warmer after the dungeon's pale glow. Bell stood outside Babel for a moment and breathed in the city. Noise, smoke, bread, wind, life. He bought medicine from a side street apothecary for Lady Celia's old knee, though she always insisted gods did not have old knees. He picked up repaired straps from a blacksmith who complained for 7 straight minutes about rookie adventurers trying to bargain with exposure. He bought bread from the baker near West Arch because she did not burn it unless it rained, and the sky had been clear all day. The city had shifted into late afternoon gold. Markets softened. Shadows lengthened. Children who had played in the morning now dragged their feet home, wooden swords hanging at their sides like real weapons after a lost war. Guild workers moved slower, faces tired but satisfied. The sky ships at the docks gleamed in the distance, their sails catching sunset colors. Bell paused again. Only briefly. A ship was arriving this time. Its hull was dark blue, lined with silver trim. Its sails were folded tight, and its figurehead was shaped like a bird with swept wings. It descended toward the docks with practiced elegance, guided by glowing wind crystals that hummed faintly in the air. Bell watched until it vanished behind a row of warehouses. Then he turned home. The Celia Familia headquarters waited at the end of a quieter street, tucked between a tailor's shop and a closed bookstore with ivy around the windows. Warm light glowed from the lower floor. Someone inside was laughing. Someone else was singing badly. The smell of stew drifted through the door, rich and familiar. Bell's shoulders loosened. He shifted the bread under one arm and reached for the gate. Then he stopped. Someone was sitting on the front steps. A young woman. Bell did not recognize her. She sat with perfect composure, as if waiting on a noble balcony instead of the slightly cracked steps of a small familia house. A fitted travel coat, deep navy with pale stitching, fell neatly around her. Practical boots. Gloves. A captain's short cloak fastened at one shoulder with a silver clasp shaped like a wing. Her dark hair was tied back, though a few loose strands moved in the evening breeze. A leather document case rested beside her. In her hands, she held a sheet of paper. She was reading it calmly. Not impatiently. Not nervously. Calmly. That made Bell more cautious than if she had been armed. The house behind her still looked like home. Warm windows. Crooked roofline. Familiar door. The place where Marnie would complain about boots, Tovo would insult dinner, Casso would ask about tomorrow's route, and Lady Celia would pretend not to notice everything while noticing all of it. But now, with that silent woman on the steps, the whole building felt different. As if the road Bell had refused to name had finally found the address. Bell stopped a few paces away, bread tucked under his arm, hand resting near his belt without fully reaching for a weapon. The young woman did not look up. The paper in her hand stirred softly in the wind. Bell's ordinary life stood behind her. The sky waited above her. And for the first time in 3 years, Bell felt the strange, unmistakable chill of being found.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 2. The Bill of Lading. The young woman on the steps turned a page as if Bell had arrived on schedule. She did not startle. She did not rise. She did not ask whether she had found the correct house, because apparently doubt was not among her cargo. Evening wind tugged lightly at the edge of her navy travel coat, but she ignored it with the calm focus of someone used to reading documents on moving decks, shaking gangways, and possibly during storms. Bell stood with bread tucked under one arm, one hand resting near his belt, and the uncomfortable feeling that his front door had become foreign territory. The woman finally lowered the document half an inch. Her eyes were gray-blue, clear and measuring, like sky seen through polished glass. "Bell Cranel," she said. Bell's fingers tightened around the bread. For 3 years in Orario, people had called him Bell Ardent. Some said it lazily, some said it warmly. Marnie shortened it to Ardent when annoyed and Bell when worried. Lady Celia used his chosen name with such care that he almost believed it had always belonged to him. But this stranger said the other name without hesitation, without curiosity, and without asking permission. Bell kept his voice polite. "That depends on who is asking." "A reasonable answer," she said. Then she stood. She moved with the neat balance of someone used to decks beneath her feet. Not stiff like a court lady, not relaxed like a street traveler. Precise. Her coat fell into clean lines, and the silver wing clasp at her shoulder caught the last gold of sunset. She tucked the paper into a leather satchel worn smooth from use, then drew out another sealed packet with 3 colored ribbons marking different sections. "My name is Vesna Caulfield," she said. "Captain of the Ardent Meridian. Registered independent route holder under the merchant sovereignty. Noble representative by necessity, not preference. I am here because your kingdom, my sovereignty, and several people with an impressive talent for ruining other people's week have arranged an engagement between us." Bell stared at her. The bread slipped slightly under his arm. He caught it before it fell. "I'm sorry," he said carefully. "Could you repeat the last part?" Vesna held out the packet. "I expected that." Bell did not take it immediately. She waited. Not impatiently, not kindly. Simply waited, as if handing alarming documents to runaway princes outside small familia houses was an ordinary part of Sky Route administration. Bell looked at the packet, then at her face. "You are serious." "I usually am." That was not a question. Then yes. Bell slowly took the packet. The seal on the front had been pressed in dark blue wax. A crown above, 3 wings. He knew the mark. He knew the exact weight of that wax. He knew the way official palace scribes folded formal paper, so the seal sat perfectly centered. His stomach sank before he read a single word. Vesna folded her gloved hands in front of her. "I would prefer you read the first page before you panic." "I'm not panicking." "You are holding bread like it insulted your mother." Bell looked down. The loaf was slightly crushed. He adjusted his grip with as much dignity as possible. "The bread is fine. I'm relieved for both of you." Bell opened the packet. The first page was written in formal trade script, with elegant margins, legal clauses, and more stamps than any honest document deserved. His eyes moved quickly over the words. Betrothal. Provisional alliance. Royal house. Merchant sovereignty. Route protection. Mutual recognition. Political security. Public statement to follow after confirmation. Then his gaze landed on the names. Bell Cranel. Vesna Caulfield. Provisional engagement contract. Bell read the line again. Then a third time, in case the paper had decided to become less ridiculous. It had not. His voice came out too calm. "This says I am engaged." "It does." "To you?" "Yes." "Through an agreement I did not sign." "Correct." "With an institution I have not contacted in 3 years." That was noted in the appendix. Bell blinked. "There's an appendix?" "There are 3. His shoulders sagged slightly. Vesna looked almost sympathetic. "Almost. I recommend not reading them outdoors. The third one includes inheritance language and will make you want to walk into traffic." Bell closed the packet halfway, then opened it again because not looking did not make it disappear. "You came all the way to Orario for this?" "Yes." "How long have you known?" 3 weeks. Bell looked up sharply. Vesna's expression did not change, but something in her eyes tightened just enough for him to see. 3 weeks since the merchant sovereignty delivered the notice to my route office. 3 weeks since I discovered my family, your kingdom, and several trade ministers had confused my ship schedule with my personal future. The words were calm. The anger beneath them was not. Bell lowered the papers slightly. "Did you agree to this?" Vesna looked at him fully for the first time. "Not remotely." Bell breathed out. "Great. Me neither." For 2 seconds, neither of them moved. The street noise softened around them. The warm light in the familia windows glowed behind Vesna's shoulders. A skyship bell rang somewhere far off near the docks, thin and bright in the evening air. Bell saw, with sudden clarity, that Vesna was not here as an enemy carrying chains. She was here as another person who had opened a packet and found her life rearranged by strangers. Vesna seemed to reach the same conclusion. Then they both looked away. Bell cleared his throat. All right. Vesna nodded once. All right. The front door opened behind her. Marnie leaned out, saw Bell, saw Vesna, saw the sealed documents, and immediately developed the expression of someone witnessing the beginning of a story she intended to repeat with improvements. Bell, she said slowly. Who is your very official-looking visitor? Bell turned. Marnie. Yes. Please don't. I haven't said anything. You are about to. I was going to say welcome. With that face. This is my welcoming face. From inside, Tovo's voice called. Is Bell being arrested? Casso answered. Why would he be arrested? Tovo said. Because he has the posture of a man who just discovered paperwork. Marnie's eyes dropped to the packet. He has discovered paperwork. Bell closed his eyes briefly. Vesna watched the exchange with interest. Your familia is observant. They are terrible. We heard that. Casso called. I meant it affectionately. Still heard it. Bell opened his eyes and looked at Vesna. We should probably not discuss this on the front steps. That would be preferable, Vesna said. I have already spent 20 minutes being studied by your neighbor's cat. Bell glanced toward the tailor's window. A fat gray cat sat behind the glass, watching them with the cold judgment of nobility. That's Admiral, Bell said. Appropriate name. He owns the street. I suspected as much. Bell stepped aside and gestured toward the door. Please come in, Captain Caulfield. Vesna is acceptable for now, she said. For now. That depends on how the rest of this conversation goes. Bell could not tell whether she was joking. That, he realized, might be the joke. Inside, the Familia headquarters wrapped them in warmth, stew smell, and immediate curiosity. The common room was lit by hanging lamps and the orange glow from the hearth. Mismatched chairs circled low tables scratched by years of meals, games, arguments, repairs, and one knife-throwing competition Lady Celia had banned halfway through because walls are not practice partners. The moment Vesna entered, every conversation slowed. Casso stood with a bowl in hand. Tovo had a spoon halfway to his mouth. Marnie slipped inside behind them and closed the door with suspicious gentleness. Bell tried to walk like a man in control of the situation. He managed 3 steps before Tovo said, Bell, why is there a ship captain in our house? Bell stopped. How did you know she was a captain? Tovo pointed with his spoon. Boots. Coat. Terrifying paperwork posture. Vesna tilted her head slightly. That is not inaccurate. Marnie whispered, I like her. Bell gave her a look. Marnie smiled innocently. At the far side of the room, Lady Celia appeared from the kitchen doorway with a tea tray already in her hands. Bell stared at the tray. She smiled. You were taking too long. You made tea. I heard the word engagement through the window. Marnie coughed. Tovo dropped his spoon into his bowl. Casso looked at Bell with wide eyes. Bell's dignity quietly left the room, probably through the chimney. Vesna did not flinch. Your hearing is excellent. Lady Celia set the tea tray on the central table. My house is old, my windows are thin, and my children are not subtle. Lady Celia, head of this familia. Vesna bowed, not low enough to flatter, not shallow enough to insult. Vesna Caulfield, captain of the Ardent Meridian. I apologize for arriving with difficult news. Difficult news usually arrives whether invited or not. Lady Celia looked toward Bell. Sit. Bell sat. Vesna sat across from him. Marnie, Casso, and Tovo lingered at the edge of the room in a formation pretending not to be a formation. Lady Celia poured tea with calm precision. You 3 may either sit properly or go pretend to do chores somewhere else. The 3 of them immediately sat. Bell buried his face in one hand. Vesna accepted her cup, efficient command structure. Lady Celia smiled. They respond best to honesty and threats of dish duty. Most crews are similar. Tovo whispered to Casso, she has a crew. Marnie whispered back, she has a ship. Casso whispered, Bell has an engagement? Bell looked up. I do not have an engagement. Vesna lifted one finger. Technically, you have a provisional engagement. That is worse. It is legally less binding. Emotionally worse. Fair. Lady Celia's amber eyes moved from Vesna to Bell, then back again. Let us begin with the facts. Bell handed her the packet. She did not open it immediately. Instead, she looked at him over Vesna's head with an expression that communicated very clearly. Well, this is interesting. Bell very slightly shook his head. Lady Celia's expression shifted without moving much at all. I didn't say anything. Bell's look sharpened. You were thinking it loudly. Lady Celia took a sip of tea, serene as a saint and twice as dangerous. Vesna glanced between them. Should I be concerned that a silent conversation has occurred? Yes, Tovo said. No, Bell said at the same time. Lady Celia opened the packet. Only mildly. Vesna's mouth twitched once. Bell noticed. He wished he had not, because noticing things was how trouble began. Lady Celia read the first page quickly. Then the second. Her face did not change, but the room felt quieter around her. The familia members stopped whispering. Bell watched her eyes move over the formal names and seals. He knew the moment she reached his true name because her fingers paused for half a breath. Only half. Then she continued. When she lowered the page, her voice remained gentle. This is genuine. Bell had known. Hearing it still struck him. Marnie's expression softened. Casso looked confused but worried. Tovo sat very still, which was more alarming than anything he could have said. Lady Celia folded the paper neatly. Captain Caulfield, explain. Vesna placed her cup down. Your familia member's kingdom has negotiated through back channels with the merchant sovereignty. The agreement appears to serve four interests. First, his kingdom gains access to protected trade routes. Second, the sovereignty gains political protection and royal legitimacy in regions where merchant authority is treated as convenient until inconvenient. Third, my ship, the Ardent Meridian, receives route shielding for several independent lanes I have been fighting to keep free of noble interference. Fourth, his kingdom gains a polite method of pulling him back toward royal responsibility without sending soldiers. The room absorbed that. Tovo raised a hand slowly. I understood half of those words, and all of them sounded expensive. They are, Vesna said. Casso looked at Bell. Royal responsibility? Bell kept his gaze on the table. There it was. Not all of it. Not the whole truth. But enough of it had entered the room that pretending became insulting. I was not always Bell Arden, he said quietly. Marnie's voice was soft. We guessed. Bell looked up. Tovo shrugged with unusual gentleness. You use knives like someone trained you in a courtyard, not an alley. Casso nodded. And you once corrected a noble's bow at the market, then looked like you wanted to jump off the island. Bell closed his eyes. I did do that. Lady Celia placed one hand near his cup, not touching him, only close enough that he knew she was there. You owed us honesty when you were ready, not before. The guilt in Bell's chest loosened and hurt at the same time. Vesna watched silently. Bell looked at her. How much do you know? Enough to locate you, she said. Enough to confirm the seal. Enough to know your kingdom prefers calling your departure a private retreat instead of an escape. Not enough to judge the truth. I dislike judging from incomplete manifests. Manifests. I was raised among cargo ledgers. Everything is a manifest if you are tired enough. Despite himself, Bell smiled faintly. Then the smile faded. What happens if we refuse? Vesna leaned back slightly. Not relaxed. Calculating. Immediately? Nothing dramatic. No one bursts through the door. No one declares war before breakfast. Institutions prefer quieter punishments. Your kingdom could pressure this familia by challenging its registrations, property status, debts, permits, or dungeon access. The merchant sovereignty could declare me politically unreliable and restrict my independent routes. Rumors would spread. Other nobles would invent motives. Merchants would bet on outcomes. Your hidden life in Orario would become very difficult to protect. Bell's jaw tightened. The room felt warmer than before, but not in a comforting way. Marnie crossed her arms. They would go after the familia? Perhaps not directly, Vesna said. Direct action creates blame. Pressure creates compliance. Tovo made a face. I hate politics. Vesna nodded. A healthy response. Bell stared into his tea. The surface reflected a small, broken version of his face. He had known his past might catch him someday. He had imagined letters, palace messengers, maybe an angry minister arriving with a speech polished like a sword. He had not imagined a skyship captain on his front steps, carrying an engagement contract with enough trade logic behind it to make refusal dangerous for people who had fed him breakfast that morning. His hands curled slightly around the cup. I'm sorry, he said. Marnie frowned. Bell, this reached your door because of me. Lady Celia's voice remained calm. This reached our door because powerful people chose your door as a handle. Bell looked at her. She smiled faintly. Do not confuse being used with being guilty. Vesna picked up her tea. That is a useful distinction. Bell breathed slowly. He wanted to refuse. Every honest part of him wanted to slide the packet back across the table and say no. No to the engagement. No to the documents. No to any kingdom that thought his life could be moved like a chess piece. But refusal was not a shield if someone else paid the cost. He had run to Orario to become ordinary. Somehow, ordinary had become something he needed to protect. Vesna reached into her satchel and withdrew a smaller notebook. Its corners were reinforced with brass, and colored tabs marked the pages. I spent the last 3 weeks determining my options. Bribery would fail. Legal challenge would take too long. Public refusal would create a scandal. Private refusal would allow both institutions to rewrite the story. Disappearing would cost me my ship, which I will not do. That sounds thorough, Belle said. It was a long 3 weeks. What option did you find? Vesna opened the notebook. Exactly one acceptable. Belle lifted a hand slightly. Wait. She stopped. Everyone looked at him. Belle stared at the packet between them, then at Vesna's notebook, then toward the window where the last violet light of evening had settled above the rooftops. Somewhere beyond those roofs were the skyship docks. He thought of sails catching high wind, floating gangways, distant islands like shadows in blue. The Ardent Meridian, a ship that had crossed the sky to bring his old life to his new one. His pulse changed. Not faster from fear. Different. He pushed the feeling aside before it became visible. What if we don't refuse immediately? Belle asked. Vesna's eyes sharpened. Continue. What if we control the arrangement instead of letting it control us? Lady Celia's gaze warmed with quiet attention. Belle sat straighter. We traveled together aboard the Ardent Meridian for 1 year. Publicly, we maintained the engagement enough to satisfy both sides. Privately, we treat it as a provisional alliance between two unwilling participants. Tovo whispered. That is the most Belle sentence I have ever heard. Marnie elbowed him. Belle continued. During that year, we gather leverage. We understand what both institutions actually want. We make sure neither side can turn one of us into the villain. At the end of the year, if neither of us wants to proceed, we dissolve the engagement together. Publicly, with a united explanation. Vesna did not answer. She looked at him. Not softly, not romantically, not with surprise exactly. With assessment. Belle could almost see her mind moving behind her eyes, measuring routes, risks, costs, statements, reactions, clauses, weather, reputation, fuel, cargo, and probably the price of rope in 3 different ports. The silence stretched. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Tovo opened his mouth. Marnie covered it with her hand. Vesna finally spoke. That's workable. Belle noticed the word. Not good. Not agreeable. Workable. Somehow, that reassured him more. Vesna closed her notebook halfway. It creates mutual agency. It delays institutional escalation. It gives the sovereignty visible cooperation. It gives your kingdom the appearance of progress. It protects your familia from immediate pressure. It allows me to keep my route schedule. It prevents either side from isolating one of us. Belle nodded slowly. That was what I hoped. Hope is not a plan. I know. You made one anyway. I try. For the first time, Vesna's expression shifted into something close to approval. Very close. Then it was gone. She opened her notebook again. There are conditions. Belle almost laughed. Of course there are. Separate cabins. Obviously. Independent finances. Yes. No public declarations beyond what is necessary. Agreed. No pretending affection for audiences unless strategically unavoidable. Tovo made a strangled noise behind Marnie's hand. Belle's ears warmed. Agreed. Vesna looked down at the page. No unilateral decisions involving my ship. No unilateral decisions involving my familia. Accepted. No secrets that endanger the route. Belle hesitated. Vesna noticed immediately. That is not the same as no secrets. I am not asking for your entire past tonight. I am asking for operational safety. Belle exhaled. Accepted. Lady Celia's eyes softened again. Vesna tapped the notebook once. Then my strongest objection becomes duration. 1 year too long. 1 year is useful. It is also costly. Your absence from Orario becomes noticeable. My carrying you becomes political theater. We will need a reason that does not sound like romance or exile. Belle thought for a moment. Route protection? Vesna's gaze sharpened with interest. He continued. The engagement agreement already ties my kingdom to your routes. I travel as a royal observer for Skylane security and trade conditions. You retain command because it is your ship. I observe, assist where useful, and publicly learn the practical value of the alliance. Marnie leaned toward Casso. He sounds different when cornered. Casso whispered, useful different. Tovo whispered, terrifying paperwork. Belle. Vesna ignored them, but the corner of her mouth almost moved again. That would satisfy both institutions. It also explains why we are together without requiring sentimental nonsense. Good, Belle said. I'm bad at sentimental nonsense under supervision. Lady Celia coughed delicately into her tea. Belle looked at her. What? Nothing. You are thinking loudly again. I am drinking tea. Vesna wrote something in her notebook. Your goddess is enjoying this. Very much, Lady Celia said. Belle looked betrayed. Vesna's pen moved with quick, neat strokes. We can either become a scandal managed by people who do not care what we want, or we can become a negotiation managed by us. The room went quiet. Belle felt the lines settle into him. That was it. That was the shape of the problem. Not romance. Not duty. Not obedience. Control. If he refused blindly, other people would write the story. If Vesna refused alone, other people would punish her for it. If they moved together, they did not become free, not yet, but they became harder to move. Belle looked at the familia around him. Marnie, trying not to look worried. Casso, confused but ready to help anyway. Tovo, unusually quiet. Lady Celia, watching him with the same kindness she had offered the first night he arrived. He could not keep Orario unchanged. But maybe he could keep it safe. Then we manage it, Belle said. Vesna nodded once. Good. Tovo slowly raised his hand. Question from the ordinary people table. Lady Celia sighed. Tovo. No, important question. Does this mean Belle is leaving? The room stilled again. Belle looked at Vesna. She answered because she had already done the timing. The Ardent Meridian departs in 1 week. I delayed once to come here personally. I cannot delay again without losing priority in 3 lanes and offending 2 port authorities who already dislike me. 1 week, Marnie said softly. Belle's chest tightened. 1 week to close out dungeon obligations. 1 week to speak to the guild. 1 week to tell people who had become his everyday life that he was leaving. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough for his chair at breakfast to feel empty. 1 week to pack a room that held almost nothing and somehow contained everything. Casso rubbed the back of his neck. That's soon. It is, Belle said. Vesna's gaze rested on him. If you need more time, say so now. I can absorb some consequences. Not all. Belle appreciated that she said it plainly. He also understood the offer cost her. He shook his head. 1 week works. Lady Celia studied him. Belle. He looked at her. She did not tell him to stay. She did not tell him to go. She only waited, as she always had, for him to choose honestly. Belle swallowed. If we delay too long, they control the situation. Vesna is right. Vesna did not react to hearing her name, but something in her posture eased by a single thread. Lady Celia nodded. Then we will prepare. Marnie stood abruptly. I'm making a list. Tovo groaned. There it is. Disaster has become chores. Casso stood too. I'll help with guild notices. Belle blinked. You don't have to. Marnie pointed at him. Do not say something noble and annoying. Tovo added. We are already upset. Don't make it worse. Casso nodded seriously. Also, you'll forget half the practical things because you'll be busy feeling responsible. Belle opened his mouth, then closed it. Vesna watched the familia with an unreadable expression. Not cold, not distant. More like she was recording something unexpected for later review. Lady Celia gathered the documents and placed them neatly between Belle and Vesna. Then the terms are understood. 1 year aboard the Ardent Meridian. Public cooperation. Private independence. Mutual protection. Dissolution at year's end if desired, presented jointly. Correct, Vesna said. Belle nodded. Correct. Lady Celia smiled faintly. And tea before anyone signs anything. Vesna looked down at her cup, then picked it up. A sound policy. Belle almost smiled. Outside, Orario settled into evening. Lamps lit along the street one by one. Far in the distance, a skyship horn sounded from the docks, low and bright, carrying over rooftops like a promise made by the wind. Belle heard it more clearly than he wanted to. A week from now, he would not be walking home from Babel with bread under his arm. A week from now, he would not be taking his usual seat at breakfast. A week from now, he would stand aboard the Ardent Meridian, no longer only an adventurer hiding in Orario, no longer only Belle Arden of a small familia house with creaking floors and loud mornings. He would be Belle Cranel again, at least enough for the world to notice. Across the table, Vesna Caulfield closed her notebook with a soft snap. The stranger from the steps was no longer just a stranger. She was a captain, a negotiator, an unwilling fiancé by paperwork, and the beginning of a problem too large to solve from the safety of home. Possibly, Belle thought as the skyship horn faded into the night, the beginning of an adventure.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 3, the week before. Belle stood in front of his open wardrobe and stared at 3 shirts as if they had become a military problem. The room was quiet, which somehow made everything worse. Downstairs, the familia had already finished dinner, and the common room carried the soft aftersounds of home. Chairs scraping, bowls being stacked, Tovo complaining that dish duty was a legal attack against his spirit, and Marnie telling him his spirit could learn to rinse plates. Belle heard all of it through the floorboards. He knew every voice, every rhythm, every small argument. That was the problem. He He was not afraid of the sky. He was afraid of walking downstairs and changing the shape of those voices. His room looked smaller than usual. The narrow bed, the shelf of books, the spare boots tucked beneath it, the folded cloak on the peg, the scuffed chair where his armor rested after every dungeon run. Nothing had moved. Nothing had broken. Yet everything felt like it was already preparing to become a memory. Bell picked up one shirt, folded it, unfolded it, then folded it again badly. He stopped, sighed, and set it on the bed. Coward, he muttered to himself. The floorboard outside his door creaked. Talking to laundry now, Marnie asked from the hall. Bell turned. How long have you been there? Long enough to learn your shirts are winning. They are organized. They are in a tragic pile. Bell looked at the bed. The shirts did look defeated. Marnie leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. She wore her usual expression, the one that pretended not to care while caring with the force of a thrown brick. Her hair was tied back messily, and her boots finally matched, which meant the situation was serious. Bell tried to smile. I was about to come downstairs. Everyone knows. His smile faded. Marnie tilted her head toward the stairs. They're waiting. Tovo is pretending he isn't. Casso has polished the same cup 4 times. Lady Celia made tea, which means either comfort or interrogation. Possibly both. Probably both. Definitely both. Bell looked at his room one more time. I don't know how to say it. Marnie's face softened, but only for a second. Then say it badly. We'll fix it around you. That almost broke him. He nodded once and followed her downstairs. The common room had never looked more ordinary. That made it hurt more. Casso sat near the hearth, turning a clean cup in his hands as if he planned to polish through the ceramic. Tovo lounged in a chair with exaggerated laziness, but his foot bounced under the table. Lady Celia sat at the head of the room with a tray of tea beside her, calm as moonlight and twice as hard to fool. 2 other Familia members, Cello and Bryn, had paused near the shelves where they pretended to sort supplies. Nobody was pretending well. Bell stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Every face turned toward him. He had fought monsters that were less frightening than this. Bell drew a slow breath. Someone from my past found me. Tovo's foot stopped moving. Bell kept his hands loose at his sides, though they wanted to curl into fists. There is a political arrangement I did not choose. Vesna Caulfield did not choose it either. We agreed to travel together aboard her ship, the Ardent Meridian, for 1 year. Publicly, it will satisfy the people who arranged it. Privately, it gives both of us control. It keeps the situation from becoming a scandal someone else can use. The room stayed silent. Bell forced himself to continue. I cannot explain every detail yet. Not because I don't trust you. Because some of it involves people who could make trouble for this familia if I say too much too carelessly. But I am not being dragged away. I chose this. I am not abandoning you. Casso sniffed loudly. Everyone looked at him. He immediately turned his face away. Smoke from the hearth. The hearth isn't smoking, Sella said. It's emotional smoke. Tovo nodded solemnly. Very dangerous. Gets in the eyes. Casso rubbed his face with his sleeve. Shut up. Bell's throat tightened. Marnie stepped forward first. You should have told us sooner. Bell looked at her. I know. No, you don't get to agree politely. That makes it harder to be angry. Her voice shook at the edges. You lived here for 3 years. We ate with you, fought with you, dragged you back from the dungeon when you pretended you were fine with a bleeding shoulder. You should have trusted us with more than your fake surname. I wanted to. Then why didn't you? Bell swallowed. Because if I said it out loud, it became real. And if it became real, I thought I would lose this. He gestured helplessly around the room. The old chairs, the tea tray, the patched curtains, the people watching him with hurt faces and open hearts. Marnie's anger wavered. Bell lowered his voice. I'm sorry. For a moment, no one moved. Then Tovo leaned back and said, Important question. Is Captain Caulfield pretty? Marnie hit him with a cushion so hard it made a sound like a defeated bird. Ow. I said important. Sella threw another cushion. Read the room. I did. The room needed tension relief. Bryn, who rarely spoke unless food was involved, lifted a hand. Will you sleep on the ship or do skyships make passengers dangle underneath in nets? Bell blinked. What? I've heard things. Tovo rubbed his head. From who? Dock workers. Dock workers lie for sport. Bell almost laughed, and the room loosened with him. I'll have a cabin, he said. A separate cabin. Tovo opened his mouth. Marnie pointed at him. Do not. He closed it. Casso looked up, eyes still wet. Are you coming back? That question landed harder than all the others. Bell's answer came without hesitation. Yes. The room became very still. He said it again, because it mattered. Yes. I don't know what the year will bring. I don't know how complicated this will become. But I am coming back to Orario. I am coming back here. Lady Celia's gaze remained steady on him. Then, she said gently, we will keep your chair. Casso made a terrible noise and covered his face again. Tovo cleared his throat. Well, since this is tragic, you are legally required to bring souvenirs. Marnie nodded sharply, wiping at one eye while pretending not to. Good ones. Not cheap dock trash. Sella pointed. Spices. Bryn said, foreign bread. Casso sniffed. A sky map. Tovo added. A heroic story about how you missed us constantly. Bell smiled despite the ache in his chest. I can do some of that. Which part? Marnie asked. Not the heroic story. Liar. You'll miss us terribly. Bell looked at them all. Yes, he said softly. I will. The week began with paperwork, because apparently every life-changing adventure required ink before courage. Bell visited the guild the next morning to settle his dungeon records, temporary route absence, and equipment filings. The guild clerk asked whether his leave was for injury, travel, training, family matters, or other complicated personal disaster. Bell stared at the form for too long before choosing travel. The clerk glanced at his face and quietly added family matters without comment. Outside, Orario moved through its ordinary morning. Adventurers crowded the streets with weapons and loud confidence. Vendors shouted about breakfast skewers. A rookie stood near a crossroads, turning a map upside down with growing despair. Bell paused. He was already late. He went anyway. The guild is that way, he said, pointing down the avenue. Don't buy potions from the first stall near the entrance. The second one is fairer. And if someone offers you a discount on a cursed dagger, assume only one of those words is true. The rookie blinked. Which one? Cursed. Bell continued walking before the boy could ask more. He made it 3 streets before guilt and affection tangled together again. He had given that sort of advice dozens of times. Directions. Warnings. Small corrections. Nothing important enough to remember. Yet now each ordinary kindness felt like a pebble placed on a scale. He was not leaving because Orario had failed him. Orario had done the opposite. It had given him corners to know, people to greet, mistakes to make, meals to share, and mornings where nobody cared who he had been before. That was why leaving hurt. By midday, he returned borrowed gear to a smith near the West Market. The smith, an older woman named Gara, inspected the buckler he brought back and grunted. You cleaned it? Yes. Properly. I try. Suspicious boy. Bell blinked. Is that bad? Means you're leaving or dying. Which? Leaving. Better. Come back with dents. Dents pay rent. I'll remember that. She looked at him longer than usual, then shoved a small whetstone into his hand. Travel gift. Don't look emotional in my shop. Bad for business. Bell accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Too emotional. Get out. He left smiling, and that made it worse. Later that day, he saw Vesna in the market quarter. He had gone to buy spare bandages, dried fruit, and the kind of travel soap that claimed to work in cold water, but probably lied. The market was crowded beneath rows of fluttering awnings. Skyroute merchants had set up temporary stalls near the cargo road, selling rope, sailcloth, preserved citrus, wind crystal brackets, and wooden cases stamped with port marks from islands Bell had only seen from a distance. Then he heard Vesna's voice. She stood beside a supplier's stall, one hand resting on her satchel, the other holding a narrow ledger. 2 merchants faced her with the forced smiles of men who had thought they were clever 5 minutes earlier and were now discovering weather could also carry knives. Vesna spoke in common first, calm and crisp. Your quoted rate assumes storm risk surcharge twice. The merchant opened his mouth. She switched smoothly into a clipped trade tongue Bell only half recognized. The second merchant paled slightly. Then she turned to a dock worker behind the stall and spoke in a coastal language with soft vowels and quick endings. The dock worker answered, nodded, and pointed to a stack of crates behind a blue tarp. Vesna returned to common. You listed the eastern cargo as fresh weight, not dry weight. You also charged rope tariffs under luxury handling. Rope is not luxury handling unless it sings, glows, or insults customs officials. The first merchant laughed nervously. Captain, surely we can. You can reduce the invoice by 11%, include the missing lamp oil, and stop pretending the cracked wind brackets are premium stock. The second merchant tried. Those brackets came from an auction lot after the Fulmar storm. I read the salvage notice. Both merchants went silent. Vesna closed her ledger. I am willing to be pleasant. I am not willing to be robbed politely. Bell stood near a fruit stall and watched without interrupting. The negotiation lasted 4 more minutes. Vesna did not raise her voice. She did not threaten. She simply placed facts in the correct order until the merchants had nowhere dignified to stand except agreement. By the end, she had secured a lower price, replacement brackets, 2 extra oil cases, and what sounded like an apology disguised as a delivery guarantee. Bell found himself thinking one clear thing. She is very good at being herself. Not charming, not soft, not performative. Herself. That interested him more than he expected. Vesna turned slightly as if she felt his attention, but a cart passed between them. Bell stepped back, letting the market swallow him. He did not approach. This was her world, or one part of it, and he had no reason to step into the middle like an awkward footnote. He bought the soap. It was probably lying. Back at the Familia house, packing became a community disaster. Marnie claimed Bell would forget something essential and dumped half his belongings onto the bed. Tovo arrived with travel necessities, which included dice, a fishing hook, 3 emergency candies, and a small mirror for checking whether sky ghosts stole your face. Casso brought actual supplies, spare straps, needle, thread, chalk, a folding knife, and a wrapped packet of dried herbs for nausea. Bell held up the herbs. Do skyships make people sick? Casso hesitated. Maybe. Tovo nodded gravely. Absolutely. The sky hates stomachs. Marnie said, You've never been on a skyship. No, but I've had soup on a balcony. That is not the same thing. It was windy. Bell sat on the bed while his room became less packed and more invaded. He should have been annoyed. Instead, he watched them argue over what belonged in his travel bag and felt something warm and painful press behind his ribs. Sella slipped in quietly later and left a tiny pouch of sewing buttons near his spare shirt. Bryn added a wrapped loaf of dense travel bread that could probably survive a siege. Neither of them mentioned it. Lady Celia said nothing until everyone else left. She appeared in the doorway near dusk, carrying a small wooden box. Bell stood quickly. Lady Celia. Sit, she said. He sat. She entered and looked around the room. They made it worse. Yes. Good. That means they helped. Bell smiled faintly. Lady Celia set the wooden box on his desk and opened it. Inside were coins, a small waterproof packet of paper, a dark thread bracelet bearing her familia mark, and a narrow little knife in a plain sheath. Bell's smile faded. This is too much. No, it is not. I have coin. You have visible coin. This is hidden coin. Visible coin gets taxed, stolen, borrowed, misplaced, or spent on suspicious travel soap. Bell paused. How did you know? I am divine. You saw it in my bag. I am also observant. She sat beside him on the edge of the bed, close enough to be kind, not close enough to trap him. Pack light. Keep records. Do not trust every port official just because they smile with all their teeth. Merchants are not honest because they are polite. They are polite because sharp knives are frowned upon indoors. Keep enough coin hidden for emergencies. Right when you can. Do not let pride make decisions for you. Bell stared at the box. It sounded like advice. It felt like a blessing. Lady Celia's voice softened. I knew you would not stay hidden forever. His fingers tightened against his knees. I wanted to, he admitted. I know. I thought if I became ordinary enough. You are not ordinary, Belle. He looked down. She continued gently. But you became loved. That is better. For a while, he could not speak. The room held its breath around them. Outside the window, Orario's evening bells rang, one after another, calling the city toward night. Bell listened to them and tried not to think about the fact that soon he would hear different bells in different ports, under skies he did not know. Lady Celia placed the bracelet in his palm. A home is not proven by never leaving it. Sometimes a home is proven by having somewhere to return to. Bell closed his fingers around the bracelet. His voice came out rough. You make it sound easy. It is not. That is why I said it beautifully. He laughed once, but it shook. Lady Celia smiled and touched his hair the way she sometimes did when he returned from the dungeon bruised and pretending not to be. Go see the sky, Belle. Not because they cornered you. Not because politics reached our doorstep. Go because some part of you has been looking at those ships for 3 years. Belle looked at her sharply. She looked unimpressed. Please. Everyone knows. Everyone. Tovo once started a betting pool on how long you would stare at the docks before bumping into a crate. Bell covered his face with one hand. Did I? Twice. I hate this familia. No, you do not. He lowered his hand, and the attempt at a smile failed halfway. No, he said softly. I don't. The next days passed too quickly. Bell paid off a small tab at old Ricky's potion stall, and Ricky accused him of preparing to die because no adventurer paid debts unless frightened by mortality. He bought extra socks from a seamstress who told him Sky Wind would bite through poor planning. He returned 2 borrowed books to the closed-looking bookstore beside the Familia house. where the owner made him promise to bring back a sky atlas if he found one cheap. He walked familiar streets and noticed everything. The baker near West Arch burned bread only once that week, despite clear weather, because her apprentice mixed up the oven stones. The alley cats fought over a fish head near the fountain and declared Admiral victorious by occupation. The children with wooden swords had improved their stance. One spotted Belle and proudly bent his knees too far, nearly falling over. "Better," Belle called. The boy beamed. Belle kept walking before his chest could ache again. Each day, the skyship docks pulled his gaze more strongly. Sometimes he resisted. Sometimes he failed. He saw cargo nets rise like giant woven baskets. He saw passengers hugging relatives before boarding. He saw mechanics hanging from stabilizer frames with tools in their teeth, shouting cheerful insults at gravity. The open sky beyond the docks looked different now. Less like a painting, more like a road. That realization frightened him. It also thrilled him. The thrill made him feel guilty. He would return to the Familia house at night and find Casso pretending not to count the days, Tovo inventing terrible travel laws, and Marnie checking his bag again because apparently shirts could escape if unsupervised. Belle loved them for it. He also felt a quiet part of himself turning toward the docks, toward the Ardent Meridian, toward cloud lanes and unknown islands. He did not know how to hold both truths at once. On the fourth day, he saw Vesna again. The Ardent Meridian was docked on the outer ring, where the wind moved clean and strong. Belle had not meant to walk that far. At least, that was what he told himself. He had gone to buy a map case. The map case shop happened to be near the docks. The docks happened to contain the ship. The logic was weak, but no one was there to challenge it. The Ardent Meridian rested against the open sky like a living thing at ease. Its hull was deep brown with red lacquered trim, polished enough to catch sunlight without looking ornamental. Red sails were furled along tall masts, their fabric dark as wine were folded. Brass stabilizer fins curved from the sides. Cargo lines hung in neat loops. Lanterns swayed beneath the rails, unlit in daylight but ready for night travel. Crew members moved across the deck with practiced rhythm, carrying crates, checking rigging, laughing in short bursts that vanished into the wind. At the prow stood Vesna. She was not negotiating, not reading, not measuring anyone. She stood with both hands resting lightly on the rail, looking out at the sky. From a distance, her stillness felt different. In the Familia house, Vesna had been composed. In the market, she had been precise. Here, she looked anchored, not trapped by control, but held by belonging. The wind moved through her tied-back hair and lifted the edge of her coat. She did not seem to command the ship in that moment. She seemed part of it. Belle stopped near a stack of cargo crates. He suddenly understood something he had not understood during the negotiation. The Ardent Meridian was not only Vesna's vessel. It was her home. The thought settled quietly beside his own love for the Familia house. The creaking floors, the breakfast chair, Lady Celia's tea, Marnie's terrible packing inspections, Tovo's jokes, Casso's worried kindness. Belle knew what it meant for a place to hold your shape because you had lived honestly inside it. Vesna had that too. Only hers had sails. Belle watched for one more breath, then turned away before she could notice him. He did not approach. Some things were easier to understand from a respectful distance. The final day arrived with clear skies and a wind that made every banner in Orario look restless. The Familia turned breakfast into a feast large enough to insult moderation. Bryn made 3 kinds of bread. Sella found fruit somewhere expensive and refused to explain the cost. Tovo gave a toast so dramatic it began with friends, enemies, and emotionally suspicious breakfast foods, and ended when Marnie threw a roll at him. Casso gave Belle a small sky map copied by hand from a guild reference book, the ink slightly smudged where his sleeve had dragged across it. Belle accepted it carefully. "You made this." Casso looked away. "It's not perfect." "It is. It really isn't. It is to me." Casso cried again and blamed the onions. There were no onions. Marnie gave Belle a scarf. It was gray, soft, and uneven at one edge. For wind. Belle held it gently. "You made this." "No. A mysterious scarf spirit did." "Marnie." "Yes, I made it. Don't make a face." "What face?" "The grateful orphan puppy face." Belle immediately tried to stop making that face. Tovo slapped a small pouch into Belle's hand. "Emergency candies." Belle opened it. "These are actual candies." "I know. I considered making a joke gift, then realized you might need sugar and morale." "That's thoughtful." Tovo looked offended. "Do not spread that around." Lady Celia watched from her chair, smiling quietly. The day moved in pieces after that. Belle finished final errands. He checked his gear. He wrote 2 notes he immediately hated and rewrote them. He visited the guild one last time before departure and signed a temporary absence record. The clerk stamped it with professional indifference, then paused and said, "Safe travels, Ardent." Bell almost corrected the name. He did not. "Thank you," he said. That evening, the familia refused to let him sit alone at dinner. They talked too much, laughed too loudly, and argued over things that did not matter because things that mattered sat too close to the table. Bell let himself be pulled into it. He ate Bryn's bread, accepted seconds from Sella, listened to Tovo's theory that cloud fish were birds with commitment problems, and let Marnie scold him for packing the scarf too low in his bag. No one said goodbye. Not directly. That would be for morning. And morning was still safely far away. When the house finally quieted, Bell climbed to the roof. It was his thinking spot. Everyone knew it. Everyone left it alone. The roof slanted gently toward the alley and gave him a clear view over the neighboring buildings. He sat near the chimney, knees drawn up, cloak around his shoulders, Marnie's scarf resting in his lap. The night air was cool. Below, Orario glowed with thousands of lanterns, warm lights scattered through streets and windows like fallen stars. The Tower of Babel rose in the distance, pale and enormous against the dark sky. Beyond it, the docks stretched along the island's edge. Skyships rested in their moorings, sails folded, lanterns swaying. Clouds moved behind them like pale rivers. Farther out, the sky dropped into depth and shadow, wide enough to swallow every excuse Bell had ever made for not leaving. The Ardent Meridian waited among the ships. Even at night, he could recognize it. The dark hull, the red sails, the quiet angle of the prow facing open air. Tomorrow, he would board it. Tomorrow, Bell Arden would step onto a skyship beside Vesna Caulfield and become Bell Cranel again in just enough ways to be dangerous. Bell pressed his fingers around Lady Celia's bracelet. He was sad. He was scared. He loved Orario. He loved the Familia house with its creaking floorboard, bad stew, loud mornings, and people who had somehow become necessary to him. He did not want to leave because leaving felt too close to losing. But beneath the sadness, beneath the fear, beneath the guilt he was still learning how not to carry alone, there was something else. A pull. A quiet, bright, terrifying pull. Bell looked toward the Ardent Meridian and let himself admit the truth where no one could hear it. He was not only leaving because it was practical. Part of him wanted this. Part of him had wanted it for years. Above the city, the clouds moved on, opening a narrow path of stars over the waiting ship, and Bell felt his life leaning toward the sky.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 4. The Ardent Meridian. Bell left the Familia headquarters with one bag. It was the same travel bag he had carried 3 years ago, when he walked away from a life too polished to breathe inside. The leather was older now, softer at the corners, one strap repaired by Marnie's angry stitching and another darkened from rain. Back then, the bag had felt like proof that he could vanish before anyone fully claimed him. Now it felt heavier, though it held almost nothing. A few clothes, spare straps, a small sky map, emergency candies, hidden coin, travel bread, and a gray scarf folded with ridiculous care. The whole Familia stood in the doorway to watch him go. That was the difference. 3 years ago, Bell had left before dawn with silence behind him. This time, Marnie fussed with the scarf at his collar as if the wind itself had personally offended her. Casso checked the side pocket for the third time. Tovo leaned against the wall, trying to look casual and failing so badly that Sella had stopped teasing him out of mercy. Bryn carried a wrapped bundle of bread large enough to feed a small expedition or stun a monster if thrown properly. "You packed the nausea herbs?" Casso asked. "Yes." "Hidden coin?" "Yes." "Spare socks?" "Yes." "Emergency candies?" Tovo raised one finger. "The most important item." "Yes," Bell said, smiling despite the tightness in his chest. "I packed the emergency candies." Marnie tugged the scarf one last time. "Do not fall off the sky. That is not how skyships work. You don't know that. You have never been on one." Bell paused. "That is unfortunately a fair point." Tovo nodded solemnly. "If the sky tries to remove you, negotiate first. If negotiation fails, stab upward." Sella closed her eyes. That advice is somehow both useless and violent. "Thank you." It was not praise. Lady Celia stood behind them, wrapped in a pale blue shawl, her amber eyes calm in the morning light. She had said her private goodbye the night before, but somehow this quiet look carried more weight than any speech. It told Bell to be brave without demanding he pretend not to be sad. It told him to return without binding him with guilt. It told him he was seen, and that seeing him had never made him less welcome. Bell bowed his head slightly. Lady Celia nodded once. Casso stepped forward and hugged him too hard. Bell made a small, surprised sound as the air left his lungs. Casso, don't die. I'll try not to. That is not strong enough. I won't die. Better. Marnie shoved Casso aside, then hugged Bell even harder, which was impressive and possibly competitive. Right. Even if it is short. Even if it says you are alive and the ship did not explode. The ship probably will not explode. That is also not strong enough. Bell looked over her shoulder at Tovo. Help. Tovo looked away. I am emotionally unavailable. Marnie released Bell and wiped at one eye before pointing at him. If you come back taller, I will be annoyed. I don't think I can control that. Try. Tovo finally stepped forward and offered his hand. Bell took it, expecting a joke. Instead, Tovo pulled him into a brief, firm hug and muttered, "Bring back stories that sound fake, but aren't." Bell smiled softly. "I can do that." Tovo stepped back quickly. "Good. Now leave before Casso cries again." "I'm not crying," Casso said, already crying. Bell looked at them one by one, trying to carve the moment into himself. The old doorway, the crooked sign, the familiar windows, the people who had made a house into a place worth returning to. Then he bowed, because if he tried to speak too much, the words would break. "I'll be back," he said. Lady Celia smiled. "We know." Bell turned before he could fail at leaving. Orario was bright with morning when he walked toward the skyship docks. The city felt awake in every direction. Market carts rattled over stone. Adventurers laughed too loudly near Babel. Vendors lifted awnings into sunlight. Familia banners stirred overhead. The Tower of Babel rose behind him like a white pillar holding up the day, and for once Bell did not walk toward it. He walked away from it. That small wrongness stayed with him through the first few streets. His feet wanted the old route, the familiar curve toward the dungeon entrance, the usual stall where breakfast skewers hissed over hot coals. Instead, he followed the wind. The air grew cleaner as the roads widened. Salt, sailcloth, polished brass, machine oil, and high-altitude cold slid through the city's warmer smells. The docks were already roaring. Floating gangways shifted in graceful arcs between stone platforms and moored ships. Dockworkers shouted route numbers over the wind. Cargo cranes lifted crates stamped with names Bell had only seen in books: Mistral Crown, Amberfall Reef, St. Vera's Lantern, North Glass Orchard, Hollowmere Port. Brass mooring rings glowed with stabilizing magic, each one humming as if it held a small captured sunrise. Sailcloth snapped overhead. Ropes creaked. Small courier ships darted between larger vessels like quick birds stealing crumbs from giants. Bell stopped at the edge of the main platform. He had stood here before. Many times. He had watched from behind cargo stacks, from market corners, from bridge rails, always pretending he had only paused by accident. He had watched passengers board and crews depart. He had watched ships rise into blue distance while telling himself that wanting was not the same as needing. Now the gangways were not a view. They were a path. The open sky beyond the docks seemed impossibly large. Clouds drifted below the far routes in pale banks. Distant floating islands hovered like green shadows, their cliffs trailing waterfalls into mist. Orario, enormous behind him, suddenly felt like both the center of the world and a single island among thousands. Bell tightened his grip on his bag strap and walked forward. The Ardent Meridian waited on the outer berth. It was not the largest ship in the docks. A massive grain carrier floated 2 berths over, its belly wide enough to hold a village harvest. A sleek noble yacht hovered beyond it, all silver paint and useless decoration. But Bell's gaze went past both of them without effort. The Ardent Meridian was unmistakable. Its hull was polished dark wood, deep brown with red lacquered trim that caught the morning sun like banked fire. Brass fittings lined the rails, clean but not ornamental. The sails were deep red, furled along the masts in tight folds, with reinforced seams that spoke of hard weather and careful repair. Wind chimes and route charms hung near the central mast, made from shell, copper, colored glass, and small etched bones that clicked softly in the breeze. The figurehead at the prow was shaped like a bird rising through a ring of flame. Not fierce, not pretty, determined. The deck looked worn by use, but cared for with devotion. Ropes were coiled in patterns Bell did not understand, but immediately trusted. Lanterns hung from curved rails, each fitted with storm covers. Cargo rigging stretched in strange angles that looked chaotic until Bell noticed how every line avoided every walkway by exactly enough space. Patches showed where wood had been replaced. The replacements were polished, marked, and named in small script. Bell understood at once. This ship was loved. Bell Cranel. He looked up. Vesna stood on the main deck near the gangway. holding a clipboard and wearing a captain's coat fastened tight against the wind. Her dark hair was tied back neatly. A brass timepiece hung from one belt loop. She looked less like someone waiting for him and more like someone who had scheduled his arrival between sail inspections and cargo verification. "Captain Caulfield," Bell said. "You are 3 minutes early." "I'm sorry." That was not criticism. She glanced at his bag. "One bag." "Yes." "Good." Anyone requiring more than 2 trunks for a 1-year operational journey is either hiding contraband or incapable of dressing themselves without furniture. Bell glanced toward a noble yacht where servants were hauling 6 polished trunks up a gangway. Vesna did not look, but somehow knew. Both may apply. Bell almost laughed. She pointed to the gangway. "Come aboard. Step at the center." The board shifts slightly near the upper hinge. Bell stepped onto the gangway. The wind rose around him. The dock was stone beneath one foot. The gangway flexed under the other. Then his boot touched the deck of the Ardent Meridian, and the ship moved. Only a little. A soft rise, a quiet breath, a living answer beneath his weight. Bell stood still. For a heartbeat, everything inside him went silent. The years of watching, the distant sails, the sky routes he had memorized from books and overheard conversations. All of it narrowed into the feeling of wood under his boots and open air around him. Vesna watched him for half a second longer than necessary. Then she looked back at her clipboard. "Welcome aboard. Do not fall overboard. Do not touch unlabeled switches. If something is labeled in red, assume it is either dangerous, expensive, or emotionally important to the engineer." Bell blinked. Emotionally important. You'll understand. She turned and began walking. Tour first. Sentiment later, if time permits. Bell followed. The main deck stretched longer than it looked from the dock. Crew members moved with practiced confidence, stepping around ropes, cargo hooks, and each other without collision. Boots thudded against wood. Wind tugged at coats. Somewhere, metal rang twice as someone checked a fitting. Beneath it all, Bell felt a low hum in the ship's bones, like magic sleeping with one eye open. Vesna pointed without slowing. "Main deck. Open access unless launch, landing, storm procedure, cargo lift, docking correction, sail shift, or emergency maneuver is underway." Bell looked around. So rarely open access? Now you understand. She led him past the central mast. Crew quarters below forward. Passenger cabins midline. Galley below port side. Common room beside it. Infirmary starboard. Cargo hold lower level. Manicore chamber below that. You may enter the common room, galley, your cabin, main deck during permitted hours, and infirmary if injured. And the other rooms? Ask. The navigation room? By invitation. Your quarters? Absolutely not a common area. The seriousness of her tone made Bell straighten. Understood. Vesna glanced at him. That boundary was not negotiable. I assumed. Many people assume poorly. I try not to. That remains to be seen. She opened a hatch and led him down a narrow stair. The inside of the Ardent Meridian smelled of wood polish, oil, dried herbs, rope fiber, and something warm from the galley. The corridor was compact, but not cramped. Hooks lined the walls. Small labels marked storage cabinets. Every corner had a purpose. Even the scratches looked like records of useful survival rather than neglect. Bell ran his fingers lightly over the wall, then stopped himself. "Sorry." Vesna looked back. "For what?" "Touching. If the ship objected, you would know." Bell was not sure whether she meant that literally. They passed crew quarters where hammocks were tied with personal ribbons and small charms. One had a carved wooden fish hanging beside it. Another had a row of polished buttons. A third had a sketch of Orario tucked into a frame. The room was neat, but not empty. Lived in, loved in small, practical ways. Bell smiled faintly. Everyone keeps something near their bed. Yes, Vesna said. People travel better when they remember they are people. He looked at her. She continued walking before the moment could become anything else. The galley was warm, crowded, and already busy. A broad-shouldered cook with copper-brown skin and a white scarf tied around her hair was stirring a pot with the focus of a battlefield commander. She looked Bell up and down, then at Vesna. "This the political passenger." Vesna said, "This is Bell Cranel." "Bell, this is Mara. She controls food, morale, and therefore most of the ship." Bell bowed slightly. "It's nice to meet you." Mara squinted. "Polite. Usually. Can you peel potatoes?" "Yes." "Can you peel them without making them sad?" Bell hesitated. "I can try." Mara nodded. "Better than most nobles." Bell opened his mouth. Vesna said, "Do not encourage her." Mara smiled into her pot. Too late. In the infirmary, they met Dr. Ivan Soul, a thin man with silver spectacles, ink-stained fingers, and a stethoscope hanging beside a string of ancient-looking tablets. He was checking a sailor's wrist while reading a cracked stone rubbing propped against a medicine chest. Sprain, he told the sailor. Wrap twice daily. Also, this marker is not Old Lydian. It is pre-Lydian directional grammar, which is frankly rude. The sailor nodded as if this diagnosis was normal. Vesna cleared her throat. Doctor. Ivan looked up. The arranged complication. Bell had no idea how to respond. Vesna said, Bell Cranel. Dr. Ivan Soul. Ship's doctor, dead language scholar, and persistent threat to table space. Ivan stood, eyes bright. Have you ever suffered altitude sickness, mana pressure dizziness, cloud fever, inner ear drift, or exposure to extinct grammar? Bell paused. I don't know how to answer the last one. With caution. Good. Sit. Vesna said. He does not need a full examination this second. Everyone needs a full examination. Most simply lack moral courage. Bell sat because arguing with healers had never improved his life. Ivan checked his eyes, pulse, balance, and reaction to a small glowing crystal. He also asked whether Bell dreamed in more than one language, which Bell decided not to answer too specifically. Healthy, Ivan declared. Too much old tension in the shoulders. Mild suspicion of chronic responsibility. Dangerous if untreated. Vesna's pen paused on her clipboard. Bell coughed. Is there medicine for that? Yes. Delegation. Vesna said. Rare and difficult to import. The map room was next, and Bell nearly forgot to breathe. Charts covered the walls from floor to ceiling. Some were drawn on paper, others on treated cloth, thin metal sheets, or translucent glass marked with glowing ink. Routes curved through cloud banks, around storm belts, between floating islands, over windless hollows, and along currents with names that sounded half like warnings and half like songs. Little pins marked recent sightings. Red thread traced danger zones. Blue thread marked trade lanes. Gold ink marked paths Bell had never seen on any official map. An old woman sat at the central table, sharpening a pencil with a knife. Her hair was white, her eyes sharp enough to cut rope, and her clothes had more pockets than seemed reasonable. She looked up when they entered. This him? Yes, Vesna said. Bell Cranel. Mistress Aloan Quill, retired cartographer. Retired from fools, Aloan said. Not maps. Bell bowed. It's an honor. Aloan snorted. Flattery. Bad start. Tell me, boy, if you are forced off the western approach to Amberfall Reef by a rising warm current and your compass begins drifting 3 degrees north, what do you trust first? Compass, official chart, cloud color, or wind taste? Bell blinked. Vesna watched him closely. Bell took the question seriously, because Aloan's face demanded nothing less. I wouldn't trust the compass first if mana pressure is affecting it. Official charts may lag behind current shifts, especially near reefs. Cloud color can show moisture and altitude changes, but it depends on light. Wind taste sounds strange, but sailors use smell and pressure, right? So, I'd compare cloud movement to wind direction, then slow approach until I had a fixed visual landmark. Aloan stared at him. Then she grunted. Not terrible. Vesna's eyebrows lifted slightly. Bell looked relieved. Thank you. Don't thank me. Maps are arguments, not facts. Remember that, and you may survive. I will. Aloan pointed her pencil at Vesna. He listens. Annoying. Vesna made a small note on her clipboard. Noted. Bell wondered what category he had just entered. The cargo hold was a world of crates, nets, barrels, and suspended platforms. Everything was strapped, labeled, balanced, and arranged according to a logic that seemed impossible until Vesna explained the weight distribution. Heavy goods near the centerline. Fragile goods in shock netting. Weather-sensitive crates along the insulated wall. Emergency food behind a false panel. Contraband inspection tools in a locked cabinet. Bell looked at a row of glowing brass plates near the floor. Stabilizer runes. Vesna paused. Yes. Are they tied directly to the mana core or routed through a buffer array? She turned to face him fully. Bell suddenly felt as if he had stepped onto a marked tile in the dungeon. What? He asked. You know buffer arrays? I read about them. A skyship primer said direct feed stabilizers react faster, but strain the core during cross-current turbulence. Buffer arrays delay response slightly, but prevent surges during uneven lift. Vesna studied him. That primer was written for intermediate apprentices. I had a lot of time in Orario. Apparently. He glanced at the glowing plates. So which does the Ardent Meridian use? Hybrid routing, Vesna said after a brief pause. Direct feed for emergency correction, buffered during standard flight. The switch is manual. Automatic systems misread storm shear too often. Bell nodded, genuinely fascinated. And the route charms near the mast? Decorative, functional, Or both? Both. Some calm superstition. Some measure wind shift. Two are old enough that Aloan refuses to identify them in case they become arrogant. I heard that. Aloan shouted from above. Vesna did not look away from Belle. You have been paying attention. I like knowing how things work. That can be dangerous. I've noticed. Something almost like amusement crossed Vesna's face, then vanished. The lower hold smelled of hot metal, oil, charged crystal, and danger. A young woman with cropped black hair and goggles pushed onto her forehead was half inside a brass framework that looked like a small engine had attempted to become a spider. Tools lay around her in a circle of organized chaos. A kettle sat on top of a crate, steaming gently beside a component labeled "Do Not Kick, Please, IT remembers." Vesna stopped at the entrance. Nia. The engineer's voice echoed from inside the machinery. If this is about the railing, it was weak emotionally before I touched it. It is not about the railing. Then wonderful. Who has hands? Bell raised his hand before thinking. I do. Excellent. Hold this. Nia shoved a heavy metal cylinder toward him without emerging. Bell caught it. It was warm, vibrating, and heavier than it looked. Vesna said immediately, do not encourage her. Bell held very still. Is this dangerous? Nia wriggled out from under the frame and grinned. Everything is dangerous if you believe in yourself. That is not comforting. Good instincts. I'm Nia Voss, engineer, inventor, occasional victim of narrow-minded safety standards. Vesna said, she means explosions. Small educational bursts. You blew a hole through a chair. The chair learned. Bell carefully adjusted his grip on the cylinder. Where would you like this? Nia blinked, as if surprised he had not dropped it or complained. Mount bracket there. No, not that one. The one with the scorch mark shaped like a duck. Bell found it and set the cylinder in place. Nia tightened 2 clamps, listened to the hum, then gave him a bright smile. Useful, polite, stronger than he looks. Vesna, can we keep him? He is not cargo. Shame. Cargo is easier to classify. Vesna wrote something down. Bell caught the words upside down. Unexpected. Inconvenient. He decided not to ask. At the Manicore chamber, Vesna made him stop behind a brass safety line. The chamber was circular and warm, lit by a steady blue-gold glow from a crystal core suspended inside a rotating ring of etched metal. Thin lines of light ran from the core into the ship's walls like veins. The hum Bell had felt since boarding lived here, deeper and steadier, a heartbeat made from magic, engineering, and trust. No crossing the line without permission, Vesna said. No touching the conduit rails. No asking Nia whether something can be improved while standing within hearing range of the core. Bell kept his hands folded behind his back. Understood. You are taking that seriously. It feels serious. It is. He looked at the light flowing through the rails. Mana-assisted lift? Wind channel sails for primary motion. Mana core for lift balance, stabilizers, emergency climb, and current correction. The Meridian can glide without core support if necessary, but landing becomes unpleasant. How unpleasant? Vesna's expression remained perfectly calm. The kind where people invent religion. Bell nodded. Avoid that then. Preferably. The tour continued through rigging stations, emergency gear lockers, rain catch barrels, storm harness points, the common room, and finally the passenger corridor. Vesna showed Bell his cabin, a compact room with a narrow bed, a small desk, 2 hooks, a storage chest, and a round window looking out over open sky. Bell stepped inside and stopped. The window framed Orario's edge, the docks, the morning light, and a slice of blue beyond. It was smaller than his room at the Familia house. Somehow, it felt larger. Will this be sufficient? Vesna asked. Bell turned. It's more than enough. You do not need to flatter the cabin. It has no ego. I wasn't flattering it. Her gaze lingered on him again. No, I suppose you weren't. From the hallway, Mara shouted, Captain, Dockmaster wants final cargo confirmation. Vesna straightened. Put your bag away. Launch begins in 20 minutes. You may observe from the stern if you stay clear of working lines. Bell set his bag on the bed. Can I help? Vesna looked at him. Do you know skylaunch procedure? No. Then the most helpful thing you can do is not improvise. That sounds fair. She turned to leave, then paused. Bell. Yes. Your questions were better than expected. That, he realized, was Vesna's version of praise. He smiled. Your answers were very clear. She looked mildly annoyed that this pleased her. Do not be late to launch. Then she left. Bell stood alone in the small cabin and touched the strap of his old bag. For years, that bag had meant leaving. Now, strangely, it also meant arriving. He returned to the main deck just as departure preparations began. The Ardent Meridian changed around him. The relaxed rhythm of docked life sharpened into coordinated motion. Sailors took positions at lines and rigging stations. Cargo locks were checked one by one. Brass rings along the rails glowed as stabilizer crystals woke in sequence, each light answering the next until the ship shimmered faintly at the edges. Dockworkers cleared the gangway. Bells rang from the berth tower in 3 bright notes. Vesna walked to the center of the deck. No one announced her. No one needed to. The crew's attention shifted as naturally as wind finding a sail. "Stations," Vesna called. "Stations ready," answered a sailor near the forward mast. "Cargo locks. Secure. Core status." From below, Nia's voice came through a speaking tube. "Core stable, emotionally confident, and only mildly judgmental." Vesna did not blink. "Acceptable. Rigging. Ready. Dock lines. Awaiting release." Vesna looked toward the dockmaster, who raised a green flag. The gangway withdrew with a groan. Mooring rings brightened. The ropes holding the Ardent Meridian to Orario slackened, then released one by one into the hands of waiting dockworkers. Bell stood near the stern rail, careful to remain out of the way. His heart beat too fast. Vesna raised one hand. "Unfurl forward sails." Red cloth spilled from the mast like sunrise being let loose. Wind caught it with a deep snap that ran through the deck beneath Bell's boots. The ship leaned, corrected, and rose half a breath from its berth. Stabilizer crystals flared blue-white along the rails. "Release aft lines." Released. Lift balance to quarter. Quarter lift. The hum deepened. The Ardent Meridian moved. Not forward yet. Up. A slow, graceful rise from the dock, as if the ship had been waiting politely and now remembered it could fly. The berth dropped beneath them. Dockworkers waved signal flags. Courier ships darted aside. Sailcloth cracked overhead. The wind rushed stronger, colder, brighter. Bell gripped the rail. Orario opened beneath him. He had seen the city from towers and high bridges, but never like this. Streets spread in living patterns around Babel. Rooftops shone in morning sun. Market awnings became patches of color. Familia banners fluttered like tiny painted flames. The skyship docks curved along the island edge, busy and brilliant, already shrinking as the Ardent Meridian pulled away. Vesna's voice cut through the wind. "Set eastern drift. Catch the upper current." The crew answered as one. The ship turned. Cloud lights spilled across the deck. The island fell behind them, not fast, but steadily, as if distance had become a tide. Bell watched the Familia district vanish among rooftops. He could not see the old house from here, but he knew where it stood. He imagined Lady Celia in the doorway, Marnie pretending not to look out the window, Casso waving too late, Tovo claiming he had dust in his eyes. The ache came. So did the wonder. They rose above the lower cloud bank. For one breath, the world became white and gold. Mist curled around the hull. Droplets glittered on the rail. The sails filled with clean wind, and the ship broke through into sunlight so bright it felt like stepping into another life. Above the clouds, the sky had no ceiling. Bell forgot to breathe. Floating islands drifted in the distance, their cliffs painted blue by air and sunlight. Skylanes shimmered faintly between marker buoys. Far below, clouds rolled like endless pale seas. Orario sat behind them, huge and beautiful and growing smaller, not disappearing, but becoming part of a wider world. Bell's expression was not grief. It was not relief either. It was the look of someone seeing a dream from the inside. Vesna crossed the deck behind him, speaking quietly to a sailor about current strength. She did not stop. She did not interrupt. But she saw his face. She saw the way Bell held the rail like he was afraid to let go of the moment. She saw the sadness in him, yes, but also the light. He did not look like a prince being dragged back toward duty. He looked like a boy who had spent years on a dock pretending not to want the horizon. Vesna kept walking. Bell Cranel loves the sky, she thought. Useful information. Possibly dangerous information. She filed it away and returned to command. At the stern, Bell watched Orario grow smaller until the Tower of Babel became a pale line against the morning. Wind moved through Marnie's scarf at his neck. The deck hummed beneath his boots. Around him, the Ardent Meridian settled into flight, all wood, brass, sail, magic, and stubborn independence. Bell had left the home he built. Ahead, the sky opened wider than any map he had ever held. And for the first time in years, he was finally above the clouds.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 5. Rules of the Ship. Bell woke to the sound of wood breathing. At first, he did not know where he was. The ceiling above him was too low to be his room in Orario, the light too clean, the air too cool. His hand moved instinctively toward the side of the bed, searching for the floorboard that always creaked near his bunk. Instead, his fingers brushed smooth cabin wood and the faint vibration of stabilizer magic humming through the wall. The bed swayed gently beneath him, not enough to alarm him, only enough to remind him that the world was no longer still. He opened his eyes fully. The cabin was small, practical, and neatly prepared. A narrow bed was fixed against one wall with storage drawers beneath it. A small desk sat under a round window. 2 hooks held his cloak and Marnie's scarf. His old travel bag rested in the chest at the foot of the bed, one strap hanging out because he had packed too carefully and somehow still failed to pack cleanly. Sunlight slipped through the round window in a slow, moving pattern, brighter than Orario's morning light because there were no roofs or towers between it and the sky. The ship moved again, a soft lift and settle. Bell sat up carefully. Above him, boots crossed the deck in quick patterns. Someone called a position check. A bell chimed once, then twice. Wind pressed along the hull with a deep, steady sigh, and the low hum of the manicore threaded through everything like a second heartbeat. The air smelled of polished wood, oil, rope fiber, cold wind, and breakfast. Not familiar breakfast. Not Oreo breakfast. Something with toasted grain, butter, and a sharper spice he did not know. He rubbed his face, then smiled before he could stop himself. He was aboard the Ardent Meridian. The thought felt strange and bright. He dressed slowly, learning the cabin as he moved. The ceiling beam above the desk was low enough that he would hit it if he turned too fast. The drawer under the bed stuck unless pulled from the left. The round window latch needed pressure from 2 fingers, not one. Already, the room had started giving him rules. Oh, like that. Places became less frightening once he knew how they wanted to be treated. He tied Lady Celia's bracelet beneath his wrist guard and opened the cabin door. The corridor outside was narrow and awake. A sailor carrying a coil of rope passed him, nodded, and kept moving. Someone farther down the hall laughed. The floor tilted slightly under Bell's boots, and he adjusted without thinking. He had spent years learning dungeon footing, broken stone, loose gravel, shifting monster tunnels, and slick blood on cave floors. A skyship's motion was new, but balance was balance. The Ardent Meridian did not feel unstable. It felt alive. He found the common room by smell. The room sat just off the galley, warm with lamplight and morning noise. Long benches lined 2 tables bolted to the floor. Shelves held mugs, tin plates, books, dice, spare gloves, a cracked teapot, and a wooden bird missing one wing. Crew members ate with the fast efficiency of people who knew the day would not wait for them. Mara stood near the galley entrance with a ladle in hand, glaring at a pot like it had committed a personal betrayal. She spotted Bell immediately. Passenger with hands. Sit or help? Bell paused. Which is preferred? Correct answer. Help. He set down his plate and stepped into the galley. Mara handed him a bowl of chopped roots. Stir that. Clockwise. If you stir counterclockwise, Nia claims it changes the texture. She is wrong. But if you do it, she will talk for 20 minutes. Bell accepted the spoon. Clockwise. Good boy. I'm not sure how to respond to that. With stirring. He stirred. 5 minutes later, Vesna entered the common room with a notebook, a rolled chart, and the expression of someone who had already solved 3 problems and found for more hiding behind them. Her coat was buttoned to the throat, hair tied back, gloves tucked into her belt. She stopped when she saw Bell standing beside Mara, stirring breakfast with serious concentration. Mara pointed her ladle at him. He listens. Vesna looked at Bell. You are not required to perform galley labor. Bell kept stirring clockwise. I was asked. That is not the same thing. It seemed helpful. Mara nodded. It was. Vesna's eyes narrowed slightly, not in anger, but in calculation. After breakfast, we need to discuss rules. Bell nodded. Of course. Mara leaned toward him and whispered, loudly enough for everyone to hear. If she brings a notebook, agree first and ask survival questions later. Vesna said, without looking at her. Mara once set bread on fire because she ignored written instructions. The bread challenged me. Bell did not laugh. He failed not to smile. After breakfast, Vesna led him to a small table near the common room window. The crew drifted in and out around them, pretending not to listen with the shameless skill of people who absolutely listened. Vesna opened her notebook and placed a pencil beside it. Bell sat straight, hands folded loosely in front of him. The situation felt oddly formal, considering the table had knife scratches, tea stains, and someone's carved initials on one corner. Vesna began with perfect composure. You are aboard the Ardent Meridian as a passenger with crew privileges. Bell nodded. Understood. You may participate in ship operations if you choose, provided the officer in charge approves, and you do not improvise near essential systems. Reasonable. You are not required to work. All right. You may eat with the crew. You may use the common room, galley, reading shelves, outer deck during safe hours, passenger corridor, and your cabin. The infirmary is available when injured, ill, or summoned by Dr. Ivan for reasons he will describe dramatically. Bell nodded again. Understood. The cargo hold contains marked restricted areas. Do not cross red rope. Do not open sealed crates. Do not move anything labeled balanced unless someone responsible is present. The Manicore chamber is not to be entered without approval. The lower engineering bay is not to be entered if sparks are visible, if Nia is laughing, or if Nia says the words, "Watch this." Bell blinked. That last one sounds important. It is perhaps the most important rule. From the galley, Nia's distant voice shouted, "Unfair, but accurate." Vesna continued, untouched. The navigation room is by invitation only. My quarters are not a common area. They are not a waiting area, discussion area, message drop, emergency shortcut, or storage extension. Bell nodded solemnly. Absolutely not a common area. Correct. I will not treat them as one. Good. She studied him for a heartbeat, as if expecting him to add something foolish. He did not. Vesna turned a page. Our public engagement performance will occur only at port stops, formal inspections, or situations where refusal would create unnecessary political damage. A performance may include arriving together, standing near each other, polite conversation, possibly one coordinated statement. It will not include sentimental exaggeration. That sounds best. While aboard, we coexist as adults in a professional arrangement. Bell nodded. Agreed. Vesna paused. Bell waited. Her gaze narrowed by one careful degree. Do you object to any of this? No. Do you require clarification? Not right now. If I become uncertain, I'll ask before doing anything questionable. That is acceptable. The pencil tapped once against her notebook. Bell thought he saw irritation flicker across her face, which confused him because he had agreed with everything. Vesna wrote something down. Reasonable. Suspiciously reasonable. Bell decided not to ask whether that was about him. The first week aboard the Ardent Meridian unfolded like a song Bell did not know yet, but wanted to learn. Mornings began before sunrise with soft bells and crew calls. The sky outside his round window changed color before anything below existed. First deep blue, then violet, then gold spilling over cloud banks like warm honey. The sails caught that light differently each day. Sometimes they looked crimson, sometimes dark rose, sometimes almost black against the sun. The deck smelled sharp in the mornings, cold wind sweeping away the night's damp and leaving rope, brass, and clean wood behind. Breakfast was loud. Not Orario loud. Ship loud. Compact loud. Everyone close enough to hear every opinion and too used to each other to be polite about it. Mara argued with Nia over whether heating coils belonged near flour. Nia insisted invention required courage. Mara said breakfast required not exploding. Dr. Ivan read medical notes beside a dead language tablet and once asked a sailor whether his headache had begun before or after exposure to aggressive grammar. The sailor said he had no idea. Ivan marked that as inconclusive. Bell learned where to sit by the second morning. There was a bench near the common room's starboard wall, under a shelf of old route books, and beside a small window that showed the clouds sliding past. It was not assigned. Nobody told him it was free. But the first morning, he sat there because it was out of the way. The second morning, someone had moved a stack of gloves to make room. The third morning, Mara set a cup there before he arrived. Bell noticed. He said nothing. He sat. The ship's rhythm crept into his body by small degrees. 3 bells meant deck inspection. 5 meant wind shift. A long whistle from the forward mast meant loose line. 2 short whistles from the aft deck meant passing vessel. If the stabilizer hum deepened, the ship was climbing. If it thinned, they were gliding. If something below hissed, and Nia shouted educational, everyone within hearing distance stepped away from the lower hatch. Bell learned that last one quickly. On the second day, he found Aloan Quill in the map room, standing on a stool and arguing with an official chart. "You are a politely dressed lie," she told the chart. Bell stopped at the doorway. "Should I come back later?" Aloan glanced over her shoulder. "Depends. Do you believe official maps?" "I believe they are useful starting points." She lowered the pencil in her hand. "Careful answer. Suspicious. Come here." Bell entered. Aloan shoved a stack of route notes toward him. "Copy these symbols into that margin. Not like a clerk. Like someone who understands that the sky moves out of spite." Bell sat and looked over the markings. The notation system was not standard. It used small hooks, dots, cross lines, and pressure arrows that indicated currents official maps either ignored or softened into vague warnings. Bell copied slowly at first, asking when he did not understand. What does the broken spiral mean? Dead wind pocket with rotating edge. And the double mark? Unregistered current. Not stable enough for charter. Too useful to ignore. Bell nodded. So this route is possible, but only if the pilot trusts the current more than the lane marker. Aloan stared at him. Did I say something wrong? No. Annoyingly, no. She leaned closer. Most people see a route as a line. A route is an argument between intent and weather. Remember that. Bell smiled. Maps are arguments, not facts. Aloan pointed at him. Do not quote me back to myself. It makes me sound wise, and I dislike pressure. By the fourth day, Aloan had started leaving route notes on his preferred seat with corrections marked in red. Bell did not know whether that meant acceptance or punishment. Possibly both. Nia claimed him next. It happened because Bell was walking past the lower hold and heard a thump, a hiss, and the words, "That was less bad than expected." He stopped. Vesna appeared at the opposite end of the corridor at the same time. Their eyes met. She said, "Do not." Bell said, "I should check. You should not encourage her. What if she is injured? If she is injured, she will shout for a doctor. If she is triumphant, she will shout for witnesses. If she is quiet, worry." From inside the lower hold, Nia shouted, "I need someone with arms and a forgiving view of physics." Bell looked at Vesna. Vesna closed her eyes for 1 second. "Against my better judgment, proceed." Inside, Nia had built a brass frame suspended between 2 crates, 3 pulleys, and 1 chair that looked nervous. A small crystal rotated in the center, glowing faintly. Chalk numbers covered the floor. Nia handed Bell a counterweight and pointed to a hook. "Hold this steady." Bell lifted it. "How heavy is this? Emotionally or physically?" "Physically. Manageable." The weight dragged his arm down 2 inches. Nia adjusted a gear, frowned, then muttered, "No, no, that load distribution is insulting." Bell looked at the chalk marks. Is the left support taking more strain because the frame is angled toward the core feed? Nia froze. Vesna, standing at the doorway, opened one eye. Nia turned slowly. "Repeat that." Bell suddenly felt like he had stepped on another invisible tile. "The pulley line crosses here, but the weight pulls against that bracket. If the core vibration shifts, wouldn't it overload the left side first?" Nia stared at the frame, then at Bell, then back at the frame. "Oh," she said. "Oh, that is deeply irritating." Bell winced. Sorry. No, no. Irritating because correct." She grabbed chalk and redrew 2 lines. "Hold that. No, other hand. Excellent. Vesna, can we promote him? He has been aboard 4 days. Fast promotion." "No." The crystal sparked. Bell held still. The chair leg snapped. The frame lurched, hissed, then settled into a smooth spin. Nia threw both arms up. "Huh. It lives politely." Vesna looked at Bell. "This is what happens when you encourage her." Bell, still holding the counterweight, said, "I understand now." Nia grinned. "He learns." The sailors were harder to read, but easier to respect. They did not care much about documents, noble names, or political arrangements. They cared whether a person stepped on coiled rope, blocked a line, panicked during a wind shift, or treated work like something lesser people did. Bell made mistakes, but he took correction without defense. That mattered. A sailor named Rusk taught him 3 knots on the 3rd morning. "This is a cleat bind," Rusk said, hands moving quickly. "This is a slip hitch. This is a storm lock. Do the storm lock wrong, and the wind laughs." Bell practiced until his fingers knew the pattern. The next morning, he returned before breakfast and practiced again. Rusk found him there and stared. "You came back. I wanted to remember properly. You're a passenger. I still have hands." Rusk considered that, then taught him 3 more knots. By the 5th day, 2 sailors had quietly bet on how long before Bell was given real deck work. Bell overheard them while coiling rope. 3 days, one said. 2, said another. Captain pretends not to notice, but she notices. Bell looked up. "Am I not supposed to hear this?" Both sailors stared at him. Rusk sighed. "You hear too much. I've been told that. Keep coiling." "Yes." From the upper deck, Vesna watched him coil rope with careful seriousness while Rusk corrected his hand placement. Bell nodded, adjusted, tried again, and smiled when he got it right. He did not act insulted. He did not act proud. He simply learned. Vesna found that more unsettling than disruption. A disruptive passenger would have been easy. She could restrict access, assign escorts, enforce boundaries, and write crisp letters if necessary. Bell was not disrupting anything. He was settling in the way water settled into a landscape, following every available low point until it found its level. He entered gaps without forcing them. He helped where help was useful. He withdrew where he was not needed. Worse, the crew responded. Mara gave him extra bread. Aloan insulted him with increasing specificity, which meant interest. Nia had asked whether he could stand nearby and look mathematically concerned. Rust taught him knots. Ivan had declared his posture, improving but still burdened by nobility, possibly inherited. Vesna wrote none of this down. She remembered it anyway. Bell Cranel was becoming part of the ship's rhythm. Unexpected, inconvenient, and, if she was being honest, useful. That was the problem with useful things. They became harder to remove. Bell missed Orario in uneven moments. Not constantly. That surprised him. He had expected homesickness to follow him like a shadow, heavy and loyal. Instead, it arrived in small, sharp pieces. The smell of toasted bread in the morning made him wonder whether Bryn was awake yet. A bad joke from Nia made him miss Tovo's terrible timing. When a sailor cursed at a stuck cabinet, Bell thought of Marnie arguing with her boots. At dusk, when the sky turned warm and purple, he imagined Lady Celia making tea in the common room. Then the wind would shift, and the ship would rise, and the ache would soften into wonder. Floating islands passed in the distance like green ships sailing a higher sea. Some carried forests that leaned in the wind. Others were bare stone, their undersides trailing roots and waterfalls that became mist before reaching the lower cloud banks. Once, Bell saw a dark shape moving far below the ship, enormous and slow beneath the clouds. A sailor told him it was probably a sky whale. Probably, Bell asked. The sailor shrugged. If it has wings, bird. If it has fins, whale. If it has teeth, problem. Does that classification work often? Enough. At night, the sky became impossible. Stars above, clouds below. Sometimes distant city lights glowed through gaps in the cloud layer like fallen constellations. Route markers floated in the dark, suspended lanterns of blue and green flame that marked safe lanes through invisible currents. The Ardent Meridian moved between them with steady grace, sails dark against the moonlight, hull humming beneath Bell's feet. He found the best wind near the aft rail, just left of the stern lanterns. Not too sharp, not too sheltered. A place to think. On the 6th day, Vesna found him standing there after evening inspection. Passenger access to this section is permitted, she said. Bell turned. I checked the markings. I know. Then why did that sound like a warning? Habit. He smiled faintly. Is that noise normal? A low knock had sounded somewhere under the deck, followed by a soft metallic hum. Vesna listened. Yes. Bell relaxed. She tilted her head. Usually. Bell paused, then nodded slowly. I've decided not to ask. Wise. I'm learning. That also remains to be seen. Their conversations were often like that. Brief, practical, balanced on the edge of humor, then carefully returned to safety. She corrected his terminology when he said left side instead of port. He thanked her sincerely. She looked vaguely annoyed that he did not mind correction. He asked whether the sails shifted color because of fabric treatment or altitude light. She answered both, then gave a sharper explanation when he showed real interest. They crossed paths in corridors, on deck, near charts, outside the galley, and once beside the cargo hold, where Bell was carrying a crate because Mara had pointed at it and said, "Useful boy." Vesna stopped. "You are not crew." Bell adjusted the crate. "I know. You do not need to carry cargo. I was going this way. That crate weighs 20 kilos. It still needed to go this way." Vesna stared at him. Bell smiled politely. She stepped aside. "Carry on." As he passed, she murmured, suspiciously reasonable. "I heard that. You were meant to." By the end of the first week, Bell knew more than he realized. He knew Mara sang under her breath when bread was rising properly. He knew Rusk favored his left knee during cold wind shifts. He knew Aloan's left hand trembled after long chart sessions, so he began leaving pencils where she could reach them without stretching. He knew Nia forgot meals when working, so he once brought her a bowl from the galley and left before she could accuse him of kindness. He knew Ivan pretended not to care about tea temperature and absolutely cared. He remembered names. He remembered preferences. He remembered the ship's sounds. The crew did not know what to do with him. "He's not trying," Mara told Vesna one afternoon while kneading dough. "That is not a defense," Vesna said. "It is an observation. An inconvenient one." Mara smiled. "You like those. I like useful observations." "He is useful." Vesna looked through the galley doorway, where Bell was listening to Rusk explain rope tension with the focus of a student before an exam. Yes. Mara's smile widened. Terrible, isn't it? Vesna did not dignify that with an answer. The first real conversation happened by accident. Bell was in the common room after dinner, sitting at his preferred bench beneath the reading shelves. A small lamp glowed beside him. Outside the window, the sky was dark blue, and the clouds below reflected moonlight in soft silver streaks. Most of the crew had scattered to night duties, card games, rest, or whatever Nia considered relaxation, which seemed to involve small, controlled fires. Bell had found an old book on the shelf titled Wind Roads of the Southern Sky. It was outdated, patched twice, and smelled faintly of dust and salt. He loved it immediately. He was reading a section about island approach currents when Vesna entered, carrying 2 rolled charts under one arm. She clearly intended to pass through on her way to somewhere else. Then her eyes landed on the book. That guide is outdated. Bell looked up. I thought so. The route names don't match Alohan's charts. They changed after the south current split 11 years ago. The pressure lines are wrong now. He glanced down at the page. But the descriptions are still useful. Vesna paused. Then she stepped closer, despite clearly having somewhere else to be. Some of them. The author understood wind behavior better than most officials. He simply trusted permanent route markers too much. Bell smiled faintly. Alohan would be offended. Alohan is offended by most maps and several chairs. She told me maps are arguments. They are. Vesna shifted the charts under her arm. She should have left. Bell could see it in the way she stood half-turned toward the corridor. Instead, she looked at the book again. You read Skyroute texts in Orario? Anything I could find. Why? Bell's fingers rested on the page. The honest answer was too large. Because the palace had felt like a cage. Because skyships looked like choices. Because he had spent 3 years pretending the docks were just another street. Because wanting the sky had felt dangerous when he was trying so hard to be content with the life that saved him. He gave an honest answer, though not the whole one. They made the world feel wider. Vesna did not speak immediately. The ship hummed around them. Wood creaked softly. Somewhere above deck, a sailor called the hour. The common room lamp flickered once, then steadied. Finally, Vesna said, and yet you never boarded one. Bell looked toward the window. Only clouds and stars waited beyond it. I think I was afraid that if I left, I wouldn't know where I belonged anymore. The words surprised him. They surprised Vesna too, though she hid it better. Bell looked back at the book, embarrassed by the sudden sincerity. Sorry, that was heavier than the question required. No, Vesna said. It was clear. For Vesna, that seemed to matter more than comfort. She set one chart on the table, not sitting, but no longer leaving. Routes are not only paths. They are agreements. Between islands, ports, crews, weather, money, and stubborn people who refuse to let distance win. Bell listened. Vesna looked toward the corridor, then back at him. The merchant sovereignty thinks routes belong to contracts. Nobles think routes belong to borders. Pirates think routes belong to whoever has cannons. But aboard a ship, a route belongs to the people who can hold it safely. Bell thought of the crew moving around one another without collision. Mara's galley, Alohan's furious maps, Nia's dangerous inventions, Rusk's patient knots, Ivan's strange questions. Vesna's hand steady on every rule and railing. It feels like everyone here knows exactly where they're supposed to stand, Bell said. Vesna's fingers stilled on the rolled chart. That took years, she said. Bell looked up. It shows. He did not say it like praise. He said it like a fact he respected. That was why it landed. Vesna's face remained composed, but her eyes shifted in a way Bell could not name. For a moment, she looked less like a captain managing a passenger and more like someone who had been seen standing beside something she loved. Then the moment folded itself away. She picked up both charts. The book is wrong about cross-current turbulence near Hollow Islands. Skip that section unless you want to learn bad habits. Bell nodded. Thank you. And the third shelf has a better primer on current grammar. Current grammar? Not Ivan's kind. Less dangerous. I'm relieved. You should be. She turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. Bell. Yes. You may borrow the Southern Atlas from the map room tomorrow. Do not tell Alohan I suggested it. She prefers making people earn permission through suffering. Bell smiled. Understood. Vesna left. Bell remained seated, one hand on the outdated book, the other resting near the lamp. The conversation had not been about the engagement. Not about documents. Not about politics. Not about public appearances or terms or boundaries. It had been about routes, belonging, and the kind of life a ship could hold together through discipline and stubborn care. He did not know why that felt different. Only that it did. The Ardent Meridian hummed softly around him, no longer unfamiliar in the same way. Bell listened to the ship's night sounds and realized he could now tell some of them apart. Footsteps above belonged to Rusk. The soft clatter from the galley was Mara setting pans for morning. The faint muttering down the corridor was probably Ivan arguing with extinct grammar. A hiss far below was Nia doing something Vesna would disapprove of with excellent reasons. Bell smiled to himself. He had not found home. Not yet. But the ship had begun making room for him in small, dangerous ways. In the corridor, Vesna walked toward the navigation room with her charts under one arm and Bell's words following her more persistently than they should have. It shows. She did not like how simple the words had been. Simple words were harder to dismiss when they were accurate. Bell was not disrupting her carefully built world. He was fitting into it. Vesna kept walking, posture straight, expression controlled, steps steady against the ship's gentle sway. Careful, she told herself. Practical. Professional. Still, as the Ardent Meridian sailed beneath unfamiliar stars, Vesna revised her assessment of Bell Cranel again. Not a burden. Not a fool. Not a pampered runaway prince. A quiet variable, settling into her ship's rhythm before anyone had approved the change. Unexpected. Inconvenient. And becoming harder to ignore.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 6. The First Crisis. Bell was halfway up the starboard rigging when Rusk called. Your left foot is lying to you. Bell looked down. My foot. Your left foot. It says it is secure. It is not. Bell glanced at the rope beneath his boot, shifted his weight, and felt the knot slide half an inch. His stomach dipped with it. Below, the deck of the Ardent Meridian rolled gently under bright morning light. Above, red sails curved like sleeping wings against a clear blue sky. Bell adjusted his foot exactly where Rusk had shown him yesterday, then pulled the line tighter with both hands. Better? Bell asked. Better. Still ugly. I'll take ugly if it works. That is how sailors are born. Bell smiled and kept climbing. The day had begun beautifully, which meant everyone aboard treated it with suspicion. Cloud banks glowed gold below the ship, soft and endless, broken here and there by the green crowns of floating islands. Route markers burned with steady blue light along the sky lane, each one hanging in the air like a lantern tied to invisible string. Far off, a pair of courier ships darted between larger vessels, their white sails flashing in the sun. The Ardent Meridian moved through it all with quiet confidence, her red sails full, her hull humming with steady magic. To Bell, it still felt impossible. To the crew, it was Tuesday. Alo and Quill stood near the map table on deck, glaring at an official route chart pinned under brass weights. Polite fraud, she muttered. Bell called down, the map again? The map is innocent. The committee that approved it deserves to be dropped gently into a shallow swamp. Rusk glanced up at Bell. Don't encourage her. I wasn't. You asked a question. That's how it starts. From below deck came a metallic clatter, followed by Nia shouting. Nobody panic. That was the expected wrong noise. Vesna's voice answered from somewhere near the central mast. Expected wrong noises are still wrong noises. Only philosophically. Dr. Ivan stepped out of the infirmary hatch with a roll of bandages under one arm and a stone tablet under the other. If anyone plans to injure themselves today, please do it in a recognizable pattern. I am cross-referencing bruising with pre-Lydian verb damage. Rusk looked up at Bell. Still want to be useful aboard? Bell tightened the line. Yes. You're stranger than you look. Thank you. That was not praise. The ship was in rhythm. Bell could feel it now. Not perfectly, not like the crew, but enough to notice its shape. The morning calls moved like verses in a song. Rigging checks. Sail tension. Cargo balance. Weather reading. Map correction. Breakfast complaints. Nia's suspicious noises. Vesna crossing the deck at precise intervals, reading the sky as if it had written her a private report in invisible ink. Bell had begun to learn where to stand. Not in the way of crew paths. Not near active lines. Not beneath anything Nia had recently touched. Close enough to help. Far enough not to interfere. That mattered to him. He was not crew. Not officially. He was still a passenger with crew privileges, a political complication wearing a sword belt and borrowed confidence. But no one called him useless anymore. Mara had given him breakfast before asking if he wanted it. Rusk had stopped explaining every rope like Bell might eat it. Aloan had insulted his handwriting twice, which Bell understood as progress. Above him, a route bell rang. Once. Then again. Then half a beat too soon, a third time. Rusk went still. Bell looked down. Was that wrong? Rusk's face had changed. The lazy irritation vanished, replaced by sharp attention. Yes. Across the deck, Vesna looked up before anyone spoke. The sky still looked clear. That made the sudden silence worse. A lookout on the forward mast shaded his eyes. Marker 7 flickered. Aloan stopped glaring at the map. For the first time Belle had seen, she became completely quiet. The compass near the deck rail began ticking. Not spinning. Not drifting. Ticking against its casing like a trapped insect. Vesna crossed the deck in 3 long steps. Rusk, reef starboard upper sail. Lisa, confirm marker sequence. Aloan, I want live route reading. Nia, core response. Nia's voice crackled through a speaking tube. Stable. Slight manistatic on the lower stabilizer rails. How slight? The polite kind. Nia. Growing. Vesna's expression sharpened. All hands to weather readiness. Secure loose lines. Cargo balance check. Doctor, prepare for shock injuries. Ivan tucked the stone tablet under his coat and moved immediately. At last, something modern enough to bleed. Belle climbed down quickly, landing on the deck just as the wind changed. It did not rise. It turned. One moment, the breeze came from the east, clean and steady. The next, it slid sideways across the deck, cold and sharp, carrying the smell of rain from a sky that had no rain clouds in sight. The red sails shuddered. Route charms near the mast began clicking wildly, their little glass beads flashing green, blue, then white. Belle reached for a loose rope before it slapped across the deck. Rusk saw him move. Hold that. Belle wrapped the line around his forearm, braced his boots, and pulled. The rope snapped taut with enough force to burn through his glove. He gritted his teeth and held until Rusk locked the line properly. Good, Rusk said. Ugly, but good. Belle glanced at the sky. Is this a storm? Vesna answered before Rusk could. Not exactly. That was not comforting. The horizon ahead began to change. Clouds that had been flat and white started rising into silver walls. They twisted upward, folding over themselves against the direction of the wind. Blue route markers flickered one by one, their steady glow breaking into nervous flashes. Far below the safe route layer, something dark opened through the cloud sea, a long shadow like a river running where no river should exist. Aloan slammed both hands onto the map table. Uncharted pressure shear. Wrong place, wrong height, wrong everything. Vesna leaned over the table. Growth rate. Too fast. Direction. Across the lane. The lookout shouted again. Ship in the storm. 2 points forward, lower altitude. Every head turned. At first, Belle saw only cloud. Then lightning crawled sideways through the mist, blue-white and silent, and a shape appeared. A skyship hung half-hidden inside the growing storm. Smaller than the Ardent Meridian, built like a civilian merchant vessel with pale sails and a round cargo belly. One mast leaned at a terrible angle. Its rear stabilizer crystals flickered red. The whole ship drifted sideways, caught in twisting wind, sliding slowly toward the dark current opening beneath it. A signal flare burst from its deck. Red. Then another. The second flare sputtered and died almost immediately. Vesna's voice became very calm. Lisa, identify. A sailor near the forward scope adjusted the brass lens. Merchant vessel. Marking reads Cloud Finch. Civilian cargo. Passenger capacity, unknown. Another vessel passed high above the lane, larger and broader, its sails already turning away. Rusk swore under his breath. They're too heavy to enter that current. The route marker nearest the storm vanished. The wind hit the Ardent Meridian hard enough to make the deck tilt. Belle grabbed the rail. Vesna did not move except to plant one hand on the map table. Captain, Rusk asked. She looked at the damaged ship, the storm, the dark drop current, and the traffic scattering around them. Then she said, we rescue them. No one questioned it. That told Belle everything. Vesna turned, and the Ardent Meridian became a different creature beneath her command. Rusk, reef forward sail to storm angle. Lisa, signal all nearby vessels that we are entering rescue pattern. Aloan, give me a safe approach through the sheer. Nia, I want stabilizers hot, but not burning. Mara, secure galley fire. Doctor, triage stations ready. All rescue lines prepared. No one clips to a weak rail. No one plays hero without a tether. Her gaze passed over Belle for half a second. Belle, stay clear of active lines and less directed. He nodded once. Understood. She turned away, trusting him to obey. Belle did. For about 12 seconds. He did not disobey because he wanted to act heroic. He did not move because he thought he knew better. He stayed still long enough to understand the ship's motion, the crew's pattern, and the danger lines crossing the deck. Then a coil broke loose near the aft rigging when a gust struck from below, sending a rescue rope sliding toward the rail. A young sailor lunged for it too fast. His boot slipped. Belle moved. He crossed the deck in 3 steps. caught the sailor by the back of his harness, and slammed one hand around the rope before both went over the side. The line whipped hard, dragging Bell toward the rail. He dropped his weight, hooked one foot under a deck brace, and held. The sailor gasped, half dangling over the open sky. Bell pulled once. The sailor slid back onto the deck, shaking. Bell handed him the rope. Clip first. The sailor stared at him. Right, he breathed. Clip first. Vesna saw it. She said nothing, but she saw it. The Ardent Meridian turned toward the storm. The clear sky vanished faster than Bell thought possible. Silver mist swallowed the ship's prow. Wind screamed along the rails. Sails snapped like enormous wings. Runes along the hull lit in blue lines, running from bow to stern as stabilizer magic strengthened. The deck tilted, corrected, then tilted again as cross-currents struck from different angles. Nia's voice burst from the speaking tube. Lower starboard stabilizer hates us. Vesna gripped the rail near the helm. Hate it back with discipline. I prefer tools. Use both. Aloan shouted over the wind. Approach from above is death. Side current will roll us. Take the lower crescent, then climb under their drift. Rusk's face went pale. Under. Aloan bared her teeth. Unless you'd rather politely explode into weather. Vesna did not hesitate. Lower crescent approach. Half lift, angled climb on my mark. Bell watched her. Until that moment, he had respected Vesna. He had seen her competence in documents, markets, ship rules, and command routines. But this was different. The storm turned the sky into a battlefield, and Vesna read it like both map and enemy. She did not shout to sound powerful. She did not perform bravery. She simply chose, assigned, corrected, and trusted. She was not carrying authority. She was authority. The Ardent Meridian dropped. Bell's stomach rose into his throat as the ship slid beneath the safe route layer. The cloud sea opened below them, revealing the dark drop current more clearly now. It looked like a river made of shadow, pulling mist downward in slow spirals. The damaged cloud finch drifted toward it, its torn sails fluttering helplessly. A voice crackled through the signal horn. Help! Stabilizers failing. We have passengers aboard. Please. The message broke into static. Lightning crawled sideways across the cloud wall, lighting the damaged ship in flashes. Bell saw figures on its deck. Crew. Civilians. A child clinging to someone's coat near the broken mast. His focus narrowed. Dungeon instinct settled over him. Not the same danger, but danger all the same. Movement. Timing. Collapse patterns. Fear. People standing where they should not stand because panic had stolen their sense. The cloud finch drifted, then dropped half a ship length. People screamed across the wind. Vesna's voice cut through it. Rescue lines forward. Tether anchors ready. The crew moved as one. Sailors hauled thick ropes tipped with brass hooks and mana tether rings. The rings glowed faintly, ready to lock onto the damaged vessel's rail. The Ardent Meridian climbed from below, fighting the storm in a slow, angled rise. The deck trembled beneath Bell's boots. A cargo crate shifted loose near the midline. Bell saw the balance change before anyone called it. He ran to the crate, slammed his shoulder into it, and shoved it back against the marked brace. Another sailor joined him. Together they locked the cargo strap down. The ship steadied by a fraction, just enough that the forward crew could aim the first tether. Range. Vesna called. Too far. Rusk shouted. Need 20 more. The cloud finch dipped again. Bell looked at the damaged vessel, then at the wind tearing past the bow. Something about its motion bothered him. It was not just sliding toward the drop current. It was swinging in a slow arc, like a monster lunging after being wounded, pulled by a rhythm beneath the visible wind. Aloan, Bell shouted. The drift is pulsing. The old cartographer snapped her eyes to him. What? It's not constant. It pulls, releases, then pulls harder, like a breathing pattern. Aloan stared at the cloud finch for 1 second, then swore so sharply that Rusk flinched. He's right. Drop current is cycling. Vesna turned toward Bell. Interval. Bell watched. The world became lines again. Cloud movement. Ship angle. Broken mast. Falling mist. The pull beneath the hull. He counted heartbeats. 7 seconds soft. 3 hard. Vesna absorbed it instantly. We go on the soft pull. Rusk, first tether on my mark. Nia, lift burst after hard pull passes. Nia shouted through the tube. That will stress the lower rail. Can it hold? Mostly. Not comforting. It can hold. Good. The Ardent Meridian angled closer. The wind slapped rain across the deck, though Bell could not see where the rain came from. It glittered with mana static, tiny blue sparks crawling over ropes and railings. One sailor yelped as a spark hit his glove. Dr. Ivan shouted from the infirmary hatch. Try not to collect interesting burns. I have limited ointment and unlimited disapproval. Bell grabbed a rescue line and handed it to Rusk. Rusk gave him a quick look. You know how to clip that? Show me once. Rusk showed him. Bell repeated the motion perfectly. Annoying, Rusk muttered. Thank you. Still not praise. The first soft pull came. Vesna raised her hand. Now. Rusk fired the tether launcher. The brass ring shot across the storm gap, trailing rope and blue light. For a moment, it vanished into silver mist. Then it struck the Cloudfinch's rail and clamped down with a flash. The crew cheered once. Too soon. The hard pull hit. The Cloudfinch dropped hard, dragging the tether tight. The rope snapped upward, knocking one of the forward sailors off his feet. Bell caught the line with both hands before it whipped loose, his boots skidding across the deck. The force nearly tore his shoulders from their sockets. Bell! Rusk shouted. I have it. He did not have it. Not alone. 2 sailors grabbed the line behind him. Then 3. Together they wrapped it around the anchor winch. The winch screamed. Blue sparks burst from the mana ring. The Ardent Meridian lurched toward the damaged vessel. Vesna gripped the helm rail. Nia. Lift burst. The ship surged upward. Bell's knees bent as the deck rose beneath him. The tether held. The Cloudfinch stopped falling for one breath, suspended between storm and drop current. Second tether. Vesna ordered. The second launcher jammed. The sailor operating it cursed and slammed the release lever. Nothing happened. Bell saw the problem. A loose metal shard from a broken fitting had wedged in the guide track. The sailor reached for it barehanded. Don't, Bell shouted. Manistatic crawled over the launcher. Bell grabbed a spare belaying pin, hooked the shard, and flicked it free. Blue sparks jumped into the pin and snapped against his glove. His fingers went numb. The sailor stared. You all right? Later, the second tether fired. It caught. Then the Cloudfinch's broken mast split. The upper section tore free and swung down toward a cluster of civilians on the damaged deck. Bell saw the child again. No one on the Cloudfinch could move in time. Bell was already running. Bell! Vesna called. He clipped his harness to the rescue line as he ran, not with perfect sailor grace, but with enough speed that Rusk shouted something that sounded both impressed and horrified. Bell hit the rail, planted one foot, and launched himself onto the taut tether between the ships. For one impossible second, there was nothing beneath him but storm. The rope shuddered under his boots. Rain and Manistatic slapped his face. The drop current yawned below, dark and hungry. The Ardent Meridian bucked behind him. The Cloudfinch lurched ahead. Bell crossed anyway. He did not think about falling. He thought about distance. 3 steps. Balance low. Hands out. Wind from left. Hard pull in 2 seconds. He reached the Cloudfinch as the broken mast came down. Bell jumped from the tether, hit the damaged deck in a roll, and came up running. The civilians screamed as the mast fell toward them. Bell drew his knife and slashed through a loose sail rope connected to the broken section. The mast's angle changed by just enough. Then he kicked a fallen crate into its path. The mast crashed down, smashing the crate apart and missing the child by less than an arm's length. Bell scooped the child up with one arm and grabbed the nearest adult with the other. To the line. The adult stared at him in shock. Bell's voice sharpened. Move. They moved. Back aboard the Ardent Meridian, Vesna watched him with her hand still raised from an order she had not finished giving. He had not asked permission. He had also been right. That distinction mattered more than she wanted it to. Adjust support line. Vesna ordered. Give him a path back. Rusk shouted. He is learning rigging in the worst possible order. Vesna snapped. Complain later. Secure now. Rusk grinned despite the storm. Aye, Captain. Bell clipped the child into the emergency sling first. The little girl clung to his sleeve, eyes wide and terrified. It's all right, Bell said, though the deck under them tilted sharply. The ship over there is very stubborn. The child sniffed. Is that good? Right now? Very good. The sling shot across the tether toward the Ardent Meridian, guided by crew hands and glowing rings. The child vanished into the mist, then reached the other ship safely. A cheer rose, quickly swallowed by wind. Bell helped the adult next. Then another. The Cloudfinch's captain staggered toward him, blood running from a cut on his forehead. We have 6 more below. Bell looked toward the hatch. The ship dropped again. The tether screamed. On the Ardent Meridian, Nia's voice cracked through the speaking tube. Captain, lower stabilizer rail is overheating. Vesna's eyes stayed on the 2 ships. Time. 2 minutes before it becomes an expensive regret. Make it 3. That is not how metal works. Convince it. A burst of sparks answered. Bell felt the cloud finch tilt toward the drop current. He could not save everyone by carrying them one at a time. Too slow. Too dangerous. He looked at the damaged deck, the broken mast, the remaining sail, the direction of the wind. Then he saw it. A loose cargo tarp stretched between two support poles, half torn but still tied at three corners. If cut wrong, useless. If cut right, it could become a slide toward the tether point. He shouted across the storm, hoping Vesna could hear. "Captain, I can funnel them to the line if you pull about 10 degrees port." Vesna's head snapped toward him. Aloan shouted, 10 degrees port puts us closer to the sheer." Bell pointed at the torn tarp. "Only during the soft pull. The wind will carry them toward the tether instead of the rail." Aloan looked once, saw the shape, and barked a laugh. "Mad. Not stupid." Vesna made the choice instantly. 10 degrees port on soft pull. Prepare intake. The Ardent Meridian shifted. The maneuver was terrifying. The ship slid closer to the storm wall, sails snapping, stabilizer runes flaring bright blue along the hull. For a moment, lightning crawled so near the rail that Bell saw every crew member outlined in white. The cloud finch swung toward them, not falling now, but still dragging hard. Bell cut the tarp's lower corner. Wind caught it. The cloth snapped open into a slanted funnel. The cloud finch's captain understood and began shouting orders. Civilians emerged from below deck, coughing, frightened, but alive. Bell guided them one by one toward the tarp path. They slid or stumbled toward the tether station, where Ardent Meridian sailors hauled them across with fast, practiced hands. One man froze at the edge. Bell grabbed his shoulders. "Look at me. I can't." "You can." "I'll fall." Bell glanced at the drop current, then back at him. "Not today." The man trembled. Bell clipped him in and pushed. The line carried him across. The ship groaned beneath Bell's feet. The cloud finch had lost too much lift. Even with the tethers, it was sinking. The Ardent Meridian could not hold both ships forever. "Last two," the captain shouted. A woman and an elderly man stumbled from the hatch. The woman helped the old man forward, but a sudden gust knocked them both sideways. Bell lunged and caught the old man's coat before he slid into broken railing. The railing snapped. Bell went with him. For a breath, they hung over open sky. Bell's harness jerked tight, biting into his ribs. Pain flashed white through his body, but his grip held the old man's coat. The woman screamed from above. Bell swung against the side of the damaged hull, boots scraping wood. Below, the drop current roared. Not with sound exactly. With pressure. It pulled at his legs, his cloak, his breath, as if the sky had decided gravity was negotiable and wanted to win. Bell looked up. The deck was too far. The old man was slipping. A small, controlled burst of magic flared from Bell's free hand. Not a grand spell. Not an attack. Just force. A clean pulse of light red energy struck the hull beneath his boots, pushing him upward enough to hook one arm over the broken rail. He shoved the old man up first. The woman and cloud finch captain dragged him onto the deck. Bell pulled himself after, breathing hard. Across the gap, Vesna stared. Precise. Not flashy. That was what struck her. Bell's magic had not been dramatic. It had been exactly enough. No waste. No panic. No display. Exactly enough to save a life. The final civilians crossed. The cloud finch's captain stayed last, tying a release knot with shaking hands. "My ship." Bell looked around at the shattered deck, the failing crystals, the mast broken against the rail. Then at the captain's face. "Not today," Bell said quietly. "I'm sorry." The captain closed his eyes once. Then he clipped onto the line. Bell sent him across. Now only Bell remained on the cloud finch. The damaged ship dropped another few feet, pulling hard against the tethers. The Ardent Meridian groaned in answer. Nia shouted something from below that included the words melting, learning experience, and bad. Vesna gripped the rail. Bell, return now. The hard pull began early. Aloan shouted. Cycle changed. Bell ran. The deck tilted under him. Broken boards slid toward the drop. He leapt onto the tether as the cloud finch fell away behind him. The rope dipped violently. Bell swung beneath it, caught with both hands, and slammed into open air between the ships. The tether burned through his palms, even through his gloves. He hooked one knee over the line, pulled himself up, and began moving hand over hand as the storm tried to peel him loose. Rusk and two sailors hauled the line from the Ardent Meridian's side. "Come on, boy," Rusk shouted. "Ugly but working." Bell laughed once, breathless and terrified. The cloud finch's stabilizer crystals finally failed. The damaged vessel dropped. Both tethers snapped tight. One broke. The second held for half a heartbeat. then tore free in a burst of blue sparks. The cloud finch fell into the dark current, swallowed by cloud and shadow. Bell's line whipped upward as the tension released. He lost his grip. Vesna moved before thought. Catch line. 3 sailors threw emergency hooks. One caught Bell's harness strap. Another caught the back of his cloak and nearly tore it off. Bell slammed into the Ardent Meridian's side hard enough to knock the breath from him. Hands grabbed him from above. Rusk, Mara, and 2 deckhands hauled him over the rail in a wet, wind-blown heap. Bell landed on the deck. Mara slapped his shoulder. Passenger with hands is trying to become passenger without bones. Bell coughed. Sorry. Rusk stared at him. Did you just apologize for nearly falling out of the sky? It seemed appropriate. Dr. Ivan appeared beside him with a medical kit. Good news. Your manners survived. Your ribs may file a complaint. The ship lurched again. Vesna had no time to look relieved. Cut remaining drag. Nia, lift now. Nia's answer came as a scream of machinery and magic. The Ardent Meridian climbed. The storm fought them. Clouds twisted into walls on either side. Lightning crawled through mist, close enough to make every hair on Bell's arms rise. The sails snapped and strained. The hull runes flared, dimmed, then flared again. Crew members moved with desperate precision, hauling lines, locking anchors, shifting weight. The rescued civilians huddled near the center of the deck under Mara and Ivan's care. Vesna stood at the helm, soaked, wind-blown, utterly focused. Hold course. 3 degrees starboard. Not 4. 3. 3 degrees. Rusk, aft sail half release on my mark. Aye. Aloan. Storm wall thinning ahead. Nia? Lower rail hates everything, but she's holding. Good. Tell her I appreciate her professionalism. She says you're welcome. Bell pushed himself to his feet despite Ivan's offended noise. Vesna saw him stand, but did not order him down. Bell. Yes. Can you move? Yes. Centerline. Help keep civilians low and clipped. Bell nodded and moved. No argument. No hesitation. He crouched among the rescued passengers, checking harnesses, lowering shoulders, guiding hands to proper holds. The little girl from earlier found his sleeve again. He let her hold it while he clipped her safety line tighter. Is your stubborn ship winning? She asked. Bell looked up as the Ardent Meridian burst through a curtain of silver cloud. Sunlight struck the deck. The storm broke behind them in a flash of gold and blue. Yes, Bell said softly. I think she is. The Ardent Meridian cleared the uncharted weather system with 2 torn sail seams. 1 scorched stabilizer rail, 3 cracked cargo braces, 7 minor rope burns, for manostatic shocks, 1 sprained wrist, and a galley pot that Mara claimed had been emotionally damaged. No one was seriously hurt. The Cloud Finch was gone, but her people were alive. Other ships on the route began signaling once the storm loosened its grip on the lane. A larger trade vessel moved in to receive the rescued passengers and carry them to the nearest port. The transfer took nearly an hour, with the Ardent Meridian hovering steady in cleaner air while route markers slowly relit behind them. The rescued captain gripped Vesna's hand before leaving. You saved my people. Vesna's face remained composed. Your crew kept them alive long enough for us to reach you. The captain looked toward Bell. And him. Vesna's gaze followed. Bell stood near the rail while Ivan wrapped his palms. His hair was still damp, his cloak torn at the edge, and his expression slightly guilty because Ivan was lecturing him about rope burns with the severity of a scholar confronting bad translation. Vesna said, he was useful. Rusk, passing behind her, muttered, high praise. Someone record the date. Vesna ignored him. After the transfer, the ship settled into a quieter rhythm. Not normal. Not yet. The deck was wet, scattered with loose rope fibers, broken splinters, and the sharp smell of manostatic. Crew members moved more slowly now, tired from adrenaline fading out of their limbs. Nia emerged from below with soot on her cheek and hugged a stabilizer rail, whispering, You brave, overheated disaster. Mara handed out hot broth with one hand and threatened anyone who refused it with the ladle in the other. The Loan updated her charts in furious strokes, muttering that official maps were now criminally optimistic. Bell leaned against the stern rail, flexing his bandaged hands. They hurt. His ribs hurt more. He did not mind. Beyond the ship, the storm drifted away across the sky lane, still beautiful now that it was no longer trying to kill them. Sunlight pierced through its thinning walls, turning the clouds gold at the edges. Far below, the dark drop current faded beneath a closing sheet of mist. The route markers blinked back to life one by one, small blue flames returning to order. The Ardent Meridian hummed under his boots. Different now. Or perhaps Belle understood it better. This ship was not only beautiful. It was dangerous because the sky was dangerous. It survived because everyone aboard knew their place, trusted each other's hands, and moved before fear could make them slow. Vesna's freedom had not been handed to her like a title or a gift. She had built it from wood, rules, routes, discipline, chosen people, hard decisions, and the courage to enter storms when others turned away. Belle looked toward the helm. Vesna stood a few steps away, one hand resting on the rail, her coat still damp from storm mist. She was looking at the damaged sky route, then at her crew, then finally at him. Her expression was unreadable at first. Then Belle saw it. Not softness. Not surprise exactly. Revision. She had placed him in categories when he boarded. Passenger with crew privileges. Political complication. Runaway prince. Useful. Polite. Suspiciously reasonable. Those categories had been enough yesterday. They were not enough now. Vesna had seen him under pressure. He did not panic. He did not seek attention. He did not wait to be useful. He respected her command, but when lives hung in the wind, he acted. His kindness had not made him soft. His humility had not meant he lacked authority. His danger was not loud. That made it harder to ignore. Belle met her gaze. He understood less than she did, but he understood that something had shifted. Yesterday, he had been learning where to stand aboard her ship. Today, in the storm, he had stood where people needed him. Neither of them spoke. The wind moved between them, carrying the last cold breath of the storm and the warm scent of Mara's broth from the galley hatch. Above, the red sails of the Ardent Meridian filled again, steady and bright against the clearing sky. The sky had tested them. They had passed. And in the silence between Belle and Vesna, the arrangement no longer felt as simple as it had yesterday.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 7. First Port. The first port rose from the cloud sea like a city that had grown tired of choosing between land and sky. Belle stood near the starboard rail as the Ardent Meridian approached, one hand resting lightly on the polished wood while morning wind pulled at his scarf. Below, clouds rolled in slow white waves, right at the edges where sunlight touched them. Ahead, a floating island lifted through the mist, green cliffs dropping into open air, waterfalls spilling from its lower stone ribs and dissolving into silver vapor long before reaching anything like ground. The island was called Asterfall Quay. It did not look like a place that waited for anyone. Sky lanes curved toward it from three directions, each marked by glowing route lanterns and spinning wind bells suspended in the air. Merchant ships drifted in ordered lines, sails painted in colors Belle did not have names for. Small courier vessels darted between them, quick as swallows, their pilots shouting cheerful insults at slower captains. Docking towers had been built directly into the island's cliffs, stacked in tiers of stone, brass, and reinforced timber. Cargo cranes swung over open air, lifting crates from ship to terrace while signal lights flashed red, blue, and gold. Belle had seen Orario's docks for years. This was different. Orario's docks felt like the edge of a great city reaching toward the sky. Asterfall Quay felt like the sky had built a city for itself and allowed people to live there if they could keep up. Vesna stood at the forward command rail, coat buttoned, hair tied back, eyes moving from route markers to docking towers to the traffic pattern ahead. The wind shifted. She noticed before the sails did. Rusk, reduce forward sail by a quarter. Lisa, confirm docking lane 7. Nia, stabilizer balance. From the speaking tube came Nia's cheerful voice. Acceptable, obedient, and only slightly resentful. Vesna did not blink. I'll take 2 of those. Rusk called. Lane 7 confirmed. Aloan, perched near the map table with a pencil behind one ear, snorted. Lane 7 is a bureaucrat's apology pretending to be geometry. Vesna said, is it safe? Regrettably. Then we use it. Belle watched the crew move with the familiar efficiency he was beginning to understand. Lines were checked. Sails shifted. Cargo locks tightened. Mara came up from the galley long enough to hand a pastry to a passing sailor and shout that anyone who skipped lunch during port inspection would answer to her ladle. Dr. Ivan followed with a medicine case, muttering about dockside injuries caused by pride, slippery wood, and poor verb structure. The Ardent Meridian glided into the docking approach. Asterfall's lower terraces came into view, layered along the island cliffs like bright shelves filled with life. Market awnings fluttered in the wind. Hanging bridges connected towers. Lifts moved between levels, carrying passengers, cargo, animals, and one enormous cage full of singing bluebirds. Street signs were written in 3 scripts Belle could read and several he could not. Floating lanterns drifted beside walkways, marking safe paths where a wrong step could become a very long fall. Bell's chest tightened with wonder. The world was much larger than his books had warned him. Vesna glanced back once. First Skyport. First beyond Orario. That explains your face. Bell touched his cheek, alarmed. What face? The one sailors make before buying useless souvenirs. I am not buying useless souvenirs. Everyone says that before buying useless souvenirs. Aloan called from the map table. If it has feathers glued to it, it's a crime. Bell smiled. I'll be careful. Vesna's mouth almost moved. That is what makes it dangerous. The dockmaster's tower flashed green. Prepare for mooring, Vesna said. The Ardent Meridian responded like a living thing. Sails eased. Stabilizer crystals glowed along the hull. Brass mooring rings on the dock lit in answer, their magic humming through the air. Dock workers in layered uniforms guided the ship in with flags and sharp hand signals. A boy no older than 12 stood on a hanging platform and shouted distance measurements with the seriousness of a war commander. 3 lengths. 2. Half. Hold wind. Hold wind, Vesna ordered. The ship slowed until it seemed to float in place. Mooring hooks extended from the dock tower and locked into reinforced points along the Ardent Meridian's side. Ropes flew, caught by practiced hands. The gangway unfolded with a deep wooden groan and settled against the dock platform. Asterfall Quay accepted them without ceremony. The moment they docked, work began. Port officials boarded first, wearing layered blue-gray uniforms with brass buttons and narrow hats pinned against the wind. Translators followed, each carrying tablets and ink cases. Dock guild workers inspected cargo seals. A route clerk asked for storm reports. A harbor fee officer appeared with the expression of a man who had never forgiven anyone for arriving. Vesna met them all at the top of the gangway with documents already prepared. Bell stood near the main mast, watching. This was another kind of command. Vesna did not raise her voice. She did not flatter. She did not rush. She handed over route records, docking permits, cargo manifests, rescue incident declarations, maintenance requests, and one sealed statement regarding the uncharted weather system they had survived. Every paper seemed to appear from her satchel at exactly the right moment. Every question received a clean answer. Every attempt to delay her died politely within 3 sentences. The harbor fee officer said, "There is an additional inspection surcharge for vessels arriving after weather incidents." Vesna looked at him. The surcharge applies to vessels requesting emergency harbor priority. We arrived under scheduled docking, lane 7, signal green. Your own tower confirmed standard approach. The man hesitated. The weather report was submitted as a safety courtesy, not a distress claim. The statute is often interpreted broadly. I prefer accurate interpretations. Bell saw the officer's expression soften into defeat. Vesna continued, "We will pay standard inspection, docking, waste disposal, and lane maintenance fees. We will not pay invented weather anxiety tax." The translator behind the officer coughed into his sleeve. The fee officer took the papers. "Standard fees, then?" "Thank you." Bell decided, not for the first time, that Vesna in public was terrifying in a very clean way. A storm had made her sharp. Paperwork made her surgical. As cargo inspection began, she moved through the dockside business without missing a step. Crew leave schedules were posted near the main hatch. Security rules were reviewed. Nia received strict instructions not to buy experimental fuel from anyone using the word "mostly" in a sales pitch. Mara was given permission to restock spices and immediately threatened 3 dock suppliers with future disappointment. Dr. Ivan departed for a medical exchange and returned within 10 minutes complaining that Asterfall physicians used cowardly abbreviations. Bell was given a simple instruction. "Stay close until the reception details are confirmed," Vesna said. Bell looked toward the city terraces. "There's a reception?" "Yes. For docking." "For our docking, the rescue report, my merchant sovereignty credentials, your unfortunate name, and the political arrangement everyone is pretending not to gossip about." Bell breathed in slowly. "Oh. Precisely. Do we have to attend?" "Yes. Is there a correct way to look newly engaged, but not enthusiastic enough to attract poets?" Vesna paused. Then she looked at him with something like approval. "That is an excellent operational question." Bell was not sure whether to feel proud or worried. They did not have time to rehearse. That, Vesna informed him, was regrettable but survivable. The reception took place on the second terrace of Asterfall Quay, inside a hall built partly into the cliff and partly over open air. One side opened onto a balcony where wind chimes rang softly in the breeze. Lamps floated near the ceiling in glass globes. Banners from dock guilds, route houses, merchant families, and minor noble envoys hung along the walls. The floor had been polished to a shine that made Bell aware of his boots. The gathering was formal, but not grand. That somehow made it more dangerous. Port officials stood beside merchant representatives. Dock guild leaders spoke with route inspectors. Captains from other ships held cups of spiced tea and watched one another as if every smile had a price. Minor nobles in travel silks drifted between groups, collecting rumors like souvenirs. Trade agents whispered behind fans. Translators hovered near conversations, ready to turn misunderstandings into contracts. The city outside might be indifferent. This room was not. The moment Bell entered beside Vesna, attention shifted. Not all at once. That would have been too honest. Instead, conversation slowed by half a breath. Eyes moved, measured, noted. Vesna's hand rested lightly on her document case. Bell stood at her left, close enough to be associated, not so close as to look theatrical. They had agreed on cordial, formal, respectable. They had not agreed on how natural it would feel. A port official approached first, a tall woman with silver hair bound in loops and a chain of office across her chest. "Captain Caulfield," she said. "Aster Falquay acknowledges the safe arrival of the Ardent Meridian and the rescue testimony submitted under your name." Vesna inclined her head. "Harbor Master Vale, your docking team managed high traffic beautifully." The compliment was mild. The harbor master's eyes warmed slightly because it was also precise. "And this is Lord Bell Cranel?" she asked. Bell stepped forward and bowed exactly enough for a formal peer, not a superior. "Bell is fine in direct conversation, harbor master. Thank you for receiving us." Vesna's gaze flicked toward him. Briefly, he caught it. The harbor master smiled. "Then welcome to Aster Fall, Bell. I understand congratulations are appropriate." Bell felt every eye within 10 steps sharpen. He smiled gently. "Thank you. Vesna and I are still learning how to be the subject of other people's announcements." The harbor master laughed softly. Vesna lifted her cup to hide the faintest shift in her expression. Bell had not denied anything. He had not overplayed anything. He had made the awkwardness sound human. Useful. Dangerously useful. "We appreciate discretion while formal statements are still being coordinated," Vesna added smoothly. "Of course," the harbor master said, clearly understanding that discretion would be requested, ignored, and sold by morning. "Asterfall respects formal coordination." A man beside her murmured, "Most days." Bell smiled at him. "Then we have arrived on a fortunate day." The man laughed. Vesna looked at Bell again. There it was. A rhythm. Not rehearsed. Not planned. He softened. She sharpened. The conversation moved. They were introduced to a dock guild leader next, a heavy-set man with weather-brown skin and rings on every finger. He praised the rescue with enough volume to make it clear he wanted everyone nearby to hear his connection to the praise. Vesna thanked him. He turned to Bell and began probing with polished cheer. "Your lordship must find sky route life quite different from court life." Bell felt the trap. So did Vesna. Before she could step in, Bell answered lightly. "Most court floors do not tilt without warning, but the conversations are similar." The guild leader blinked, then laughed harder than the joke deserved. Vesna used the moment to redirect. Bell has been learning practical ship operations. Slowly, under supervision, and without being allowed near anything Nia labels experimental. The guild leader brightened. "A nobleman doing line work." Bell shook his head. "A passenger trying not to be in the way." Modest. Accurate. The guild leader seemed pleased by that. Vesna's eyes narrowed slightly. Not because he had done poorly. Because he had not. That was becoming familiar. Across the room, Rusk stood near the refreshment table with Aloan and Mara, all three pretending to discuss pastries. "He's doing well," Rusk murmured. Aloan sniffed. "Of course he is. He listens before speaking. Dangerous habit. Rare." Mara watched Vesna, and Bell moved toward a cluster of route inspectors. "Captain's noticing." Rusk grinned. "Captain notices lint on rope from across deck." "No," Mara said. "She's noticing differently." Aloan lifted a pastry. "If either of you becomes sentimental, I will chart your decline." Nia appeared beside them with a plate full of sweets. "Are we spying?" Mara said, observing. "Excellent. I love professional dishonesty." Dr. Ivan, arriving behind them, adjusted his spectacles. "Their interpersonal cadence has improved by approximately 37%. Rusk stared at him. "You can measure that?" "No. But people trust numbers when they are uncomfortable." Back in the room, Bell and Vesna met the route inspectors. They were polite, sharp-eyed, and far too interested in the uncharted storm. Vesna answered their technical questions with clean authority. Bell stayed quiet until one inspector asked whether the cloud finch's reported drift pattern matched his own observation. Bell hesitated only briefly. Then he explained the 7-second soft pull and 3-second hard pull, using a water glass, a napkin, and 2 small spoons to show the motion. He did not embellish. He did not make himself the center of the story. He described what he saw, what he guessed, and how Vesna adjusted the maneuver. The inspectors listened more closely than they had planned to. Vesna watched from beside him. He did not take credit from her command. He placed his observation inside it. That mattered. One inspector said, "You read sky current behavior quickly for someone not formally trained." Bell smiled. "I've spent time in places where the walls try to kill you. Different environment. Similar habit." The inspector blinked. Vesna said, "Bell's experience lies more in hazard response than route theory. Useful experience. Recently proven." Bell glanced at her. The words were mild. Public. Controlled. Still, something in his chest warmed. The evening continued. People tried to corner them and failed. A minor noble with a jeweled cane asked Bell about his kingdom's intentions. Vesna answered before the question finished turning sharp, explaining that formal communications would move through recognized channels. A merchant representative tried to flatter Vesna into revealing whether the merchant's sovereignty would expand route protections through Asterfall. Bell asked the representative about local repair yards, turning the conversation sideways so smoothly that Vesna almost missed the maneuver. At one point, Vesna became trapped between 2 trade agents arguing politely about tariff precedents. Bell saw the smallest sign, her right thumb tapping once against her cup. Not irritation. Exit request. He stepped half a pace closer. "Vesna, Harbor Master Vale mentioned the Storm Archive is open tonight. Should we review it before the office closes?" The trade agent stopped. Vesna looked at him. 1 second. Then, perfectly, yes. Thank you for remembering. They escaped. 3 minutes later, Bell found himself facing a woman in pearl gray silk who asked too many questions about his upbringing. Vesna intercepted with a question about her family's southern cargo interests, then drew the woman into a discussion so specific and dull that she retreated of her own free will. Bell leaned slightly toward Vesna. "Thank you. Your left eyebrow was asking for help." "My eyebrow." It had become diplomatic. "I didn't know eyebrows could do that." "Yours can." Bell had to turn his face away to keep from smiling too openly. The performance should have been awkward. It was not. That was the problem. They did not touch except when courtesy required it. They did not exchange soft looks. They did not pretend at romance. Yet they moved through the room with a strange ease. Vesna gave him subtle cues before important introductions. Bell remembered names after hearing them once. He warmed conversations that might have gone cold. She gave structure to answers he could not safely complete. He noticed when she wanted out. She noticed when he was being pressed too close to his past. From the outside, it looked practiced. From the inside, it felt alarming. Bell realized it first during a conversation with a route broker who laughed too loudly and asked if their arrangement had been a charming surprise. Bell answered with a gentle smile. Most worthwhile things are surprising before they are understood. The broker sighed as if he had been given something romantic. Vesna nearly choked on her tea. Bell realized what he had said. The route broker moved away, satisfied. Vesna leaned slightly closer without looking at Bell. "That helped." "I'm sorry. I said it helped. You sounded like that was the problem." "It was." Bell looked at her, confused. She stared forward, composed as ever. "Do not accidentally become poetic in public without warning me." "I'll try not to." "Try harder." Across the room, Nia whispered, "Did she just scold him for being useful?" Mara nodded. "That's progress." Aloan said, "That's trouble." Dr. Ivan added, "Same root condition." Rusk took a pastry. "I don't understand any of you." The reception ended without scandal. No official insult. No political disaster. No visibly awkward moment. By every practical measure, it was a success. Harbor Master Vale wished them favorable winds. The dock guild leader promised quick repair priority if needed. The route inspectors requested a copy of Vesna's storm report and Bell's drift observations. 3 merchants tried to invite them to breakfast negotiations. Vesna declined all 3 with such elegant finality that Bell felt he had witnessed a door closing in someone's soul. When they finally stepped out into the night air, both of them breathed easier. Asterfall Quay had changed after sunset. The city glowed beneath layers of floating lanterns. Suspended bridges shone with lines of gold light. Music spilled from taverns built against cliff walls. Dockside inns hung over open air, their windows bright and crowded with travelers staying only until the next wind turned favorable. Food stalls steamed under awnings, selling spiced cloudfish, sweet rice cakes, grilled fruit, and soups whose scents drifted through the cool night. Traders still argued near cargo lifts. Bells marked late departures from upper docking rings. Belle and Vesna walked side by side toward the docks, not close enough to perform, not distant enough to be strangers. For a while, neither spoke. The silence was not empty. That was new. Belle listened to the city around them. Distant laughter, the groan of cargo cranes, wind chimes along the bridges, the hiss of engine vents, the layered voices of people who had come from everywhere and would leave for somewhere else by morning. Asterfall did not care who he had been. It did not care what papers had been signed. It cared whether he could keep his feet on the walkway and pay for dinner. He found that comforting. Vesna looked ahead, face calm under lantern light. That was easier than expected. Belle kept walking. Yes. Neither of them said why. Because they had been watching each other. Because he knew when her patience thinned beneath her perfect manners. Because she knew when his past pressed too close. Because he understood her exits. Because she understood his silences. Because somewhere between a forced engagement, a skystorm, and a room full of polished strangers, they had learned how to stand beside each other without getting in the way. None of that was said. It did not need to be. They crossed a hanging bridge where lanterns floated beside them like small moons. Beneath the bridge, the lower docks glowed with repair fires and signal lamps. The Ardent Meridian waited in her berth, red sails furled, hull lanterns lit, familiar now against the busy port. Belle felt something ease in him at the sight. Vesna noticed. You look relieved. Belle smiled faintly. I know that ship. You have been aboard less than a month. I didn't say I know everything about her. Good. She dislikes arrogance. Does she? Everyone aboard does. Belle glanced at her. Including the captain? Especially the captain. The answer came so dryly that Belle laughed. Vesna looked forward again, but the edge of her expression softened by the smallest amount. When they boarded, the crew was absolutely not waiting for them. They were simply present in suspicious numbers near the main deck. Mara was checking a crate that needed no checking. Rusk was coiling rope that had already been coiled. Aloan was holding a map upside down and pretending this was intentional. Nia was sitting on a barrel with a pastry in each hand. Dr. Ivan stood nearby with a notebook, wearing the expression of a man prepared to diagnose society. Vesna stopped at the top of the gangway. The crew became very interested in anything else. Belle looked from one face to another. Is something wrong? No, Rusk said too quickly. Aloan turned the map right side up. Everything is wrong, but not currently because of you. Mara looked at Vesna. Successful evening? Operationally acceptable, Vesna said. Nia grinned. That means yes. Vesna's gaze cut toward her. Nia immediately bit into a pastry and became innocent. Dr. Ivan adjusted his spectacles. No visible injuries. Slight social fatigue. Possible mutual cadence development. Belle blinked. Mutual what? Vesna said. Doctor. I withdraw the diagnosis. You do not. I withdraw the spoken portion. Mara coughed into her hand, badly hiding a laugh. Belle understood enough to feel heat rise in his ears. Vesna saw it, and, for reasons known only to her, looked mildly inconvenienced by noticing. Crew leave continues until second bell, she said. Repairs begin at dawn. Anyone late answers to Mara. Mara lifted her ladle from somewhere. Correct. The deck scattered quickly. Not because they were afraid. Because Vesna had given them an exit, and everyone aboard the Ardent Meridian respected a well-timed exit. Belle remained near the rail while Vesna checked a message slate from the dock office. The port lights reflected in the polished wood around them. Below, Asterfall Quay continued its night business, bridges glowing, cranes turning, ships arriving and departing under stars. Vesna glanced at him. Enjoying your first port? Belle looked out over the city. I'm still deciding. Asterfall is better from a distance. Is that true of most ports? Most people too. Belle smiled. That sounds lonely. It sounds efficient. Sometimes those overlap. Vesna looked at him, and for a moment the conversation could have opened into something larger. Then she closed her message slate. I have port papers. Of course. And you should rest. So should you. I am captain. That makes rest a negotiation. Do you usually win? Not often. Then I hope tonight is unusual. She paused. It was not flirtation. Not exactly. Belle had said it the way he said many things, simply and sincerely, without trying to make the words more than they were. That was what made them difficult. Vesna inclined her head. Good night, Belle. Good night, Vesna. She walked away, but this time, she paused for half a second before continuing toward the captain's corridor. Belle noticed. He pretended not to. Later, When the ship had quieted and most of the crew had either gone into port or settled into night routines, Belle returned to the deck alone. The Ardent Meridian rested in her berth, but she did not feel asleep. The hull hummed faintly beneath his boots. Lanterns swayed along the rails. A night watch moved near the bow, boots soft against wood. Somewhere below, Nia's voice murmured to machinery. From the galley drifted the last warm scent of spices and bread. The ship was still alive, even docked. Belle stood at the stern and looked out over Asterfall Quay. The port city glittered below and around him, a constellation built into a floating island. Lanterns marked safe walkways. Tavern music rose from lower terraces. Signal lights blinked along docking towers. Skyships hung in the night like dark birds at rest, their masts outlined against stars. Beyond the island, cloud banks moved slowly under moonlight, hiding and revealing the empty depths below. Orario was behind him now. Not gone. Behind. He thought of the familiar house, of Lady Celia's calm eyes, Marnie's scarf, Casso's sky map, Tovo's emergency candies. He thought of the storm they had survived, of Vesna at the helm, of the crew moving like one body under pressure. He thought of the reception, the measured smiles, the questions, the way Vesna had cut through polite traps, and the way they had somehow moved together without planning it. That was the part he could not easily set down. The performance had worked because not all of it had been fake. Not romance. Not love. Not yet. But trust, perhaps. Awareness. A practical kind of fluency. The ability to know when someone needed an exit, when they needed silence, when they needed a sharper answer or a softer one. Belle had stood beside Vesna that night and felt, for the first time, that the contract between them was no longer the only thing connecting them. The careful distance had ended somewhere without asking permission. He did not know what had replaced it. Across the deck, Vesna stood near the captain's corridor with papers in one hand. She looked as if she had stopped on her way somewhere else. Their eyes met through the lantern light. Neither of them spoke. After a moment, she gave a small nod. Belle returned it. Then she continued on, and Belle looked back toward the lights of Asterfall Quay. The world ahead was still enormous, still uncertain, still threaded with politics, storms, and routes he did not know how to read. But the Ardent Meridian beneath his feet felt less unfamiliar than it had days ago. Vesna was no longer only the captain carrying him through a forced arrangement. He was no longer only the political problem aboard her ship. They were not lovers. They were not simply allies either. They were something else now. Something practical. Something respectful. Something quietly warm. Something without a clean name. Belle rested his hands on the stern rail as the port lights shimmered below, and the night wind moved gently through the red sails above him. That, he thought, was probably how beginnings truly happened.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Volume 2, The Routes We Choose. Arc 1, Deadweight. Chapter 1, Damage Report. The Ardent Meridian limped away from the Verith Narrows with her red sails torn, her brass fittings smoking, and her hull groaning like it had opinions about survival. Wind dragged at the broken sailcloth tied down along the forward mast. One torn sheet snapped uselessly before Rusk, and two sailors lashed it flat with storm cord. Blue-white mana steam hissed from a cracked stabilizer housing near the port rail, spilling into the sky in thin, angry breaths. The scent of hot metal, burned rope, and rain-charged air clung to the deck. Behind them, the Verith Narrows faded into cloud, a jagged corridor of cliffs and mist that looked too narrow for a ship and too hungry for comfort. The Corsairs were gone. That did not make the ship safe. Crew members moved with tired discipline, stepping around broken crates, loose rigging, and scorch marks burned into the deck. No one shouted unless needed. No one wasted motion. A sailor with a bandaged cheek dragged a damaged pulley aside. Another worked with one arm tucked close to his ribs, refusing to sit until Mara threatened to hit him with a ladle and then feed him through the injury. Dr. Ivan moved between them with a medical kit, spectacles crooked, expression deeply offended by the concept of bruises. If anyone intends to develop hidden internal bleeding, Ivan said, wrapping a sailor's wrist, please announce it before I finish organizing minor injuries. The sailor blinked at him. Can people do that? They can try. Near the central mast, Vesna Caulfield stood with her coat torn at one sleeve and smoke dusting one side of her face. She had not changed clothes. She had not stopped moving long enough to notice the blood drying across the back of her glove. Her hair had come partly loose from its tie, but her voice remained calm, exact, and impossible to ignore. Forward sail damage. Contained, Rusk called. We can hold partial sail, but not a full turn into headwind. Stabilizers? Ask Nia if you enjoy bad news. I rarely enjoy it. I still require it. Vesna turned before the answer came, already reading the deck, the crew, the angle of the ship, the faint shudder passing through the boards beneath her boots. The Ardent Meridian was still airborne, still moving, still alive, but Belle could feel the difference in her. The ship no longer rode the wind with clean confidence. Every few breaths, a low groan moved through the hull, deep and uneven, as if something below was holding weight it did not want. Belle stood near the cargo hatch with one hand braced against a rail and the other wrapped in a fresh bandage. The Corsair fight had left him with rope burns, a cut across his shoulder, and a bruise along his ribs that made breathing feel like a negotiation. He ignored all three because everyone else was ignoring worse. His first instinct had been to help wherever he could, but the deck was not chaos. It was a system under strain. Vesna's system. The crew knew where to move. Belle knew enough now not to place himself in the center of work that already had a rhythm. So he watched. Then he moved when a gap opened. A crate shifted near the port cargo brace as the ship dipped. Belle crossed the deck, caught it before it slid into a coil of emergency line, and shoved it back against the locking rail. A sailor named Perrin snapped the strap tight without looking at him. "Thanks," Perrin said. Belle nodded and stepped away before he became an obstacle. Vesna saw that too. She said nothing. That had become part of their language. The sky behind them still carried marks from the engagement. Thin trails of smoke drifted where Corsair skiffs had burned out and dropped beneath the cloud layer. Farther back, a torn black pennant spun alone in the wind, falling slowly like a dead bird. The Varith Narrows themselves were closing behind mist, their cliff walls rising from the clouds in broken gray teeth. For a short time, the Ardent Meridian had been trapped between those teeth and the Corsair line. Now they were free. Freedom, Belle was learning, could still limp. Nia came up from the lower hatch with soot on both cheeks, goggles pushed into her hair, and a folded slate under one arm. Her left sleeve had been burned through at the cuff. Her expression was flat in a way Belle had never seen before. That worried him more than panic would have. Vesna turned toward her. "Report." Nia did not make a joke. The deck seemed to notice. "The portside lower hull strut is compromised," Nia said. "Not cracked clean through. Not failing yet. But the joint housing took a direct shock from the Corsair bolt, and the stabilizer recoil made it worse." Rusk stopped tying a line. Mara, halfway through dragging a sailor toward Ivan, went still. Vesna's face did not change. "How bad?" "Bad enough that I'm using numbers instead of colorful language." "That bad?" "Yes." Nia crossed the deck and set the slate on the map table. The slate showed a rough sketch of the ship's lower frame, marked in chalk and grease pencil. One section on the portside belly had been circled 3 times. "The strut is still taking load," Nia said, "but unevenly. Every time we adjust altitude or make a sharp turn, the stress shifts through this joint. The stabilizer array is compensating, which is keeping us level, but it is also feeding more strain into the damaged section." Vesna leaned over the slate. "Failure point. If we keep smooth flight, we have a repair window. If we start maneuvering like we did in the Narrows, we lose that window quickly. Time." Nia exhaled through her nose. 2 hours before I become deeply unhappy. 3 before the strut becomes a structural liability. For if the sky is kind, which it has not been today, can we reinforce in flight? Not enough. I can brace the interior housing and reroute stabilizer load, but I need access to the outer lower hull to do it properly. The kind of access that works best when we are not moving through open sky with the wind trying to remove my face. Vesna nodded once. "Materials? Basic frame brace, rivet clamps, resin seal, maniconductive thread, external support plate. We have most of it, not all in the sizes I want. What do you need from port?" "A proper repair cradle would be excellent. A dry dock would make me weep with gratitude. A flat landing shelf with wind cover would make me complain only moderately." Belle watched Vesna absorb the report. She did not ask if Nia was certain. She did not blame the engineer for damage caused by Corsair fire and bad weather. She did not soften the danger for the crew listening nearby. She took the fear and turned it into shape. Strut. Stabilizer load. Maneuver risk. Materials. Time. Belle understood why the crew trusted her. Vesna made danger practical. Practical danger could be fought. Worst case, Vesna said. Nia tapped the circled section with one finger. The strut gives. Portside lower hull sags under load. Stabilizer correction overloads. We lose balance, probably hard roll to port, and then the Ardent Meridian becomes a very expensive falling object. Dr. Ivan appeared beside them and looked at the slate. Medically, I object to that outcome. Engineering also objects, Nia said. Good. Rare professional unity. Vesna straightened. Keep us alive for 2 hours. Nia gave her a look. That was already the plan. Improve the plan. I can make us less dead in increments. Do that. Nia gathered the slate. I need 2 hands, no interruptions, and someone to tell Rusk not to step on the lower port brace. Rusk called from across the deck. I heard that. Then stop standing near my patient. The ship is not your patient. She is more cooperative than most people. Mara looked at Bell. This is how they show affection. Bell glanced at the damaged deck. That makes sense, actually. Mara gave him a concerned look. You've been aboard too long. Vesna was already moving toward the chart room. Bell followed at a careful distance, close enough to be present, far enough not to crowd command. Aloan Quill was there before them, of course. The old cartographer stood over the main route chart with 3 private notebooks, a brass lens, 2 pencils, and the expression of someone trying not to look delighted by danger, because that would be socially unacceptable and possibly fatal. The main chart glowed under a thin sheet of glass. Their current route stretched from the Varith Narrows toward the southeast lane, marked by blue dots for official route markers and gold lines for approved sky paths. The nearest registered port blinked near the edge of the chart. Vesna tapped it. Distance to Gallenhoek Port. Aloan answered too quickly. 3 hours and 20 minutes under healthy sail. For if limping. More if we avoid sharp angle corrections. Nia, entering behind them, said, We do not have 4. I am aware, Vesna said. Aloan's pencil hovered over the chart. There is one closer option. Vesna looked at her. The room seemed to become smaller. Aloan did not touch the main chart. Instead, she opened one of her private notebooks. Its pages were crowded with marks, corrections, arguments, little warnings, and shorthand that looked less like navigation and more like a cartographer had lost patience with reality. Vesna's eyes narrowed. If this is from your private charts, explain before pointing. Aloan sniffed. Official charts are committee-approved cowardice. Private charts are where the useful world lives. Aloan. 40 minutes off heading. Maybe less with favorable current. Small island. Unregistered. Not in the main route records. I marked it 11 years ago from a surveyor's dead-end note and 3 contradictory cloud sailor reports. Nia leaned over the notebook. That sounds terrible. It sounds unverified, Aloan said. Same shirt, different buttons. Vesna held out her hand. Show me. Aloan turned the notebook around. There it was. A speck. Barely large enough to deserve ink, tucked beyond the official lane, south of the Varith Narrows, surrounded by hand-drawn wind marks and a small symbol Bell could not read. Beneath it, in Aloan's cramped writing, was a note. Kilovolt stone profile. Old growth. Avoid low mist. Uncharted shelf. Vesna looked up. Name. Aloan cleared her throat. Kareth Vin. The name settled into the room strangely. Not loud. Not frightening. Old. Bell felt the hairs rise along the back of his neck before he understood why. Vesna noticed him notice. Her gaze flicked to him once, then returned to Aloan. Translate your own shorthand. Aloan straightened with the dignity of someone whose private obsession had become operationally relevant. Old. Probably uninhabited. Possibly interesting. Silence. Nia stared at her. I hate all 3 of those words. Aloan lifted one finger. Also, I've wanted to stop there for 11 years. Nia turned to Vesna. I hate that sentence even more. Vesna did not smile. Bell suspected she wanted to, which somehow made the moment funnier. Landing conditions? Vesna asked. Unknown, Aloan said. Docking towers? None recorded. Settlement? None recorded. Wind cover? Possibly. The island has a lower cliff shelf on the northern edge if the old report is accurate. Nia pointed at the notebook. If the old report is accurate, that phrase has killed people. Many phrases have killed people, Aloan said. Some were in official charts. Vesna's fingers rested lightly on the table. Bell watched her think. The nearest registered port meant repair docks, legal protection, known equipment, proper crews, harbor officials, and reliable ground. It also meant time they did not have. Kareth Vin meant unknown terrain, no confirmed landing tower, no guaranteed repair support, and whatever history hid under Aloan's shorthand. But it was closer. Close mattered when a lower hull strut was turning into a timer. Vesna looked at Nia. Can the ship reach Gallenhoek safely? Nia did not soften the answer. Not without gambling. The strut holds longer than my estimate. Can the ship reach Kareth Vin? Yes. If we avoid hard turns, and the wind behaves like it has basic manners. Aloan. Confidence in the island's existence. 90%. Confidence in landing shelf? Aloan made a face. 60. Nia, can you work with a landing shelf? If it is flat enough, wide enough, and not made of lies. Vesna looked back at the chart. No one spoke. Bell could hear the ship groaning through the walls. He could hear crew calls outside. Lower now, more careful. He could hear the faint, uneven pulse of the stabilizers, like a heartbeat that had learned to limp. Then Vesna made the decision. We divert to Kareth Ven. Aloan inhaled like she had been handed a birthday gift and a loaded crossbow at the same time. Nia muttered, "Of course we do." Vesna turned toward the door. Aloan, plot the safest approach. Nia, reduce load on the portside strut. Rusk gets sail restrictions. Mara secures galley heat and loose stores. Ivan prepares for hard landing injuries. Bell. He straightened. She stopped for half a breath, as if realizing she had included him without deciding to. Then she continued. Help Rusk with line balance. Do not take strain on the port rail. Understood. She held his gaze long enough to check whether he understood the danger. He did. No more needed saying. The Ardent Meridian changed course. It should have been a simple adjustment. Bell knew enough now to understand that it was not. A healthy ship could turn with grace, sails catching new wind, stabilizers correcting the shift, hull flexing within safe tolerance. The Ardent Meridian had to turn like someone carrying a sleeping child across broken stone. Every movement mattered. Every angle asked the damaged strut a question no one wanted answered too loudly. Rusk took position near the starboard rigging. Slow line shift. No snapping tension. Listen to the captain and not your heroic impulses. A sailor called. Do we have heroic impulses? Rusk pointed at Bell. We imported one. Be careful. Bell, already helping with a secondary line, glanced up. Sorry. That is not a denial. Vesna stood at the helm, one hand on the rail, eyes on the sail and sky rather than the wheel alone. Aloan fed her course corrections from the chart table. Nia's voice came from the speaking tube below, sharper than usual. Port side load rising. Vesna answered immediately. Ease forward sail by 1/8. Rusk relayed the order. The red sail shifted. The ship groaned. Not loudly. That made it worse. Bell felt the sound through his boots. It moved up his legs into his ribs, where the bruise from the Corsair fight reminded him that bodies and ships both kept score. A few crew members looked toward the deck. No one stopped working. Load steady, Nia called. I dislike it, but it is steady. Dislike accepted, Vesna said. Continue. The official route markers began to fall behind them. One by one, the blue lights drifted farther to starboard until they looked like a safe path someone else was taking. Ahead, the sky opened in a direction Bell had not seen marked from the deck before. The clouds there sat lower, flatter, with long shadows lying across them like hidden roads. The wind cooled. The sunlight thinned. Somewhere far below, a flock of white-winged skybirds turned away from the direction they were heading. Bell noticed. So did Vesna. So did Aloan, who made a small notation and looked pleased in a way that did not reassure anyone. Bell helped Rusk lock the adjusted lines. His hands moved carefully. He had learned enough knots to be useful and enough fear to avoid pretending mastery. Rusk checked his work. Acceptable. Bell smiled. That is almost praise. Do not become greedy. Across the deck, Vesna glanced toward them once, then back to the helm. Bell saw the edge of tiredness in her shoulders now, small but real. She had been moving since the Corsair struck, taking reports, making choices, reading damage, weighing risk. She was not panicking. She was not dramatic. But the ship was her home, and every groan through the hull touched something no report could measure. Bell understood that more clearly now. The Ardent Meridian was not cargo, not transport, not property. She was the life Vesna had built because no one had handed her freedom in a neat box. The damage felt personal because it was. The crew understood that too. Their hands were gentler on the rails. Their voices lower near the damaged side. Even Nia's jokes came fewer and sharper, as if humor had to be rationed with stabilizer load. 40 minutes stretched. The ship's route carried them away from traffic, away from official markers, away from the safe arrogance of charted lanes. The sky became quieter. No trade vessels passed nearby. No courier ships darted between currents. Only the Ardent Meridian moved through that pale, open air, sails trimmed carefully, hull humming unevenly, wounded but stubborn. Then Aloan made a sound. It was not quite a word. It was not dignified. It was the sound of an old cartographer finding a rumor in physical form after 11 years and nearly swallowing her pencil. Vesna looked over. Report. Aloan pointed ahead. There. Bell turned. At first, Kareth Ven looked peaceful. A green island rose from the cloud layer, its upper forest thick and dark beneath a crown of pale mist. Cliffs curved around its northern edge, half hidden by drifting vapor. Sunlight touched the treetops in soft patches, turning them gold in some places and blue-black in others. The island was smaller than Orario, far smaller than Asterfall Quay, but it had a quiet weight to it, as if size had nothing to do with importance. Birds circled above the western canopy. None landed. I'll watch that first. Then he saw the stone. Pale shapes appeared between the trees, visible only when the wind moved the mist aside. At first, he thought they were cliff edges. Then the ship drew closer, and the lines became too straight. Columns, perhaps. Broken walls. A narrow arch half swallowed by vines. Something like a tower stump rose from the central forest, its top shattered, its sides wrapped in roots thick as ship ropes. Aloan whispered, "Well." Nia emerged from the lower hatch despite having clearly been told not to abandon her post for curiosity. She held a wrench in one hand and stared. That is more than a landing shelf. Vesna did not look away from the island. Return below. I can observe and be useful. Below. Nia sighed. Tyranny against wonder. Nia. Going. She vanished down the hatch, but not before taking one last hungry look. The Ardent Meridian approached slowly. More details unfolded. The northern cliff shelf was real. It jutted from the island just above the cloud layer, broad and gray, covered in moss and low grass. No docking tower stood there, but the shelf looked flat enough for emergency anchoring. Beyond it, the forest began almost immediately, dense and heavy, with trees growing around old stone rather than over it. That was what troubled Belle. Nature swallowed ruins in messy ways. Carithvin's forest seemed to have grown around lines already placed for it. A road cut through the canopy. Not a road people could walk now. It was too overgrown, too broken, too lost beneath roots and fallen leaves. But from above, Belle saw the shape. A straight line running from the cliff shelf toward the island interior. Straight in a way wind did not make. Straight in a way water did not choose. At its end, mist covered something pale and broad. A plaza, or the bones of one. The silence reached them before the landing shelf did. Not true silence. Wind moved. The ship creaked. Crew members called positions. Birds circled. But between those sounds, the island held still in a way that made Belle's adventurer instincts tighten. It did not feel evil. That would have been easier. Evil had direction. Hunger had movement. Malice had pressure. Carithvin felt abandoned by history. And history, Belle had learned, did not always stay buried. Vesna stood near the helm as the crew prepared for anchoring. Her gaze moved from the shelf to the treeline to the visible ruins, and back to the damaged side of her ship. The order of importance was clear. First, keep the Ardent Meridian alive. Second, keep the crew alive. Third, understand what kind of place they had just chosen because the safer option was too far away. Rusk, Vesna said. Emergency anchoring pattern. No full landing until Nia confirms the strut can tolerate shelf contact. Aloan, mark wind behavior. Mara, no one leaves the ship without permission. Doctor, keep triage open. Belle, I'll stay clear of the portside brace and help secure starboard lines. She looked at him. He had answered before she gave the order because he had already learned where she needed him. For a moment, the ship, the island, and the wind seemed to pause between them. Then Vesna nodded. Yes. Belle moved. The crew brought the Ardent Meridian down with extreme care. Anchor hooks fired into the cliff shelf, biting into old stone with heavy cracks. Stabilizer crystals pulsed brighter, then dimmed. The damaged strut groaned once as the ship settled into a hover just above the shelf, close enough for repair access, not close enough to fully rest its weight. Nia shouted from below, holding. I hate it, but she's holding. Rusk exhaled so hard it almost became a laugh. That should be our ship motto. Mara called from the galley hatch. Too long for a banner. Aloan had already opened 3 notebooks. She adjusted a brass lens over one eye and stared at the forest as if the trees had personally owed her money for 11 years. Vesna noticed immediately. Aloan. The cartographer froze with one foot angled toward the gangway. I was only adjusting my perspective. You were preparing to wander. My perspective is best adjusted while wandering. You will adjust it from the deck until I say otherwise. Aloan lifted her chin. I am a professional. You are holding 2 notebooks, a lens, and a sampling knife. A professional with interests. Vesna's stare did not move. Aloan slowly put the sampling knife away. Belle almost smiled. Then the forest shifted in the wind, and the smile faded before it formed. Between the branches, he saw another archway. This one was taller than the rest. hailstone shaped into a curve too smooth to be accidental. Vines hung from it like curtains. For a moment, sunlight passed through the opening and revealed carvings along the inner rim. Not words, not from this distance. Lines, circles, star-like marks. Something that made Bell think of route maps, but older, stranger, carved before the sky lanes had become trade. His hand rested near his knife before he realized it. Vesna noticed that too. She followed his gaze toward the island interior. Bell said nothing. The silence between them was not empty. It carried the road under the trees, the birds that circled but did not land, the old stone in the forest, the strange geometry where nature should have been wild, and the pressure behind Bell's ribs that told him this place was not simply abandoned. Vesna did not ask him for a dramatic explanation. She knew him better than that now. She looked at the island, then at the wounded ship, then at Bell. "We're here to fix the ship." Bell kept his eyes on the pale archway half hidden beneath vines. "Of course."
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 2. The Road. By mid-morning, the Ardent Meridian looked less like a skyship and more like a wounded animal being carefully held still. Ropes stretched from her starboard side to iron-ground anchors driven into the mossy cliff shelf. Repair lines hung beneath the lower hull, some taut, some loose, each tagged with colored cloth so no one pulled the wrong thing at the wrong time. Temporary braces had been fixed along the portside lower deck, their fresh timber pale against the ship's darker wood. Stabilizer crystals pulsed in slow, careful rhythm, no longer bright with travel power, but not dark either. The ship hovered close to the shelf, low enough for repair crews to work, high enough to avoid placing full weight on the compromised strut. Nia stood beneath the damaged portside section with chalk in one hand, a grease pencil tucked behind her ear, and a glare aimed directly at the ship's belly. "Do not make that sound again," she told the hull. A faint groan answered from the damaged strut. Nia pointed the chalk at it. "That counts as backtalk." Bell stood nearby, holding a crate of mana-conductive thread and trying very hard not to ask whether the ship could actually hear her. After nearly a month aboard the Ardent Meridian, he had learned that some questions invited answers, and some answers invited Nia to demonstrate something with sparks. Vesna moved between repair teams with quiet focus. She did not hover over Nia. She did not repeat orders already given. She checked water supplies, shade cloths, safety lines, brace placement, and crew rotations. She asked Nia direct questions and accepted direct answers. When Rusk reported that one anchor line was rubbing against a sharp stone edge, Vesna sent 2 sailors to pad the contact point before the rope could fray. When Mara brought water skins to the repair crew, Vesna thanked her and immediately told a sailor to drink before he fell over from stubbornness. Bell watched all of it while carrying supplies where he was told. Vesna's command during storms was easy to admire. She became the center of motion, all sharp orders and precise timing. But this was different. This was quieter. No lightning. No screaming wind. No rescue lines thrown across open sky. Just heat, tools, sweat, damaged wood, and a ship that needed patience. Vesna was just as impressive here. Maybe more. She knew when to speak, when to step back, when to trust Nia, and when to make the work easier without making the specialists feel watched. That mattered. Bell set the crate down beside Nia. "Thread." Nia glanced at it. "Correct thread. I brought the blue-marked crate. That means either correct thread or emergency decorative tassels, depending on who last organized the lower hold." Bell looked at the crate. Nia opened it, inspected the contents, and nodded. "Correct thread. The universe remains briefly competent." Vesna approached from behind Bell. "Repair status." Nia wiped sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist, leaving a line of chalk across her skin. "The compromised hull strut can be stabilized. Temporarily. That word is doing a great deal of work." "How temporary?" "Enough to get us to a proper dock if the sky behaves, and nobody asks the ship to dance." Define dance. Hard banking, sharp climb, emergency dive, corsair evasion, storm correction, or anything Bell might describe as only a little dangerous. Bell looked up. "I don't say that." Russ called from the anchor line. "You absolutely have." Marin, who was checking a ground stake near the cliff edge, added, "Twice." Aldrich did not look up from tightening a knot. "3 times if we count the rescue line incident." Bell opened his mouth, then closed it. Nia nodded. "See? Data supports me." Vesna's eyes flicked toward Bell, dry but not unkind. "I accept the data." Bell gave the crate of thread his full attention. Nia continued. "We can reinforce the joint housing, install an external support plate, and reroute part of the stabilizer load through the secondary rail." that keeps the damaged strut from eating itself for a while. But this is not a full repair. It is a convincing apology written in metal and prayer. Time: 6 hours if nothing shifts. 7 if the resin cure goes slowly. For if you want a repair that embarrasses my ancestors. 6, Vesna said. Good captain. Movement risk. Too much movement from the ship worsens the load. Keep weight distribution controlled. No unnecessary cargo shifting. No full crew cluster on port side lower. No enthusiastic pacing near the damaged section. Bell glanced at Aloan, who stood 3 paces away staring into the forest. Nia followed his gaze. Especially no cartographer pacing. Aloan snapped upright. I am not pacing. You are pacing internally. That is a private matter. Vesna turned to Aloan. Your private matters stay away from the port side lower deck. Aloan looked wounded. My curiosity has never damaged a hull strut. Yet, Nia said. Kareth Vin waited beyond them. The island's shoreline pressed close to the repair site, green and silent. The cliff shelf where the Ardent Meridian hovered looked natural at first, but the longer Bell stared, the more he saw old decisions hidden beneath moss. The stone underfoot was too smooth in places. The edge nearest the forest had a shallow drainage cut worn almost flat by age. Half-buried blocks lay beneath vines, their surfaces carved with lines that rain and roots had softened but not erased. The forest began only a short walk from the ship. Heavy trees leaned over broken stone. Vines hung in thick curtains from branches and old masonry alike. Birds called from the canopy in bright, nervous notes, then stopped all at once for no reason Bell could see. Small creatures watched from the undergrowth with glassy eyes and vanished whenever someone turned too quickly. Leaves moved sometimes without wind. Not much, just enough. The island did not feel hostile. That made it worse in a quieter way. Hostile places declared themselves. Kareth Vin simply waited. The road began near the cliff shelf. At first, Bell had thought it was a line of flat stones under moss. Then the repair work settled into rhythm, and his eyes kept returning to it. The road ran from the shoreline toward the island interior, straight enough to disturb the forest around it. For centuries of growth had softened its edges, but not its direction. Cracked paving stones lay under roots and green moss. Vines crossed over it, but never fully hid it. Trees grew near the road, crowded close, yet strangely few had taken root through the center. That was the part Bell could not stop noticing. Nature was patient. Nature broke everything eventually. But the road remained a line. Stone borders rested half-sunken in the soil on either side. In some places, Bell saw shallow channels carved along the edges, still guiding rainwater away after centuries of neglect. Faded markings appeared on a few exposed stones, not letters exactly, but angled cuts and small circular pits arranged in patterns. The road did not wander. It did not bend around trees. It did not apologize to the forest. It went somewhere. Bell carried timber. He checked anchor lines. He helped Aldrich move a tool chest. He fetched water skins. He held a brace plate while Nia marked stress points with glowing repair sigils. He answered when called. He stayed out of the way when the work did not need him. And every few minutes, he looked at the road. Mara noticed first. She stood beside the ship's lowered cargo ramp with a basket of travel bread under one arm and watched Bell look into the trees for the 5th time in 10 minutes. You're doing the thing, she said. Bell turned. What thing? The thing where your body is here, but your curiosity has already walked into the forest and started touching suspicious stones. I'm helping. You are. And your curiosity is trespassing. Aldrich, kneeling beside a ground anchor, grunted. Road does pull the eye. Marin adjusted the short blade at her hip. That is because it goes somewhere. Roads are rude like that. Aloan appeared beside Bell, so suddenly, he almost stepped back. She was holding 3 notebooks, a pencil, a brass lens, and a small measuring cord. Bell stared at the equipment. Aloan lifted her chin. I was inspecting shoreline alignment. From 3 feet away? Bell asked. Distances are flexible in scholarship. Marin looked her up and down. You already packed. I am prepared for sudden intellectual opportunity. Nia shouted from under the hull. That is what she calls wandering. Aloan ignored her with great dignity. Bell tried to focus on the ship. He truly did. The Ardent Meridian came first. The damaged hull strut mattered more than an old road, no matter how wrong that road felt beneath the trees. Vesna had brought them here to fix the ship. Bell understood that. He respected it. He wanted the ship safe. He lasted 4 hours. At the 4th hour, Nia finished installing the first temporary brace and announced that the repair had reached stable enough not to scream for a while. The crew shifted into a slower phase. Resin had to cure. Load had to remain steady. Nia needed fewer hands and more patience, which she claimed was a tragic shortage aboard every vessel ever built. Bell helped move the last supply crate away from the portside work area. Then he looked at the road again. Vesna was near the chart table set up beside the cargo ramp, reviewing Nia's repair timeline and Alohan's rough island sketch. Bell approached carefully. He did not come like a boy asking permission to sneak away. He came like someone respecting command on damaged ground. Vesna looked up before he spoke. You lasted longer than expected. Bell stopped. You knew? Everyone knew. Mara raised a hand from beside the water crates. Everyone. Rusk nodded without looking over. 4 hours is respectable. Alohan muttered. Excessive, frankly. Bell looked at Vesna and tried to keep his face calm. I'm only going a short distance. Terrain assessment. Vesna's expression did not change. That somehow made it worse. Terrain assessment, she repeated. Yes. Of the road. Yes. The road that has been personally offending your instincts since we arrived. Bell hesitated. That sounds less professional. It is more accurate. Alohan stepped forward immediately. A short survey would be wise. The road's alignment may indicate the island's original settlement pattern or ceremonial access or route observation infrastructure. Or, Nia shouted from beneath the hull, or danger. Alohan raised one finger. Danger is often historically informative, not a defense. Vesna looked toward the forest. Bell could see the decision form behind her eyes. Practical value. Unknown terrain. Potential risk. Ship repairs stable for the moment. Road leading inland. Bell's instincts. Alohan's knowledge. The need to understand where they had landed before night came. She did not like it. That did not mean she would ignore it. Take Aldrich and Marin, Vesna said. Stay within signal range. Bell nodded. Absolutely. Marin looked at him. Normal short distance or adventurer short distance. Bell tried to answer quickly. That was a mistake. Normal. Aldrich tightened the strap on his sidearm. That sounded rehearsed. It did, Marin said. Alohan tucked a notebook into a side pouch. The distinction is academically irrelevant. Marin pointed at her. That means adventurer short distance. Bell held up both hands. We will behave. Rusk passed behind them carrying a coil of rope. No one believes that, but we respect the effort. Vesna picked up a small signal charm from the chart table and handed it to Bell. The charm was a brass disc tied to a short cord, with a blue crystal set in the center. It pulsed faintly when Bell took it. Signal every 10 minutes, she said. If the pulse fades, you stop and return. If the road drops, splits, or enters enclosed ruins, you return. If Alohan uses the phrase, just a little farther, you return immediately. Alohan looked offended. I am being unfairly profiled. You have earned it. Aldrich checked his own signal gear twice. He was older than most of the sailors, with gray at his temples, calm hands, and the steady expression of a man who had survived by not needing excitement to feel alive. Marin stood beside him, younger, sharp-eyed, and already watching the forest instead of the people. She carried a short sword, a coil of thin rope, and 3 signal flares at her belt. But like both of them, they felt like the kind of people who made danger less dramatic by being prepared for it. Alohan, by contrast, looked like danger had invited her to tea. Vesna noticed Bell looking at the cartographer and added, Do not let her lick any stones. Alohan sputtered. That happened once. Nia's voice rose from under the hull. Twice. The second was mineral confirmation. Marin looked at Bell. We are going to die because of scholarship. Aldrich said, Probably not today. Bell gave Vesna a small nod. We'll stay in range. She held his gaze. For a moment, the dry humor fell away. Bell saw what she did not say. The ship was damaged. The island was unknown. He had a talent for walking toward problems. She trusted him enough to let him go, but not enough to pretend the road was harmless. He understood. Then she nodded once. Go. The road felt different underfoot. From the ship, it had been a line through the forest. Standing on it, Bell felt its age more clearly. Moss softened the cracks between paving stones. Roots crossed its surface like old fingers, but the stones beneath remained level enough to walk. The road was wide enough for 2 wagons side by side, maybe 3 if whoever built them was optimistic. Its stone borders had sunk unevenly, yet the direction held straight into the trees. The air cooled almost immediately. Behind them, the sounds of repair followed for the first dozen steps. Nia's voice, hammer taps, rope creaks, Mara scolding someone into drinking water, Vesna giving a quiet instruction. Then the trees thickened and the ship's noises softened until they felt farther away than they should have. Bell touched the signal charm. It pulsed blue. Still connected. Aldrich walked at Bell's left, one hand near his blade, but not on it. Marin took the right side, eyes moving constantly from undergrowth to branches to road surface. Aloan followed just behind Belle, sketching while walking, which should not have been possible without falling. Belle decided not to ask how long she had practiced that. The forest around Carith Ven was beautiful in the way abandoned places could become beautiful when no one asked permission. Tall trees rose around old stone fragments. Ferns grew thick beside the road. Vines hung from branches and broken markers. Sunlight filtered through leaves in shifting patches, bright green one moment and deep shadow the next. Insects clicked from somewhere unseen. Small silver lizards scattered over a fallen block carved with faded circles. A bird called twice from above, then went silent as the group passed. Marin raised one hand. Everyone stopped. Belle listened. At first, he heard only leaves, distant water, and the faint hum of the signal charm. Then there was a soft sound under the road. A moving trickle, water running through stone. Drainage, Aldrich said quietly. Belle nodded, still working. Aloan crouched immediately beside the road's edge. Of course it is. Look at this cut, angled to redirect seasonal runoff without undermining the center stones. For centuries neglected and still functioning. Excellent. Deeply worrying, but excellent. Marin looked down the road. You find good engineering worrying? I find good engineering in dead places extremely worrying. That, Belle said, makes sense. They continued. The road became clearer under the canopy. Not cleaner. Roots and moss still covered much of it, but the shape strengthened the farther they walked. Stone posts appeared at intervals, half sunken and wrapped in vine. Most were blank with age. One still held a carving near its base, a circle inside a longer oval, with 3 lines pointing upward. Aloan nearly made the same sound she had made when first seeing the island. Aldrich sighed. There it is. Aloan pushed her lens over one eye. This is not decorative. Marin looked over her shoulder. Please say it is not a warning. It may be navigational. That was not better. Aloan traced the carving without touching it. Circle inside oval. Upward lines. It could indicate ascent route, sky observation, upper atmosphere current study, or ceremonial movement toward a high point. Belle looked along the road. This island studied routes. Possibly. Or worshipped them. Or measured them. Or feared them. Civilizations are rarely polite enough to choose one category. Aldrich checked the signal charm. Still strong. Belle gave their first signal pulse back to the ship. The charm flashed twice, then settled. They walked on. Behind them, at the cliff shelf, Vesna lasted 20 minutes. She spent those 20 minutes doing exactly what she should have done. She checked Nia's brace work. She reviewed the stress marks under the portside hull. She confirmed resin cure time, load distribution, and crew rotation. She inspected the signal gauge that tracked Belle's charm and made certain the pulse remained strong. She spoke with Rusk about anchor tension and with Mara about meal timing for repair crews. She reviewed everything that mattered. Then she looked at the road. The signal pulse blinked again. Still strong. Nia, lying on her back beneath the hull with both arms inside a repair housing, said, "You are doing the thing." Vesna looked down. "What thing?" "The thing where your body is here, but your attention has already followed Belle into the trees." Vesna's expression remained flat. "That is not a technical diagnosis. I am an engineer. I diagnose load problems. You are overloading your pretending." Vesna folded her arms. "The repair operation remains my priority. Of course. The road may affect perimeter safety. Certainly. I should assess it." Nia slid out from under the hull enough to look at her. "Perimeters in the other direction." Vesna did not blink. "This perimeter is conceptual." Nia stared. Then she slowly smiled. Vesna's eyes narrowed. "Do not." I said nothing. "You are about to." I was only going to say try not to bring back anything with teeth. No promises if the cartographer is involved. Nia laughed and slid back under the hull. "Take a signal blade. If the old road starts singing, come back." Vesna paused. "Why would the road sing?" "I don't know. That's why I said come back." Vesna took her sidearm, a signal blade, and a compact field scope. She informed Rusk she was doing a perimeter check. Rusk looked toward the road, then toward the opposite cliff edge, then wisely decided life was better if he only nodded. "Perimeter check," he said. "Understood." Mara watched from beside the water crates. "She's following them." Rusk nodded. "Obviously." Nia's voice called from below. "I can hear all of you." Vesna walked toward the road without looking back. The forest received her differently than the deck did. On the Ardent Meridian, every sound had context. Every creak belonged to a plank. Every hum belonged to a crystal. Every rope had a purpose, every footstep a likely owner. Here, the sounds were layered and less obedient. Leaves moved somewhere ahead. Water ran beneath stone. Insects clicked in the undergrowth. A branch shifted high above with no bird visible on it. Vesna moved with controlled caution. She was not Belle. She did not pretend to be. He read danger the way some sailors read wind. Vesna read structure, systems, and intent. The road gave her enough of all three to be irritating. Its slope was subtle but consistent, rising inland by a degree too smooth to be natural. Drainage channels ran along both sides, still clear in places despite roots and centuries of moss. The paving stones were placed with tiny variations in width, possibly to handle expansion from heat and moisture. Every 50 paces, a marker post appeared. Most were damaged, but their placement was too regular to be accidental. The road had not merely been built. It had been maintained. For a long time. Vesna understood why Belle had not been able to ignore it. That irritated her because it meant his instincts were, again, inconveniently reasonable. The signal charm at her belt pulsed faintly, matching Belle's group ahead. Still within range. Still moving slowly. She followed the road deeper, watching the tree line, the side stones, the faint marks carved into posts. Once, she stopped beside a broken marker and brushed away moss with her glove. Beneath it, she found a shallow carving shaped like a forked line pointing toward a circle. Navigation. Maybe. Or warning. The problem with dead civilizations was that they rarely left helpful labels. Voices reached her before she saw the group. Aloan was speaking in the low, thrilled tone of a scholar trying very hard not to sprint. This is either a ceremonial approach road or a functional survey line. Possibly both. Excellent. Deeply worrying, but excellent. Marin answered. You keep using excellent beside worrying. They are close relatives. They are not. Belle stood near a stone marker ahead, looking toward the road's next stretch. Aldrich was checking the signal charm. Marin watched the trees. Aloan sketched a half-buried carving with ferocious concentration. The cartographer saw Vesna first. Aloan's eyes flicked toward her, then away. She said nothing. Belle did not turn. Perimeter check, he asked. Vesna stopped beside a moss-covered border stone. The road needed assessment. Belle looked back then, a small smile already forming. And, it goes somewhere. Belle grinned. Vesna did not. Almost. Something at the edge of her mouth considered the idea, then discipline quietly murdered it. Marin looked between them. Should we pretend that was not amusing? Aldrich said, safer. Aloan snapped her notebook shut. The road does, in fact, go somewhere. If we could return to the significance of ancient infrastructure instead of whatever this is. There is no this, Vesna said. Of course, Aloan said, immediately writing something down. Belle's grin softened before he turned back to the road. Signal range is still strong. I checked. I assumed. Vesna looked at him. Did you? Yes. That should not have pleased her. It did not, officially. The group continued with Vesna, now beside them. Belle moved near the front, but not too far ahead. He stepped where the road was clear, pausing whenever something felt wrong. Aldrich kept the left flank. Marin moved slightly right, eyes on the forest and hand near her blade. Aloan drifted between awe and professional restraint, sketching stone markers, muttering about alignment, and stopping every few minutes to measure something no one else noticed. Vesna walked just behind Belle's right shoulder. Not following. Not leading. Assessing. The road drew them inward. The forest grew quieter the farther they went. Not silent, but selective. Bird calls came from behind them now, not ahead. Leaves moved without visible wind, but only in small pockets, as if the island breathed through hidden spaces. The road's paving stones became more exposed, less broken, and faintly lighter in color. Moss still covered much of them, but the central line remained walkable. Belle stopped once when a stone shifted under his boot with a faint mechanical click. Everyone froze. Marin drew half her blade before the sound finished. Aldrich raised his signal flare. Vesna's hand went to the signal blade. Aloan whispered, with completely misplaced excitement. Pressure response. Nothing happened. 10 seconds passed. Then 20. A drop of water fell somewhere under the road. Belle slowly lifted his foot. The stone rose back into place by a hair's width. Old drainage valve, Vesna said. Belle exhaled. Probably. Marin looked at him. Probably. Belle gave her an apologetic smile. It didn't explode. That is a low standard. Aldrich lowered the flare. On unexplored islands, low standards keep spirits healthy. Aloan crouched near the stone. Fascinating. The road surface may have integrated water release mechanisms triggered by pressure or seasonal load. If this still functions after centuries, then either the builders were extraordinary or or someone maintained it far longer than expected. Marin looked into the trees. Please stop making the island more interesting. I cannot control reality. No, but you can stop sounding happy about it. They moved on more carefully. A few minutes later, they found scratch marks on a stone marker. Marin saw them first. She knelt beside the marker and brushed away vines with the back of her glove. For long gouges cut across the stone, deep enough to expose pale material beneath the weathered surface. They were old, but not as old as the road. Moss had begun to regrow inside the cuts, yet the edges remained sharp in places. Belle crouched beside her. Animal? Aldrich asked. Maybe, Belle said. Marin glanced at the forest. Big animal. Aloan leaned closer, then stopped before touching the marks. Vesna noticed the restraint and approved despite herself. Could be tool damage, Aloan said. Or claw. Or a very angry surveyor. Marin stood. I vote not surveyor. Belle looked down the road. The straight line continued beneath the trees, pulling the eye forward. Far ahead, through branches and mist, something pale rose between trunks. Not the main ruins. Not yet. A large archway, perhaps, or a broken wall. Its top was hidden by leaves, but the base stood directly in line with the road. The island had a direction. That changed the feeling of the walk. A random ruin could be ignored. A scattered stone could be studied and left behind. But a road with markers, drainage, pressure mechanisms, and a visible structure ahead was not background. It was invitation, or instruction. Belle touched the signal charm again. Still blue. Still strong. He sent the next pulse back to the ship. The charm answered with a faint warmth. Vesna watched his hand. Still within range. Yes. Good. Marin raised an eyebrow. Are we still calling this a short distance? Belle looked at the road ahead. Then at Vesna. Vesna looked at the pale shape between the trees. Signal range remains acceptable, she said. Marin sighed. That means adventurer short distance has been officially approved. Aldrich looked almost amused. With Captain wording. Aloan smiled. Excellent. Marin pointed at her. No. The road narrowed slightly as the trees pressed closer. Stone borders rose higher here, forming low walls beneath the moss. Faded carvings appeared along the inner sides, circles, lines, stars, and shapes that reminded Belle of route markers suspended in the sky. Some had been cut clean and shallow. Others were worn almost smooth by time. Aloan moved along them with hungry restraint, copying fragments into her notebook. This may be a directional system, she murmured. Not written language exactly, more like route notation. See this repeated mark? It appears beside the upward lines. And here, the circle inside the oval again. The road may align with sky positions. Vesna stepped closer. Navigation infrastructure? Possibly. On an unregistered island. Aloan's smile became thin and bright. That is why it is interesting. Aldrich looked ahead. Interesting things rarely stay polite. No, Aloan agreed. They become history. Belle stared at the carvings. He thought of Orario's streets, built by people still living. The Ardent Meridian's decks, maintained every day by hands that loved her. Asterfall's bridges, crowded and loud. Those places felt alive because people kept making choices inside them. Carith Vin felt different. Its choices remained, but the people were gone. The road was a sentence written by a dead hand, and Belle could not yet read the words. A breeze moved through the trees. All the leaves shifted at once, then stopped. Belle raised a hand. Everyone froze. This time, there was no click. No water. No visible movement. Only a pressure in the air, faint but present, like the feeling before a dungeon wall cracked open. Marin whispered, "What is it?" Belle listened. The forest held itself still. Then, from far ahead, came a sound. Low. Stone against stone. Only once. Aloan's eyes widened. Vesna's expression sharpened. Aldrich's hand closed around his weapon. Belle lowered his hand slowly. We keep moving. Slowly. Marin gave him a look. Toward the stone noise? Belle looked down the road. Yes. Marin sighed. Of course. Vesna did not argue. That mattered. She looked ahead, then at Belle, and he saw the calculation in her eyes. The ship was under repair behind them. The signal remained strong. The road led toward something old enough to matter and active enough to make noise. Turning back now would preserve caution, but sacrifice knowledge. Moving forward increased risk, but gave them information before nightfall. Risk could not be avoided. Only selected and managed. Belle knew whose lesson that was. They walked on. The pale shape ahead grew clearer through the trees. It was an archway after all, though not a complete one. One side had cracked and sunk, and vines covered the upper stones. The opening beneath it was filled with shadow and green light. The road passed directly through it, continuing into deeper forest beyond. On either side of the arch, low walls stretched out beneath roots, suggesting an outer boundary or threshold. Aloan whispered, "Threshold." Marin looked at her. "Please tell me that is a guess." "No. The inscription here includes a threshold mark." Aloan pointed to a broken stone near the road's edge. "I cannot translate the rest yet." Aldrich looked at the archway. "Threshold to what?" Aloan, for once, did not answer. Belle stepped closer to the broken marker. The carving had been worn down by rain and time, but one symbol remained clear, a line crossing a circle with 3 smaller marks beneath it. The sight made his instincts tighten again. Not evil, not cursed, intentional. Vesna stood beside him, close enough that he could hear her quiet breath. "This is no longer shoreline assessment," she said. Belle nodded. "No. Still within signal range." "Yes. Still not entering enclosed ruins." Belle looked at the archway. Its far side opened onto more road, more trees, more filtered light. Technically not enclosed. Marin made a small sound of disbelief. Aldrich looked at Vesna. "Captain." Vesna looked back toward the direction of the ship. The repair sounds were gone now, hidden by forest and distance, but the signal charm still pulsed. Then she looked at the road, the arch, the old markings, and finally at Belle. He did not push. He waited. That mattered too. Vesna adjusted her grip on the signal blade. "We go through the arch. Another 10 minutes. If the signal fades, we return. If the road drops underground, we return. If anything moves that should not move, we return after identifying whether it is chasing us." Marin nodded. "That last condition concerns me." Aloan already had her notebook open. "Reasonable." Belle smiled faintly. "We'll be careful." Vesna looked at him. "That phrase is beginning to lose value. I'll try to restore its reputation." "Do that." Belle stepped forward first. The old road passed beneath the broken arch and carried them deeper into Carith Ven. Moss softened the stones underfoot. Vines hung down on either side like curtains. The air beyond the arch felt cooler, and the forest grew quieter still, as if the island had allowed them to reach the beginning of something and was now waiting to see what they would do with it. Behind them, the Ardent Meridian remained wounded but alive on the cliff shelf. Ahead, the road continued in a straight line toward pale stone shapes hidden by trees and mist. Belle, Vesna, Aloan, Aldrich, and Marin followed it together. They had come to Carith Ven to fix the ship, but the road went somewhere, and now they were following it.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 3. The Constructs of Carith Ven. The road did not end at the broken arch. It continued beneath it, straight and quiet, as if 4 centuries of forest had been only a minor delay. Belle stepped through first, boots landing on stone that had outlived the people who placed it there. Moss softened the path, but the paving beneath remained firm. Behind him, Vesna followed with one hand near her signal blade. Aldrich and Marin spread to either side, watching the trees. Aloan came last, already sketching the arch while walking, which Belle still considered impressive and unsafe. Beyond the arch, the forest changed. Not suddenly, not with a dramatic wall or clear border. It simply became less wild, one careful step at a time. Trees still rose on both sides, thick and green, their branches crossing overhead. Vines still hung in long curtains. Ferns still crowded the road edges. But stone began to appear more often beneath the leaves. A low wall ran beside the road, half buried in moss. A carved marker leaned against a tree root. A drainage channel carried a thin line of water under a stone grate that should have collapsed long ago and somehow had not. Belle slowed. The others slowed with him. Aldrich looked down at the grate. Still working. Aloan made a soft sound of approval. "Of course it is." Marin glanced at her. "You keep saying that like it explains anything." "It explains craftsmanship," Aloan said. "And arrogance. The two often share tools." Vesna crouched beside the channel and studied the slope. "The water runs away from the road, not across it." Belle followed her gaze, still guiding movement. "Yes." She stood. "Even ruined, the place is directing us." That thought stayed with them as they continued. The ruins announced themselves gradually. First came scattered stones, then walls, then broken archways leaning between trees like old bones holding up green weight. Steps appeared beneath leaves, broad and shallow, leading to platforms swallowed by roots. Stone posts stood in pairs, aligned too perfectly to be natural. Some had crystals embedded near their tops, dull now, clouded by age. Others carried strips of metal that had gone dark with time, but still followed precise lines along their surfaces. The forest had not conquered Carath. It had moved in and learned to live around it. That made Belle uneasy. Nature broke things apart. It pushed through cracks. It swallowed roads, split walls, and twisted roots through foundations. Here, roots curved around old mechanisms instead of through them. Trees grew beside stone borders, but rarely on top of them. Moss covered carvings without erasing them. The road kept its direction with stubborn calm, pointing deeper into the island. Belle had entered many abandoned places before. Most felt empty. Carath felt occupied by intention. They reached the first open court just before noon. The trees pulled back, revealing a circular space paved in pale stone. Sunlight fell through a wide gap in the canopy and struck the center of the court in a clean, bright column. Around the edges stood broken frames of brass and stone, arranged like instruments pointed toward the sky. Some had rings fixed at angles. Others held cracked crystal lenses. Vines wrapped around them, but the shapes remained clear enough to show purpose. Vesna stepped into the court and looked up. Above them, the canopy gap framed a narrow strip of blue sky. The opening was not random. Belle saw it once she did. The entire court had been built around that view. The ring devices pointed toward it. Lines in the floor radiated from the center stone toward the broken instruments, then toward the road behind them and a corridor ahead. This was for observation, Vesna said. Aloan was already on her knees beside the nearest floor marking. Not merely observation. Measurement. See these intervals? Not decorative. They correspond to angle changes. Stars? Belle asked. Stars, cloud paths, upper current movement, floating island drift, possibly all of the above. Aloan's pencil scratched across paper. Carath was not guessing at the sky. They were reading it. Marin looked around the court. Can we say that in a way that makes it less worrying? No, Aldrich said. Aloan pointed toward the corridor ahead. The main complex likely continues there. The road aligns through this court and into that passage. This was probably an approach route. Vesna studied the corridor. It was built from pale stone blocks fitted together with almost no visible gaps. The roof had broken in places, allowing shafts of sunlight to cut down through hanging vines and drifting dust. Along the walls, Belle saw carvings of ships, currents, circles, and lines that curved like wind made visible. Brass strips ran through the floor in a grid, crossing at regular points and disappearing beneath moss. Belle stepped closer, but did not enter. The corridor was too narrow. 2 people could walk side by side if neither carried gear. 3 would be awkward. If something came from ahead, retreat would be slow. If something moved from behind, they would be trapped between walls designed by people who liked controlling direction. Marin noticed his hesitation. Bad corridor? All corridors are bad until proven otherwise, Belle said. Aldrich nodded. Sailor Rule 2. Vesna glanced at the wall markings. This one was meant to be read before entered. Aloan brightened. Exactly. Marin looked at her. That was not an invitation to sound pleased. I can be pleased and cautious. Can you? Aloan did not answer quickly enough. Belle knelt near the entrance and brushed moss from the floor. A line of small circles crossed the threshold. Beyond them, the brass strips began. Above the doorway, a carving showed a figure standing still beneath a ring, with lines radiating outward from its feet. Beside it were symbols Aloan had already begun copying. What does it say? Vesna asked. Working on it, Aloan said. That usually means we are about to learn too late. It means ancient inscriptions disliked being rushed. Belle looked into the corridor. Something about the air inside felt cooler. Not cold, just less touched by the forest. There was less plant growth beyond the threshold than around the court. Moss clung to the edges, but the floor down the center was almost clear. Scrape marks cut through dust in long lines. Old ones, maybe, or not old enough. A faint hum lived beneath the stone, so low Belle first thought it was the signal charm. He raised a hand. Everyone stopped. Vesna did not ask why. Aldrich and Marin shifted subtly, ready without making noise. Aloan froze with her pencil halfway through a symbol. Belle listened. The hum continued. No footsteps, no breathing, no rustle except leaves outside the court. Then dust fell from the corridor ceiling. A shape moved at the far end. At first, it looked like a statue turning in shadow. Stone shoulders, a broad chest banded with dark metal, long arms hanging heavy at its sides. Moss and old dust clung to its body, cracking as it shifted. Pale crystal light flickered in the center of its chest, weak at first, then brighter. Marin drew her blade. That statue moved. Aldrich's hand closed around his short sword. I saw. Aloan whispered, with entirely wrong timing. historically significant. The construct took one step. The sound was heavy, controlled, and patient. Stone foot against stone floor. Bell moved before anyone else could. He stepped across the threshold and angled himself between the construct and the others. Stay back. The construct's crystal core brightened. Its head turned toward him. It had no face in a human way. Only a smooth stone front with two narrow slits of pale light where eyes should have been. Metal bands crossed its joints at shoulders, elbows, hips, and knees. Something like dark crystal ran through the stone in thin veins. It was not alive. Bell felt that immediately. It was not angry, not hungry, not cruel. It was doing one job. It had been doing that job for centuries, and no one had told it to stop. Bell drew his short sword. The construct moved. Not fast. That was the problem. Fast enemies made mistakes because speed demanded choices. This thing had no rush in it. It stepped forward with perfect weight, lifted one arm, and struck in a direct line toward Bell's chest. Bell dodged right. The stone fist hit the wall behind him. The corridor shook. Dust burst from cracks overhead. Bell slashed at the construct's arm as he passed. His blade struck stone and metal with a bright clang, leaving only a shallow mark across the surface. That did almost nothing, Marin said. I noticed, Bell said. The construct turned toward his voice. Bell stopped talking. Its crystal eyes shifted, tracking him. Aldrich entered the corridor behind Bell, shield up. Need room? Yes, Bell said. But we don't have any. Marin followed with her blade low, keeping near the wall. Vesna remained just outside the threshold, looking from the construct to the inscriptions, then to the floor markings. Eloan pressed herself against the left wall at the entrance, notebook open, pencil moving in frantic strokes. The construct attacked again. Bell stepped forward this time, slipping inside the swing. He struck at the knee joint, aiming for the metal band. Sparks jumped, but the blade bounced off without biting deep. The construct's other arm came across in a flat sweep. Bell ducked under it, but the corridor gave him no room to clear fully. The edge of the stone forearm clipped his shoulder. Pain burst down his side. He hit the wall hard enough to knock air from his lungs. Bell, Vesna called. He pushed off the wall. Fine. That was not fully true. The construct turned toward him again. Aldrich moved in, shield raised. The construct struck. Aldrich braced, taking the impact at an angle. The blow drove him back 2 steps, boots scraping across the stone grid. Marin darted in from the side and cut at the construct's wrist joint. Her blade hit metal and sparked. She pulled away before the return swing crushed her. Hard target, she said. Very hard, Aldrich grunted. Bell recovered and watched. The construct did not chase Marin when she stopped against the wall. It did not strike Aldrich while he held still with shield raised. It moved toward Bell when Bell shifted his footing. Bell's eyes narrowed. Maybe it tracked weapon movement. He needed more. He feinted left with his sword. The construct reacted instantly, arm rising to intercept. Bell shifted his body right. The construct corrected toward his body, not the blade. The stone fist slammed into him before he fully cleared the line. Bell twisted at the last second. The blow struck his ribs instead of his center mass, sending him skidding across the corridor floor. Pain flared sharp and hot through his side. He rolled, caught himself on one knee, and tasted blood where he bit the inside of his cheek. Vesna took one step forward. Bell lifted a hand without looking at her. Not yet. The construct advanced. Slow. Patient. Bell breathed through the pain. First hit, it reacted to his dodge. Second hit, it corrected to his body movement, not the weapon. It did not attack Eloan, who was pressed completely still against the wall, muttering over symbols like survival and scholarship had become the same thing. It had not struck Aldrich when Aldrich froze after bracing. It had ignored Marin the moment she stopped moving. Bell looked at the floor. The brass grid. The threshold circles. The carving of the still figure. He understood. The construct raised its arm again. Bell's voice cut through the corridor. Stop. Everyone froze. Marin stopped with one foot half-shifted forward. Aldrich locked in place behind his shield. Eloan froze with her pencil still touching paper. Vesna stopped at the threshold. Bell stayed on one knee, sword lowered, chest rising slowly. The construct halted. Its raised arm remained in the air for 3 long heartbeats. The crystal light in its chest pulsed once. Twice. Then it lowered the arm and returned to a neutral stance. It did not step back. It did not shut down. It simply waited. Bell spoke quietly. It tracks movement. If you stop, it stops. No one moved. Marin's eyes shifted toward him without turning her head. That would have been useful to know earlier. I needed to be sure. You got hit to be sure. It was effective. Aldrich muttered, adventurer method. Eloan, still pressed to the wall with her notebook, said without looking up, that's consistent with the inscription here. Threshold Guardian. Responds to unauthorized kinetic signatures. Bell slowly turned his head toward her. You could have mentioned that earlier. I was still translating. Marin closed her eyes. Scholars. The construct remained still. Vesna stepped into the corridor carefully, moving so slowly the construct's crystal light did not brighten. She stopped near the wall above Eloan's notes, reading the inscription herself as best she could from the fragments. It was on the wall, Vesna said. Bell looked up at her from one knee. I was busy. Evidently. The dry answer landed with just enough warmth beneath it that Bell almost smiled despite the pain. Almost. Then his ribs objected. Vesna noticed that too. Can you stand? Slowly. That seems wise. Bell stood slowly. The construct did not move. Eloan finished copying the inscription and finally looked up at the Guardian with shining eyes. Remarkable. It is not hostile. It is permission-bound. Marin stared at her. It tried to flatten Bell against a wall. Because he moved without authorization. That is a strange defense. A historically accurate one. Aldrich shifted only his eyes toward the construct. How do we pass it? Everyone looked at Eloan. Eloan looked at the wall. Vesna looked at the floor. Bell looked at the construct. For a moment, none of them spoke. Then Vesna crouched near the brass grid. The floor markings continue past it. Circles at the threshold. Lines through the center. Eloan, the inscription. Does it indicate stillness only, or a movement pattern? Eloan scanned her notes. Fragments. Threshold Guardian. Unauthorized kinetic signatures. Stillness recognized as neutral. Passage requires. She frowned. Measured movement? No. Regulated movement. Maybe pace. Vesna studied the corridor length. A security system based on motion. It distinguishes violent or uncontrolled movement from authorized passage. Bell looked at the construct's stance. So we walk slowly? Not merely slowly, Vesna said. Consistently. Marin looked deeply unhappy. Past the stone thing that punches people. Yes, Vesna said. That is not my favorite plan. It is currently our best plan. Bell rolled his shoulder once, then stopped because pain made a convincing argument. I'll go first. Vesna looked at him. No. Bell blinked. No. You have already tested the punching portion of the system. Aldrich has the shield. He goes first. You watch the construct. I watch the markings. Marin watches our rear. Eloan does not touch anything. Eloan opened her mouth. Vesna pointed at her without looking. Anything. Eloan closed her mouth. Aldrich lifted his shield slightly. Consistent pace? Vesna nodded. 1 step every 2 heartbeats. No sudden turns. No raised weapons unless it activates. Keep your shoulders level. Aldrich breathed in once, then began walking. 1 step. 2 heartbeats. Another step. The construct's crystal core pulsed faintly, but did not move. The corridor felt too narrow for breathing. Aldrich passed the construct's reach. Nothing happened. Marin whispered, I hate how well that worked. Bell followed next, slower than his body wanted. His adventurer instincts disliked walking gently past something that had recently hit him twice. He kept his eyes on the construct's arms, watching for the smallest shift. Vesna walked behind him, one hand near the wall, reading the next set of markings while keeping her steps measured. Eloan moved after her, visibly suffering from the effort not to stop and sketch everything. Marin came last. They passed the Guardian. When Marin cleared the far threshold, the construct turned with a slow grind and returned to its original position near the corridor wall. Moss settled from its shoulder. The light in its core dimmed. It waited again. Bell exhaled. Aldrich lowered his shield. We are calling that a success. Marin looked at Bell's bruised side. A costly success. Bell smiled faintly. Still success. Vesna gave him a look. Do not make a habit of information gathering by impact. I'll try. Try with ambition. Eloan had already turned back toward the construct. We should record the mechanism in more detail. No, Vesna and Marin said together. Eloan sighed. Anti-scholarship sentiment is rising. It rises near danger, Aldrich said. Natural response. The corridor opened into a larger passage. Here, the ruins became clearer. The roof had partly collapsed, but not randomly. Long rectangular gaps had been cut into the ceiling at regular intervals, now widened by time and roots. Sunlight came down in strips, illuminating brass lines embedded in the floor. Dust floated through the light. Vines hung between stone beams. Along both walls, carvings showed floating islands arranged in rings, ships moving between them, and lines that curved through sky like mapped currents. Vesna stopped before one wall. Belle stopped beside her, keeping enough distance for both of them to move. She traced the carvings without touching them. These are route paths. Aloan joined them, excitement barely restrained. Upper atmosphere currents. Maybe early Skylane models. See the repeated arc pattern? That is not artistic. It shows current layering. Belle looked at the ceiling gaps. And the roof. Vesna looked up. Observation slots. They could compare the carved model to the sky directly. Aldrich glanced through one opening. Only leaves and a thin slice of blue showed above. From inside the building? Yes, Vesna said. The architecture is part of the instrument. Belle liked that more than he expected. The ruins were not beautiful because someone had added decoration after function. The beauty was the function. Lines pointed where I should go. Openings framed the sky. Floors guided movement. Walls carried memory. Whoever built Kareth Vin had not separated usefulness from wonder. Then Belle saw the second construct. It stood at the end of the passage, half hidden by vines. This one was smaller than the first, crouched near a doorway with its head bowed. Moss covered most of its shoulders. Its crystal core was dark. A line of brass circles crossed the floor 10 paces before it. Belle raised a hand. The group stopped. Marin whispered, "Another one?" "Dormant," Aldrich said. "For now," Marin replied. Vesna crouched beside the floor markings before anyone crossed them. Threshold line. Different pattern. Aloan leaned over her shoulder. Inscription here. Less damaged. Her eyes moved quickly. Authorized. Interval. Paired crossings prohibited. No discouraged. Wait. Marin looked at the dormant construct. Please wait faster. Vesna studied the brass circles. One at a time. Belle followed her gaze. If two people cross together, it wakes? Likely. Aloan nodded. That matches the phrase. Movement signature overlap. It probably interprets multiple bodies crossing as breach behavior. Aldrich looked at Belle. So, single file. Single file, Vesna confirmed. Same pace as before. They crossed one by one. The construct's core flickered faintly when Aldrich passed, then dimmed. Belle went next, every muscle ready, but nothing moved. Vesna followed with calm steps, eyes on the floor and wall both. Aloan crossed muttering the inscription under her breath. Marin came last, glaring at the construct as if daring it to make poor choices. It did not. On the other side, she said, I prefer when reading works before punching starts. Belle nodded. Me too. Vesna looked at him. He added, I am learning. Good. The next chamber was a wind room. They did not understand that until the door opened. At first, it looked like a square hall with a broken ceiling and a circular stone platform in the center. Then Aldrich stepped inside, and the air shifted. A low tone vibrated through the walls. Dust lifted from the floor in thin spirals. Faint crystal lights blinked awake along the corners. Belle reached for his sword. Vesna said, Wait. He stopped. The tone rose, and steadied. Aloan stared at the wall inscription. Upper current alignment. Silence chamber. Pressure calibration. Marin whispered, Silence chamber? Vesna lifted one finger to her lips. Everyone fell silent. The tone softened. The dust spirals slowed. Belle felt the air move around him in careful streams, flowing from vents hidden near the floor, rising toward ceiling gaps, then circling the central platform. It was not an attack. It was a measurement. Or a test. The room listened to pressure, sound, movement, maybe breath. Vesna pointed to the floor markings. Belle saw them then. Thin lines curved around the platform, leaving a path along the outer wall. No words needed. They followed the path in silence. Halfway through, Aloan's foot slipped on moss. She grabbed the nearest wall to catch herself, and her notebook began sliding from her satchel. Belle caught it before it hit the floor. The room's tone wavered. Everyone froze. The crystal lights flickered. Belle held the notebook between two fingers, not daring to move. Aloan stared at it with the expression of a person forced to choose between scholarship and survival. Vesna's eyes narrowed. Aloan slowly took the notebook back. The tone steadied again. They exited the chamber without speaking. Once safely in the next corridor, Marin exhaled. If a room can be offended by noise, I don't like it. Aloan hugged her notebook to her chest. That room was magnificent. That room nearly judged us to death. A magnificent judgment. Vesna looked at Aloan. No more loose satchels. Aloan adjusted every strap immediately. Belle looked back through the doorway. It didn't want silence because of magic alone. Vesna nodded. Sound effects, air pressure. It was probably calibrated for wind measurement. An indoor room to study sky currents. Controlled conditions, she said. Belle smiled faintly. You sound impressed. I am professionally interested. Of course. Her eyes shifted to him. You are smiling. I am personally interested. That is less controlled. Yes. For a moment, their gazes held. Then Marin cleared her throat. If the scholars and scholar-adjacent people are finished admiring dangerous rooms, the corridor continues. Belle looked away first. Vesna looked away second. Aloan, wisely, wrote nothing down until they started moving again. The deeper they went, the more Carith Vin revealed itself as a system. Not a dead city. Not a simple ruin. A complex. A research place built around direction, movement, air, and sky. Corridors aligned with ceiling breaks that framed strips of clouds. Courtyards held cracked instruments of brass and crystal. Wall carvings showed skylanes crossing above floating islands. Floor grids marked directions that no longer matched modern route charts. Stone arrows pointed not just forward, but upward, toward old sky positions hidden by centuries of forest growth. Vesna began to lead more often. Not because Belle stepped back from danger, but because the danger was changing. The first construct had taught them the rule. Carith Vin punished motion it did not understand. Vesna read that rule in the markings, then found variations before they triggered. Belle watched the corridors, the corners, the shadows between mechanisms. Vesna watched the system. Together, they moved better. Neither said so. Aldrich noticed anyway. He exchanged one look with Marin after Vesna stopped Belle from stepping onto a paired crossing line, and Belle immediately pointed out a ceiling joint where another construct might drop if the line was crossed too fast. Marin lifted one eyebrow. Aldrich gave a small shrug that said, "Yes, this is happening, and no, we are not commenting." Aloan commented without meaning to. "Complementary risk processing," she murmured while sketching a threshold mark. Vesna turned. "What?" "Nothing." Marin leaned close to Belle. "That means she wrote something about you." Belle's ears warmed. "I hope not." She absolutely did. They reached a doorway framed by two tall stone pillars. Above it, faded symbols ran in 3 lines. Aloan translated fragments under her breath as Vesna studied the architecture. "Route Observatory," Aloan said. "Upper current alignment. Archive access. No, not access. Pre-access. Outer record path." She stopped, eyes bright. "Living map." Vesna looked sharply at her. "Living map. Fragment only. Could be metaphor. Could be mechanism. Could be both." Marin rubbed her forehead. "Every answer here grows legs." Belle looked through the doorway. Beyond it, the passage widened and sloped gently upward. The air smelled drier there, less forest damp and more like old stone warmed by sunlight. Dust drifted through a long shaft of light, falling from a roof opening ahead. The walls were covered with carvings, but not scattered ones. These were arranged in bands, moving forward like a story or sequence. Belle did not enter yet. Vesna noticed. "You feel something?" "Not like before." He looked at the walls, the floor, the ceiling. "It feels like the place wants us to understand before we move." Aloan's pencil stopped. Aldrich checked the signal charm. Still connected to the ship. Faint, but connected. Vesna looked back the way they had come. "We are near the edge of acceptable range." Marin looked relieved. "So we turn back?" Aloan looked devastated. Belle looked ahead. Vesna did too. The corridor beyond the doorway opened toward a brighter interior space, not fully visible yet. The road had led them here. The thresholds had tested them. The constructs had not attacked once they learned the rules. Carith Vin was dangerous, yes, but not random. It was still following instructions set by people long gone. Instructions could be read. Risks could be managed. Vesna took one slow breath. 5 minutes farther. No more if the signal weakens. Marin muttered, "Adventurer short distance has infected command." Aldrich said, "It spreads through exposure." Belle smiled despite the bruise along his ribs. Vesna gave both sailors a calm look. "Your concerns are noted." "Does noted mean considered?" Marin asked. Briefly. "Comforting." Aloan was already vibrating again. Vesna pointed at her. "No running. I am a scholar." "That is not a denial." They stepped through the doorway. This time, Belle and Vesna moved together by unspoken agreement. Belle watched the floor and corners, ready for motion. Vesna watched the markings and structural lines, reading the room before it could punish them. Aloan translated fragments in a low voice. Aldrich kept the rear steady. Marin watched the side passages, blade ready but lowered. The ruins opened ahead. Not fully. Not yet. But enough to show depth. More corridors. More instruments. A glimpse of a larger chamber beyond broken pillars, bright with sunlight and green shadow. Brass lines ran along the floor toward it, converging like routes on a map. A dormant construct stood in an alcove to the right, Core dark, head bowed. This time, nobody moved quickly. Nobody raised a weapon. Nobody treated it like a monster. They read the floor. They read the wall. They passed without waking it. Belle glanced at Vesna. She did not look back, but she said quietly, left side. Single crossing. He adjusted before his foot touched the wrong line. Saw it. Good. A moment later, Belle lifted one hand. Ceiling joint. Vesna stopped the group before Eloan passed beneath it. She looked up, found the hidden mechanism, and nodded once. Good. Eloan whispered, remarkable. Marin said, which part? All of it. That, for once, nobody argued with. Carith Vin was not dead. It had no people in its halls, no voices in its courts, no living hands to polish the brass or clear the moss. But its rules remained. Its guardians waited. Its instruments still listened to air and motion. Its corridors still guided travelers by lines, symbols, and sky-framed light. The complex was a language built from stone, wind, and patient danger. Belle had entered ready to fight. Vesna had entered ready to read. Now both methods moved side by side. Belle watched the next corridor breathe with dust and sunlight. Vesna studied the inscription beside it. Eloan translated in fragments, voice low with growing excitement. Outer record path. Threshold sequence. Sky memory. Archive approach. Aldrich shifted his grip on his sword. Marin looked toward the brighter chamber ahead. We are not at the answer yet, are we? Belle shook his head. Vesna's gaze stayed on the markings. No. The signal charm pulsed faintly at Belle's belt, reminding them of the wounded ship waiting beyond the forest. The Ardent Meridian still needed repairs. Carith Vin still held its secrets. And somewhere deeper in the complex, the road they had followed was becoming something more than a road. Vesna read the next inscription. Belle watched the shadows for movement. Together, without saying it, they took the next careful step into the ruins.
Like and subscribe for more DanMachi fanfiction.
Chapter 4. The Map. Carith Vin did not become safer because they had learned one rule. Belle knew that the moment they moved beyond the last dormant construct and entered the next corridor, the ruin had not attacked them again, but that did not mean it had accepted them. It only meant they had stopped making the mistakes it was built to punish. The old complex remained around them, silent and exact, running on logic older than any modern skyroute chart. Moss softened the walls. Vines hung from broken ceiling beams. Brass lines glimmered under dust like veins that had forgotten blood but remembered direction. Vesna walked near the front now, one hand near the wall and the other holding her signal blade low. She did not touch the inscriptions unless she had to. She read them with her eyes first, then compared them to the floor markings and the ceiling gaps above. Belle watched the shadows, corners, and alcoves. Aldrich checked their rear. Marin kept her blade loose in hand and her attention sharper than her expression. Eloan translated fragments in a voice that kept trying to become louder and more excited than safety allowed. Outer record path. Eloan murmured. Threshold sequence. Sky memory. Archive approach. Marin glanced at him. Archive sounds better than guardian corridor. Archives often have guardians. Why would you say that? Accuracy. Try kindness instead. Eloan looked offended. I am being kind to history. Belle almost smiled, but the corridor ahead swallowed the expression. The passage rose slowly through the complex. It was not a stair. It was a ramp built at such a gentle angle that the body only noticed after several minutes. The roof above had long, narrow breaks that framed strips of sky through the leaves. Each opening was angled differently. Vesna stopped twice to compare the ceiling gaps to the markings on the wall. The lines were not decorative. They pointed upward, outward, and forward all at once. They built this to be read while moving, she said. Belle looked along the corridor. Like the road. Yes, but more controlled. Vesna's eyes followed a brass line in the floor. The outer road guided approach. This guides sequence. Marin sighed. I liked it better when roads only went places. Aldrich said, they still do. Some places just ask questions first. The next door was marked with 3 circles inside a wide triangle. The carving had been worn down by time, but the shape remained clear. Belle stopped before the threshold. Vesna stopped beside him. Neither spoke at first. The silence had become part of their method. Belle listened for stone movement. Vesna read the markings. Eloan leaned forward and began translating under his breath. Marin watched an inactive construct half buried in an alcove to the left. The construct did not move. It was smaller than the guardian they had fought, built with narrow arms and delicate joint bands. A thin crystal plate rested in its chest. Its head was bowed like a clerk sleeping at a desk. Dust covered its shoulders. Vines had wrapped one leg to the wall. Archive servant. Aloan whispered. Servant. Marin asked. Possibly. Record handler. Index guardian. Internal guide. Any version where it does not punch people. Aloan looked at the bowed construct. Likely. Marin stared at him. Likely is not no, Bell said. Thank you, Marin muttered. Vesna crouched near the threshold. No movement lines. No paired crossing warnings. The symbol repeats along the wall, but not on the floor. Authorized passage? Bell asked. Maybe. Vesna looked at the construct. Or the outer system already marked us as neutral. That is comforting, Marin said. Vesna stood. It is not comfort. It is a working theory. Those are less warm. Usually more useful. Bell stepped across first. The construct remained still. He took 3 more slow steps, then looked back. Clear. They crossed one by one. The construct did not move. Its crystal plate stayed dark. No hum rose under the floor. No stone arm swung at anyone's head. Marin still gave it a wide berth, which Bell considered reasonable. Aloan gave it a look of deep scholarly longing, which Vesna considered unreasonable and ended with one sharp glance. The corridor opened into the archive. For a long moment, nobody moved. The chamber was enormous, but not in the grand way of throne rooms or temples. It was large because the work it held had needed space. The floor spread outward in a star-shaped design, its pale stone divided by brass routes that converged at a central instrument. High above, broken openings in the ceiling framed pieces of sky. Sunlight fell through them in angled beams, catching dust that hung in the air like still rain. Vines grew at the chamber edges, but they had not swallowed the center. Some faint preservation system still held the room in careful balance. Shelves rose in rings around the central floor. Not wooden shelves. Stone racks, brass frames, crystal cases, narrow drawers built into walls, and flat tables set at measured angles. Some held thin sheets of treated skycloth rolled around dark rods. Others contained brass cylinders marked with symbols. Crystal tablets lay in shallow trays, clouded but intact. Carved plates stood upright in slots like books made for people who trusted stone more than paper. Along the walls, maps showed winds, stars, floating islands, and layers of atmosphere stacked like invisible roads. Bell felt his breath slow. The room did not feel holy. It felt like knowledge had survived here because someone had loved it enough to protect it from time. Aloan stopped moving for 10 full seconds. That alone made everyone uneasy. Aldrich leaned toward Marin. Is he all right? Marin whispered. I have never seen him that still. Vesna looked at the archive, then at Aloan. Breathe. Aloan inhaled sharply. Then he exploded into motion. Light. I need more light. No, not direct. Angled. Aldrich, do not breathe on that plate. Aldrich had not moved. I was not breathing on it. You were considering the area around it. I was standing. Marin, do not touch that cylinder. Marin lifted both hands. I am touching nothing. Excellent. Continue. Aloan dropped to one knee, pulled out notebooks, charcoal, copying paper, 2 lenses, measuring cord, wax tabs, and a folding stand Bell was fairly sure had not fit in his satchel by normal laws of space. He claimed the nearest work table, then a second one, then half the floor beside a crystal tray. He nearly walked into a pillar while reading a wall map, avoided it by an inch, and never stopped muttering. Vesna watched him for 3 seconds. We have limited time. I understand completely. You do not. I understand enough to resent it. Better. Bell moved slowly around the archive's edge. He did not touch anything. The room did not feel like a place for careless hands. He studied paths first, where people would have walked, which shelves had the most open space before them, which tables faced the sky openings, which doors were built for common movement, and which had narrower frames, more controlled, more private. The cartographer read text. Vesna read systems. Bell read use. The archive had once been busy. He could almost feel it. Researchers crossing the star-shaped floor with records in hand. Navigators arguing over current lines. Assistants carrying crystal tablets from side rooms. Someone standing at the central instrument, watching light fall across measurements carved into stone. It had not been ceremonial. Not mainly. This was a working room. Important, yes, but practical. Important things in practical places were often hidden differently. Bell looked beyond the central instrument. There, behind a collapsed shelving frame, a narrow side door sat half-shadowed. It was easy to miss because it had no grand arch, no large inscription, no guardian looming before it. But a thin brass line ran along the floor from the central instrument toward that door, disappearing under the fallen shelf, and continuing beyond the threshold. Belle glanced toward Vesna. She was with Aloan near a wall map, comparing fragments of old route notation to modern terms. Aldrich and Marin stood near the main entrance, alert but less tense than before. The inactive archive constructs remained in their alcoves, silent and bowed. Belle stepped toward the narrow door. Marin noticed him. Of course she did. Belle. He looked back. Adventurer short distance? She asked. Archive short distance, he said. That sounds worse. I'll stay inside if possible. You know that is not as reassuring as you think. Belle gave her an apologetic smile and moved carefully around the collapsed shelf. The side chamber was smaller than the main archive and much plainer. No carved wall maps. No large instruments. No dramatic ceiling breaks except one narrow opening that let in a clean shaft of light. The room held a work table angled toward that light, 3 wall cases, and one inactive construct seated beside the far wall, like a clerk waiting for instructions that would never come. Its arms rested on its knees. A thin crystal line ran from its chest into the floor, dark and cracked in one place. Belle stopped at the threshold and waited. Nothing moved. He entered. The air was cooler here, drier. A faint current passed through the chamber, coming from the ceiling opening and leaving through a narrow vent near the floor. Dust lay on everything except the central wall case, which had a faint shimmer across its surface. Not bright, barely visible. A preservation field, maybe still working after centuries, because Kareth Vin apparently considered 400 years a minor inconvenience. Belle approached the case. Inside was a roll of thin material wrapped around a dark metal rod. It was not paper, not cloth exactly. The surface looked like pale gray silk until the light touched it, and then fine lines shimmered beneath the outer layer. Treated skycloth, perhaps, or crystal film woven thin enough to roll. One edge was damaged, darkened by age or heat, but most of it remained sealed under the field. Belle looked at the inactive construct. It did not move. "May I?" he asked quietly. The construct did not answer. That was probably not permission. Belle still felt better for asking. The case opened when he pressed the small brass plate beneath it. No trap triggered. No construct moved. The preservation field faded with a soft sigh, like a held breath leaving the room after centuries. Belle lifted the roll with both hands and carried it to the work table. He unrolled only a small section first, careful not to crack the material. The skycloth flexed smoothly. Lines appeared across it. Belle leaned closer. It was a map. At first, he saw islands. Not all of them familiar. Some were marked in rings, others as dots inside wind patterns. Then he saw route lines, layered over one another in different colors and thicknesses. The lower lines looked like old trade paths, many close to routes modern ships still used. But above them, marked in pale gold and blue, were other paths. Higher routes, upper atmosphere lanes, current streams that passed above known trade layers and curved between islands in ways Belle had never seen on any chart aboard the Ardent Meridian. His heartbeat changed. He unrolled more. Hidden approaches, old route markers, current gates, cloud shear channels, arcs that crossed empty sky where modern charts showed nothing. A section at the damaged edge hinted at a larger network beyond the map's surviving border. Not one route, not one secret. A system. Belle understood only a little. That was enough. This was not only history. It was useful. And useful knowledge became powerful the moment someone knew how to use it. He sat with the map for longer than he meant to. The side chamber stayed quiet around him. Sunlight shifted across the table. Dust moved in the narrow beam. In the main archive, Eloan's voice rose and fell in fragments. Vesna answered once, low and controlled. Aldrich said something dry. Marin muttered back. Belle looked at the upper routes again. He thought of Vesna at the helm, eyes reading wind before the sails reacted. Vesna in the navigation room, bent over charts late at night. Vesna at Asterfall Quay cutting through officials with clean precision. Vesna watching the sky as if it had language and she had learned enough to argue with it. Her coat always carried notes. Her ship existed because she knew routes other people did not. Her freedom was built from paths she had claimed, defended, and understood. This map would mean more to her than to anyone else. Not because she owned routes. Because she respected them. Belle touched the edge of the skycloth carefully. He could give it to Aloan, and the cartographer would likely weep, copy it, argue with it, and try to sleep beside it. He could bring it to the crew as a discovery. He could hand it to Vesna in front of everyone as a useful artifact. But that felt wrong. The map was not a trophy. It was a route. And routes, Belle was beginning to understand, were personal to people who lived by them. He rolled the map slowly, and slid it inside the inner fold of his coat, securing it so the edge would not bend. Then he looked once more at the seated construct. "Thank you," he said. The construct remained silent. Belle returned to the main archive. Vesna glanced at him when he came back. Her gaze dropped briefly to his coat, then to his face. She noticed something. Of course she did. But Aloan was currently explaining why one wall panel might contain the earliest known upper current drift model in surviving Skylane history. And Vesna had to stop him from trying to remove the panel with his bare hands. "Absolutely not," Vesna said. Aloan froze. "I had not touched it." "You were planning to." "I was considering preservation." "You were considering theft with academic vocabulary." Marin nodded. "That sounds accurate." Aloan looked betrayed by everyone. Vesna set a hard time limit after that. 15 minutes. Aloan turned as if struck. 15. 10 if you argue. 15 is generous. Correct. One more wall. That is not a time unit. One small wall. Still not a time unit. Aldrich began gathering Aloan's and used copying sheets. Aloan turned. "Do not organize my materials. You are out of time." "I am never out of time. Time is a hostile theory." Marin picked up his second lens case. "You can carry your notes or be carried with them." Aloan looked at Vesna. "Your crew is becoming anti-intellectual." Vesna said, "My crew is becoming efficient." They left with sketches, copied symbols, quick rubbings, 3 crystal tablet impressions, a brass cylinder Aloan swore was already loose and therefore not removal, merely rescue, and an amount of notes that seemed physically impossible for one cartographer to carry. Vesna allowed it because the cylinder had not triggered anything and because she also wanted to know what was inside it. She did not say the second part. The exit felt different from the entry. Not safer, never that, but more readable. They passed inactive constructs without waking them. They crossed the silence chamber one at a time, satchels tied tight. They used measured steps near the motion guardian corridor, where the stone construct remained in its old position. Moss and dust settled again across its shoulders. Belle watched it as they passed. Its core flickered once, but did not brighten. Marin whispered, "I still hate that one." Belle whispered back, "That seems fair." Aloan whispered, "It is a beautiful mechanism." Aldrich whispered, "It hit Belle into a wall." Beauty and violence are not mutually exclusive. Vesna, without turning around, said, "No one is adopting the construct." Aloan closed his mouth. They reached the old road under late afternoon light. The forest seemed less silent now, or perhaps Belle understood its silence differently. Birds called from the canopy again. Leaves shifted in small currents. Water moved beneath the road through hidden channels. The broken arch behind them framed the deeper ruins like a boundary they had crossed and then survived. Belle looked back once. Kareth Vin remained still. Not defeated. Not solved. Only waiting again. The signal charm pulsed stronger as they neared the shore. First blue, then brighter blue. The sounds of the repair site returned slowly. Metal tapping, rope creaking, Nia shouting at something that apparently had the nerve to align badly, Mara ordering someone to eat, Rusk laughing at a sailor who claimed he had never doubted the repair for a second. The Ardent Meridian came into view through the trees. She looked steadier. Temporary braces still held the portside lower hull, but the emergency repair plate had been fixed into place. Fresh resin gleamed along the joint. Maniconductive thread ran in tight patterns beneath the strut housing, glowing faintly as stabilizer load moved through the rerouted line. The ship no longer sagged unevenly. Her hum had returned to a cleaner rhythm. Nia stood near the repair site, filthy, exhausted, and satisfied in the way only an engineer could be after bullying a damaged skyship into continued existence. Vesna reached the gangway first. Nia looked up from wiping grease off her hands. Repair complete. Temporary, ugly, and deeply sincere. Will it hold? Vesna asked. To a proper dock, yes. Through another Corsair fight, no? Through a storm, only if the sky apologizes first. Acceptable. Nia looked past her at Belle, Aldrich, Marin, and Aloan's impossible armload of notes and artifacts. Your short-terrain assessment gained weight. Marin said, "We tried to stop him." Aloan looked scandalized. These records are historically essential. You said that about a broken spoon in Asterfall. It was an old spoon. Vesna turned to Belle. Her eyes assessed everything in one sweep. Dust on his boots, bruise darkening near his jaw, dirt along one sleeve. The way he carried himself carefully on the side the construct had struck. The lack of blood, the lack of panic. The folded quiet behind his expression that told her he had found something, but not here, not yet. Injuries? She asked. Minor. Everyone's fine. Belle was hit by a historically significant wall-punching mechanism, Marin said. Belle looked at her. That makes it sound worse. It is accurate. Aldrich added, twice. Vesna's gaze sharpened. Twice. Belle gave a small, apologetic smile. Information gathering. Nia pointed at him. See? Only a little dangerous. Vesna stared at Belle long enough for him to consider looking guilty. Then she said, Ivan will inspect you before dinner. Belle nodded. That is probably wise. It is certainly inevitable, Dr. Ivan called from the deck. The Ardent Meridian lifted from Ven before sunset. The repaired strut held. Belle stood near the stern rail as the stabilizer crystals returned to a steadier rhythm. The anchor lines withdrew. The hull rose from the cliff shelf with a low, careful groan, then settled into flight. Nia watched the repair from the portside rail with both hands clenched, muttering numbers under her breath. Vesna gave no unnecessary orders. Rusk handled the lines. Aldrich and Marin secured the deck. The ship moved like someone testing an injured limb and finding pain, but also strength. Ven fell away beneath them. The forest swallowed the ruins almost immediately. Pale stone shapes vanished beneath green canopy. The old road became a thin line, then a broken thread, then nothing but a suggestion between trees. The broken arch disappeared under mist. The cliff shelf shrank. Clouds drifted around the island's lower edge, closing over it, as if the sky itself was careful not to reveal too much. Belle kept watching until the island became a green shadow in the cloud sea. It did not feel finished. They had taken only a small piece of what Ven held. A few sketches, a cylinder, fragments of language, a map hidden inside Belle's coat. The island had more to say, but the ship had needed to leave. That evening, the common room became a battlefield of notes. Aloan claimed the largest table with the confidence of a conquering scholar and refused to move. Crystal rubbings covered half the surface. Sketches of threshold symbols occupied the other half. The brass cylinder sat in the center on a folded cloth like a guest of honor. Crew members trying to eat dinner were forced to balance bowls around ancient route diagrams and warnings written in Aloan's severe handwriting. Mara stood over the table with a serving spoon. If one of these papers falls into stew, I am not apologizing to history. Aloan did not look up. History should avoid stew. History is on my dinner table. It is a shared space. It was a dinner table first. Nia leaned over one sketch while eating bread. Did the dead navigation people leave any better strut designs? Aloan pushed her hand away from a rubbing. Do not grease the threshold sequence. I am asking practical questions. You are holding butter. Dr. Ivan pretended not to be interested while reading over Aloan's shoulder with open fascination. This phrase here, is that sky memory or recorded wind? Aloan's eyes lit up. Excellent question. Mara groaned. Do not encourage him. Aldrich and Marin told the story of the construct because the crew demanded it, and because sailors loved a good near-disaster once everyone survived it. Belle steps in, Marin said, standing with a bowl in hand. Very brave, very polite, completely unaware the wall has decided to participate. Belle lowered his face into one hand. Aldrich nodded. Construct hits him once. Belle says he is fine. He was not fine, Marin said. I was mostly fine, Belle said. Marin ignored him. Construct hits him again. Information gathering, Nia said, grinning. Bad information gathering. Vesna said from her seat near the end of the table. Belle looked at her. Effective information gathering. Painfully effective. That is still effective. Dr. Ivan pointed a spoon at Belle. Your ribs disagree in a medically persuasive tone. The crew laughed. Vesna did not laugh, but her eyes warmed slightly before she looked down at her cup. Belle noticed. He pretended not to. After dinner, when the common room settled into a lower hum and Aloan began arguing with Dr. Ivan over whether living map was literal, Belle slipped away. The map felt light inside his coat and heavy in every other way. He walked to the navigation room. The corridor outside it was quiet. The Ardent Meridian hummed beneath his boots with her repaired rhythm, steadier now, though not fully healed. Belle stopped outside the door instead of entering. This room had been by invitation only when he first boarded. It still was, in truth. Vesna's rules did not vanish because trust had changed shape. He knocked. Enter, Vesna said. Belle opened the door. The navigation room glowed with soft lamplight. Charts covered the main table, weighted by brass markers. Route strings stretched between pins. A half-written repair report sat beside Vesna's right hand, and the storm log from the Varith Narrows lay open near the edge. Through the narrow windows, night sky moved beyond the glass. Vesna stood over the table, sleeves rolled to her forearms, hair tied back, expression focused. She looked up. If Ivan sent you, I already submitted his injury report. He didn't. Alone? No. Nia? Not directly. That answer concerns me. Bell stepped inside and closed the door softly behind him. He did not explain. He took the rolled map from inside his coat and set it on the chart table. Vesna looked at the roll, then at him, then back at the roll. She did not reach for it immediately. That was how Bell knew she already understood this was not a casual note or sketch. He said nothing. After a moment, Vesna untied the old fastening and unrolled the map across the table with both hands. The treated sky cloth opened smoothly under the lamplight. Pale gold and blue route lines shimmered faintly across its surface. The damaged edge curled slightly where time had darkened it, but the main body remained clear. Vesna went very still. Not the stillness she used in public when hiding irritation. Not the stillness of command before a decision. This was different. This was the moment between seeing and believing, when the mind had to make space for something larger than expected. Her hands stopped flat on the table on either side of the map. She did not touch the route lines. Her breathing changed just a little. Bell watched her eyes move. Upper atmosphere layers. Hidden current gates. Old skylane paths above the modern trade routes. Lost markers. Approach lines no current chart carried. A network beyond known maps. Incomplete, but alive with possibility. Vesna saw it all faster than he had. Of course she did. This was her language. He had only recognized importance. She was reading meaning. Slowly, she looked at him. Bell kept his voice simple. Thought you'd want it. The room became very quiet. The Ardent Meridian hummed beneath them. Vesna looked back at the map. For a long moment, she said nothing. Bell did not need her to. He understood, perhaps not fully, but enough. Vesna was used to people wanting her routes. Buying them. Taxing them. Regulating them. Controlling them. Demanding access. Bargaining for passage. Turning every path into leverage. Bell had not brought the map as a bargain. He had not made an announcement. He had not asked for credit. He had simply seen a route no one alive had seen and brought it to the person who would know what it meant. Vesna's fingers finally moved. Carefully, she rolled the map. Not quickly, not possessively. With the exact control of someone handling a thing she intended to keep safe. She tied the fastening again, checked the damaged edge, then slid the roll inside her coat. That was the thank you. Bell understood enough not to ask for words. Vesna looked at him again. Where? Secondary chamber off the archive. Narrow side door behind a collapsed shelf. Preservation case in the wall. You went in alone. Yes. Any active defenses? No. Any inscriptions? Not that I could read. There was an inactive construct seated near the wall. Vesna's eyes moved once toward the map inside her coat, then back to Bell. You asked permission before taking it. It was not a question. Bell blinked. How did you know? You look like you did. He smiled faintly. The construct didn't answer. Wise of it. The corner of his mouth lifted. It seemed polite to ask. Vesna watched him for one quiet second. Then she looked down at the charts on the table. This changes our route planning. I thought it might. It may change more than that. Bell nodded. I know. They stood across the navigation table, lamplight between them, the old map, now hidden safely inside Vesna's coat. Nothing dramatic happened. No confession. No step closer. No sudden softness that would make either of them retreat behind practical walls. But something had moved. Bell felt it. Vesna did too. Good night, Bell, she said. Good night, Vesna. He left the navigation room quietly. The next morning, Vesna sat across from him at breakfast. She did not announce it. She did not look around to see who noticed. She simply entered the common room with a cup of tea, scanned the table once, and took the bench across from Bell instead of her usual place near the end, where she could watch the room and review reports. Bell looked up from his bread. Vesna opened a route note, as if nothing unusual had happened. For half a second, the common room went completely silent. That was alarming because the Ardent Meridian's common room was never silent unless something was on fire or Mara had asked who ate the last preserved peaches. Eloan stopped mid-sentence, which made Dr. Ivan look genuinely concerned. Nia looked between Bell and Vesna, opened her mouth, then closed it with the careful survival instinct of someone who had decided not to die before lunch. Aldrich and Marin exchanged a look over their mugs. Rusk suddenly became fascinated by his plate. Mara saw everything and smiled into the stew pot. Bell noticed the silence. Then he noticed Vesna sitting across from him. Then he noticed everyone noticing. His ears warmed. Vesna turned a page in her note. Is there a problem with breakfast? Mara said, far too cheerfully. No problem, Captain. Dr. Ivan hid a smile behind his cup. Social atmosphere stable. Slight pressure increase. Vesna looked at him. He lowered the cup, medical habit. Nia muttered, coward. Belle tried very hard not to smile. Vesna looked across the table at him then, calm and unreadable, but the map was somewhere inside her coat, close enough that he remembered the weight of it in his hands. She picked up her tea. He picked up his bread. No one said what had changed. No one needed to. Belle had given Vesna a route no one alive had seen. She had accepted it. She had kept it close. And aboard the Ardent Meridian, everyone with eyes understood that this meant something. Thank you for listening. I truly appreciate your time and support. If you enjoyed this audiobook, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay updated on future content. Your support means the world to me and helps keep this channel going strong. Until next time, take care, stay awesome,